Yeah, well, hey everybody. We are live. Whoa, what the hell? Why is it doing ads every 5 dang seconds? What the hell? Okay, let me turn that down really quick, because that's not at all what I want. What the shit, man? Oh, is this just really zoomed out? Wait, what? What? Hold on. Twitch is trying to kill me. They've got... What the hell? Alright, whatever. Let's not do predictions. Let's just do, a little bit of a stream preview. Wait, what? Show player. Yeah, what the hell? Okay. I don't know why the hell it has ads. Oh, no, never mind. It should be fine, I think. Alright, that was a little odd. I was a little worried there that it would just be a clusterfuck of ads, but I don't want to do that to y'all. You gotta have viewers before I run ads. Are you kidding me? Yeah, I mean, we're looking at a lot of shit tonight. Hopefully we actually get some fucking research done, but as always, not hopeful. Oh no, why? No. Kind of embarrassing to be the top clipper on your own goddamn channel. Yeah, so welcome, one and all, to the show, I guess. Yeah, so today is just going to be hopefully a lot of research on the BBL, the BBB. Trying to think of a clever stream title, regarding, Big Beautiful Bill, like, make a pun with the BBL, but nothing came to mind, so rough. Yeah. I did set up a, well, I mean, I'll wait until people filter in here.
Most people are not very rational. I don't really give rational points to most people or most voters in general.
We'll
I think women are like influenced a lot, whether they like it or not, by a lot of times. Says when I use left in the definition because I think we know, but like when I say socially left, it's usually like you're chill.
We're not gonna watch this whole thing. We're gonna watch clips. Because fuck, Tim Pool, and I don't want to do. I mean, this whole show is called the fucking culture war. Oh my god. It's so lame. So very lame.
I would argue that if you...
Tim Pool spars with... What's her name? Who else has... Oh, Jesus. What's... Not so erudite. I gotcha. Okay. Yeah, whatever. I'll watch this while people filter in.
You have 10 years of research. You could probably succinctly like list out a fair bit of really strong evidence of at least dollars moving, and that front line, these embassy workers, for example, ever being front line, killing Russian soldiers, anything like that.
You want me to do a 40-minute treatise on the history of the Ukraine conflict? Because I'll do it.
Oh boy.
I love this subject. What's the Cut-to-Turkey pipeline? My favorite launching point.
I don't know.
So in 2012, The Guardian reported that the U.S. had been working on a project to build a natural gas pipeline from Qatar through Syria, Turkey, into Europe to offset the Russian Gazprom gas monopoly. Russia controls about a quarter of natural gas into Europe through Ukraine, which leads to high gas prices in Europe. They've tried offsetting this in numerous ways, but Russia basically controls it. So the U.S. went to Syria, the Assad regime, and said, we're going to build this pipeline. It's going to provide Europe with cheaper energy, and it's going to lower the cost across the board. Syria then conferred with Russia, their ally, who has a military base in Tartus, and Syria came back to the U.S. and said,
let's try and find, well, yeah,
we're not going to let you do it because it would violate, it would be damaging to the economics of Russia.
Sure.
So the U.S. was upset, obviously, but it got really bad when Russia, Syria, and Iran plotted.
What the hell's? I don't think I can. Wait, what?
Let's talk about our favorite flags.
Oh, like overall, what my favorite flag? Yeah, Hezbollah.
Oh, Jesus. All right, cool.
Look it up. Oh, I'm not even kidding. It's actually a dope flag.
I don't know flags.
What is the Hezbollah flag? What? I mean, Christ. The yellow and green is definitely a choice. Then I guess let's do, what does the Hezbollah flag say? The text of the flag, then surely the party of God, and they shall be triumphant. Okay, well that's not the Houthis flag. What is Hezbollah? Yeah, we know. Research Richard versus what I wanted to do. Probably shouldn't have this. I'm not. I can't. I also can't just have the Hezbollah flag up. Yeah, we might get ourselves into a bit of trouble there. All right, I'm gonna turn my gain a little bit down, try and manage the volume of all this shit, because Lord only knows that I tend to not have the best audio mixing. So let's do crossword. Get that going, because obviously that's really what everyone's here for. So, yeah.
To then build a rival pipeline steps from the exact same oil field through Iraq into Syria, Turkey, into Europe to strengthen their monopoly on energy. The U.S. got pissed. It's around this time that they said the Bashar al-Assad regime needs to go in their terrorists. And that's when we got Operation Timber. What was that one? Let me pull this one up. See, it's like, Timber Sycamore. Operation Timber Sycamore is when the U.S. started providing weapons and CIA training to various revolutionary
this is my goddamn
factions in Syria, ultimately, which ended up joining al-Nusra and ISIS. And that's how we ended up seeing U.S. weapons and training in the hands of ISIS expanding in the region, because the U.S. wanted to topple the Assad regime so we can build a pipeline. So where are we today? Well, the U.S. has other means of trying to get the prices down and control natural gas in Ukraine. That is through Burisma, an energy company in Ukraine for which the founder was a man named Mykola Zlochevsky. Mm-hmm. The U.S. had a former CIA director of terrorism on the board, as well as the son of the sitting vice president, Hunter Biden, which seemed to make no sense, except when you realize it was a U.S.-aligned foreign influence operation to control the government of Ukraine, to put pressure on the land leases for which they could cause problems for Gazprom, which is Russia's ability to supply energy to Europe. So then we get the Burisma scandal. Viktor Shokin, the prosecutor in Ukraine, was currently investigating Mykola Zlochevsky, the founder of Burisma, for corruption. Joe Biden got an email. He got contacted by Devon Archer and Hunter Biden over their involvement in Burisma and the fact they're being investigated by a state prosecutor. Viktor Shokin signed a sworn affidavit that the only reason he was terminated was because Biden personally flew in and threatened to illegally withhold congressionally approved loan guarantees unless he was fired. And it had to do with Hunter Biden being on the board, who was getting $83,000 a month, potentially more. He was then fired from his position. Now, the fascinating thing is Mykola Zlochevsky, while he was under investigation for corruption, fled Ukraine. I believe he went to Monaco.
This is a bad stream title.
At this time is around when Devon Archer, Hunter Biden are making contact with the State Department saying, we need help on this. Within a few days, Joe Biden flies out completely illegally, tells the president of Ukraine, fire your state prosecutor or you're not getting the money. To which this person replied, I believe it was Poroshenko, you don't have the authority to do that. You can't do that. And he says, call the president, see what he says. Son of a bitch. He got fired. And they put in someone good, is the quote that Joe Biden said. However, this guy they put in drops the investigation into Zlochevsky, whose funds were frozen by London under corruption investigations, who then immediately returned to Ukraine. So this whole period, they're saying none of it's happening. It's never happening. And in fact, once the investigations were dropped because of Joe Biden's involvement, the guy who was accused of corruption returned back to his operations in this country. Where we currently are is following the failures of Western soft power to secure this in this energy conflict. conflict, of which there's a bit more. Russia wanted to build a trade
energy
federation
conflict,
and they had a free trade agreement with Ukraine. Ukraine was also being offered up Schengen zone access and EU access if they chose to go with NATO and the West instead. A large portion of Ukraine split largely on the east to west, the Donbass, largely leaning towards Russia, wanted to join the EU because it would give access to Ukrainian citizens to Europe. And what did we see with Poland? When they entered the Schengen zone, Polish people immediately started moving to the UK and to other countries where they can get higher standards of living. Same thing happened with Greece, which caused economic instability. So the West told Ukraine, we're not going to let you into the EU unless you reach a certain standard. So you end up getting Victoria Nuland. She flies down. She's heavily engaged in the politics of Ukraine, trying to convince people to be in Ukraine to support Western expansion and not the Russian Trade Federation. Vladimir Putin said at the time to Ukraine, if you open up a trade agreement with Europe and a free trade agreement with us, it's going to mean cheap European products are going to flood into Russia and damage our economy. We can't allow that. What ends up happening? The Euromaidan movement ousts Viktor Yanukovych, stripping all Russian interests, Russian-aligned interests from the country, and puts in power an administration that was more pro-West. And Vladimir Putin says, I'm not going to lose this soft power battle, even if I have to invade. The first thing they did was dispatch their troops from Sevastopol to claim Crimea, got a referendum. And they had their referendum, which I think is largely fake bullshit. They just walked outside and said, hey, look, everybody's Russian now. Crimea, however, had in the past voted for independence and were blocked illegally, I would argue, by the Ukrainian government in the 90s. This ends up with a separatist movement emerging in the East. Outrage, the president, who was duly elected, was removed in what people who are pro-Russia would call a coup. But at the time, they were saying an illicit removal of the president of Ukraine. Russia began supplying weapons and training to the Eastern separatist movements, which largely did not expand in any meaningful way. However, after Donald Trump lost in 2020 and Joe Biden came in, Western interests were reignited in Ukraine, and this pause was largely due to the fact that Donald Trump was uninterested in this direct involvement in Ukraine.
I don't know why. I mean, I'm obviously watching him, but it bears keeping in mind, this guy was literally paid by like one or two layers of abstraction by the Russian government to do nothing different, just to support his show because they loved the propaganda he was doing for them. You got to keep that in mind. That is, it's just wild, man.
Ukraine, much the way the Democratic administrations had been under Obama and with Hillary Clinton at the State Department. Once Joe Biden got in and started to re-up U.S. interests in the region, largely over getting cheap energy into Europe, Russia then decided to do a hard invasion. I think they were wrong to do it. I think they had lost the soft power battle. I think soft power is an appropriate means of force in winning conflict. But I admit that soft power can often lead to hard conflict, but I'm not so stupid and naive to think that wars don't happen. Russia crossed the line militaristically. However, the U.S. then immediately intervened and started supplying, NATO in the West started supplying Ukraine with weapons, which kind of shocked the Russians who thought they were going to win this relatively quickly, though they never said 3 days. That was actually, I think, someone on the BBC who said that. Russia has been now flooding the zone,
oh my God,
and they've seized the entire
water.
The eastern region, for which their principal purpose in starting this war is not about seizing Ukraine. It is about controlling Sevastopol, where they have a $300 million or multi-billion-dollar military naval infrastructure, the home of the Black Sea Fleet, which is their access to the Mediterranean through the Bosphorus, and then ultimately into the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden and the Arabian Sea, where what the United States derisively calls Russia a cold gas station. Russia needs access to the Black Sea to be able to sell oil and natural gas and other resources along the Mediterranean. And if they get cut off from the Black Sea, it's going to be massively damaging their economy. That's why they seized Crimea. Jesus. Now, the important thing to understand is they didn't invade Crimea. They were already there in Sevastopol, the naval base. They simply released the troops from this area to have a referendum. But the invasion of the eastern regions, which is Donetsk, Luhansk, Mariupol, Zaporizhia, etc., this is about securing a land bridge access to Crimea so they don't get cut off from their naval base. Now, some people have argued, but they could build a naval base anywhere else they have access in, what do they have? Hold on. Sochi, I think, is the name of the city. They have access to, Sochi. They could build a base there. Russia's not going to give up a military base to the west, to the EU. That's not going to happen. So they're going to do what they have to do to secure this region of the country. Now, we can look at a few other instances where I would argue that our involvement in Ukraine has been bad for us. That was Germany accused a Ukrainian national of bombing Nord Stream 2, and Ukraine is accused of engaging.
The U.S. Embassy in Kyiv issues new security alert due to continued risk of significant air attacks. Wonderful. Not wonderful. What is going on today? It is a lot of big, beautiful Bill bullshit. I'm just doing some warm-up, watching some Tim Pool slap, which is always so fun while I do some crossword. Yeah. It's a whole lot of fun. Oh, I don't know what that is. Play Baladro. Ah, fair enough. I'll play some Baladro. Good call. Good call. Let's see if there's anything more fun to watch. That's yeah, no, I know it's Danny. All right, you want to see some real balatring? Do gold's sake, I'm still trying to get full, or what's it called? I'm trying to get, I'm so stupid. Completionist plus. So that'll happen at some point. Is there any good slop you want to watch?
Aging in action.
Pierce Morgan slop.
Yeah. If you're clearing out.
Ah, gotcha. Yeah. I made a new follow thing. So if you unfollow and refollow, you get to see that. I hope that works. If you wouldn't mind testing that out for me, I'd really appreciate it. Yeah. Oh man, it's been a minute since I've played in the glorious speed of. Is the yeah, what are game speed 8? Way too fucking slow. Hell no. We go 16 and we don't do shit.
An entire people. Two guests have been hugely influential advocates for either side. Dave Smith is a libertarian commentator, a comedian, and the host of the Part of the Problem podcast. Natasha Hausdorff is a barrister, international lawyer, and a passionate supporter of Israel. Will you shut up, man? To Uncensored.
Yeah, it just says, "Will you shut up, man?" and shows Biden blast. I think it's pretty funny.
Dave Smith, I finally lost it really with any attempt to try and defend what Israel was doing, having been a pretty steadfast defender of its right to defend itself from what happened on October the 7th. But when you launch a blockade for 3 months and an already utterly tormented civilian population who are already struggling.
Whoa! Dude, what the fuck? Thank you. He gifted a sub? Hell yeah. Well, really appreciate that, brother. Is Plowhouse here? Fuck yeah. Yeah, I don't have a, I didn't think I was going to get subs for a long time, so I haven't set up, like, a thing for that. But I really appreciate that. Thanks, brother.
Struggling to eat. And you can see from the scenes that we've seen in the last 48 hours that they are starving people prepared to risk death to get their hands on meager amounts of food.
Oh, that's huge on plasma.
When a government like Israel does that, at the same time as it's simultaneously bombarding those people night after night after night, albeit with the crucial caveat they always put in that they are targeting Hamas solely and that everything around Hamas is collateral damage.
All right, so what I'm trying to do is
this reached a point where it became clearly disproportionate, and that's a view that clearly the UK has reached, the French have reached, many people in America have reached.
Awesome.
You certainly haven't come to that thought process in the last few months. You've been saying that for a long time. The question I have for you What happens, though?
My Biden beam.
We are where we are. Netanyahu and his government are in charge. Nobody seems to be stopping them. What happens?
Well, that is a good question, and I don't know for sure what the answer is. By the way, it's been great to watch your evolution on this topic, Pierce. It's good that you joined us later.
This could actually be huge.
Well, never. Just to clarify, I would say this: I don't want to join a side. Right? I was in the Middle East last week by chance. A lot of people come up to me going, "Thank you for switching sides," and I said, "I haven't switched sides. I've always tried to be a fair-minded, impartial journalist, doing the job a journalist should do, which is challenging." Everybody. I think I've had more guests on from both sides actually, held more debates than any other show in the world of this kind. So, I do think it's important. I don't want to be seen as taking a side. What I feel now, though, or what I feel, I think it's an important clarification. But what I think is important now is that this has gone too far, and I can see that very clearly.
Did I get the upgrade?
Yes. Okay. So I didn't mean to box you into a side. Just making the point that you have come to the
don't talk about Pierce Morgan's box,
that what Israel's doing is indefensible, and I thought it was fascinating and shocking watching you grill the Israeli ambassador, who simply cannot tell you or even ballpark how many kids they have killed in this whole thing. Yeah. Look, I mean, I think what Israel, to your broader question of where does this all end up going?
With him, he's like he's a dad. Yeah, that's funny.
There's almost two kind of simultaneous wars in a sense that are going on. There's the actual control of power, in which case Israel's done phenomenally well over the last couple years. I mean, Israel still has the support of the most powerful governments in the world, damn near unconditionally, if not purely unconditionally. They've been very successful in terms of taking out Hezbollah leaders. They've been very successful in terms of destroying the Gaza Strip. They've been successful in getting the regime change that they've wanted for many years.
Emotes are coming down the pipeline. Commissioned. Look for that. Looking forward to that.
In Syria. However, simultaneously, while that's going on, global opinion has drastically changed of Israel to a degree that would have been unimaginable just a few years ago. And despite whatever arguments might be made for whether this meets a genocide or doesn't meet a genocide, or whether, as two former Israeli prime ministers who have come out recently and said that war crimes are being committed, wherever you fall on that, the fact is that the debate is now over whether Israel is committing a genocide or not. And that is something that all of us should take a step back and appreciate how profound it is. Especially amongst young people, in the future, I don't believe Israel will ever be viewed the same as it was by my parents' generation. And so what does that mean? As you mentioned earlier, Pierce, that's right. This is a big part of how wars end, is when public support evaporates. We will see where all of this goes, but it is a very dangerous situation.
Exactly.
And it is certainly profound to the degree that it has changed the impression of Israel on the global stage.
And trying to get high cards as high as possible.
Natasha, I mean, look, if I was a regular Israeli, I would be pretty concerned that people like me have come to the place we've come to in this debate. I've been harangued by pro-Palestinians for a long time for being too supportive of Israel's rights.
People in it move the face cam onto Chicot. True. I could do that, but when I get my green screen shit back, I'll do that.
Right to defend itself.
Just rare, brother. It's legendary.
Abused, mocked, threatened.
6
all
cents.
of the things that come with that in a war.
Roll them.
But I just felt I couldn't do anything else to speak out. When you launch a 3-month blockade against the people already suffering in the way that these Palestinians have been suffering, and I'm not talking about Hamas.
Hold on.
The innocent civilians in Gaza. It's a population of 2 million with half of them under 18. More than 20,000 children have been killed, even if the UK ambassador has no idea what that number is, but knows exactly how many Hamas terrorists have been killed, oddly. I would just be concerned if I was an average Israeli, the people that supported us after the horrors of October the 7th are now beginning to go against, certainly in my case,
this is the free speech chat.
The Israeli government, not the people of Israel, not Jewish people, they will always have my support. But this Israeli government is out of control. We saw and heard from the words of Smodrich last week, the finance minister, a very clear mission statement to clear out all the Palestinians from Gaza. That is a form of genocide, whatever. You're a lawyer. You'll probably tell me it doesn't meet the exact legal criteria of the word genocide. But if you're clearing out an entire people based on their ethnicity from where they live, that to me and most people around the world who don't have a horse in this race is a form of genocide. What do you say to that?
Well, Piers, I'm particularly glad at the opportunity to...
Oh, I had jokers I needed. Fuck. I wanted to upgrade. I just didn't get it high enough.
Come on, not before time, and address so much of this misinformation, which seems to be at the core, not just of your shift, but what is a marked shift in the public discussion of this topic. And it is, of course, because of the abuse, the haranguing, the mockery, and the threats and the intimidation that so many people are falling into the easy line.
Well, that's not why I've changed my mind. Well, I don't give a damn about who threatens me or how they threaten me or how they mock and abuse me. Listen, I was getting all that long before this war, so I get it on pretty much any debate I ever have. That's fine. I'm a big boy. So please don't misconstrue anything that I have done in terms of a pivot in the way I view this with anything to do with being threatened into it, bullied into it, or cajoled into it, because that would be ridiculous.
Because you've been clear that this is because of the change in the narrative around this. And I hope I'll have the opportunity, and you'll allow me the opportunity to address.
Yeah, so Netanyahu is more extreme than the general sentiment, I think, of Israelis at this point. So
some of this false information, and there is a great deal of it. It starts.
Have you not heard Piers Morgan before? Oh, brother, you're in for hell. This guy is fucked.
With this notion that Israel imposed an entire blockade on aid, which is being put forward without the context of the fact that
they did put a blockade on aid that just got lightly released, but it's a disaster because Trump was like, "Yeah, let's privatize it." It's just not working. Let's see what she has to say.
Deal, which preceded it immediately, there were over 25,000 trucks of aid that were facilitated into the Gaza Strip by Israel. The estimates that I have seen is that should have been a stockpile of between 5 to 6 months of food and humanitarian assistance.
I like Cardomancer,
but not now. Some estimates are in the region of 8 months. Where did that aid go? That is the question I would expect reasonable people without an agenda here to be asking. Where did that aid go if all of these claims of starvation are to be taken seriously? The reality here is that there is no Israeli-imposed starvation on the Gaza Strip, that there has been...
No, they put it to the very brink of the edge. Come on. That's like, bruh, it's like your side can do something bad and also... Like, you can just say, yeah, it was fucked up that we stopped aid for, what was it, 10 weeks or some shit?
Facilitated over the course of this war.
But that is simply not true. I'm sorry. Well, no, hang on. If you've ever felt like you're being watched online, it's unfortunately because you are.
That's
Hundreds
right.
Of companies,
I'm watching you.
So-called data brokers, watch and record everything you do on the internet.
Anthem.
Even if you're using incognito mode or private tabs, they can still access every purchase you make, every search you type, and much more. Your data can be sold to advertisers, government agencies, or insurance companies.
Oh no, Pierce.
To charge you more.
Only you could offer me a solution.
You could stand by and accept all of this, or you could reclaim your privacy, as I have done for many years with ExpressVPN.
Oh, thank you, Pierce.
Of your online traffic through secure servers. No data brokers and no third parties can see what you do. ExpressVPN also hides your IP address, without which there is no way of tracking you and no point invading your privacy in the first place.
Yeah,
a new feature called ID Defender is free to all US customers. ID Defender scours the internet to remove your information from the files of data brokers. This is the #1 rated VPN by experts at CNET, PC World, and The Verge. And right now, you can get an extra 4 months of ExpressVPN for free. Just scan the QR code that we're showing on the screen, or go to expressvpn.com/peers.
I don't really care, but I guess per my alma mater, I'll go Indiana.
To get 4 extra months for free.
Bam, bam.
That's expressvpn.com/peers. extraordinarevpn.com/kids.
We might be cooked.
Now, on with the show.
I might have. Oh.
When Israel and the Israeli government, phrase that correctly, when the Israeli government ordered 3 months ago a blockade of food and aid going into Gaza, that is a deliberate state-sponsored form of starving a populace.
No, it is not, because it was
That's exactly what happened. That's why they look like they're starving. That's why they're risking death
you've asked me
to get to scrabbling bits of food.
Forgive me. You've asked me on here to answer these questions.
And I can challenge you.
And I just explained that blockade which was imposed in order to prevent Hamas continuing to fuel its war machine by selling additional aid, that it was diverting, and we'll come on to the way that diversion is going to be prevented in the future, I hope. But the fact of the matter is that this blockade was instituted in the context of there being 5 to 6 months, maybe even 8 months of aid that was facilitated into the Gaza Strip. And throughout, if you'll allow me to finish this point, throughout the war, the volume of aid that Israel has facilitated into Gaza, and this is not being reported by the international media.
So you can't just like front load food. People got to eat all the time. Like, what the fuck? What are you saying?
Media, but it is available, publicly available information published by COGAT, over 1,700,000 tons of aid which has been facilitated into the Gaza Strip, which is more than required for the civilian population. The study that was conducted.
Why are they so hungry then?
The study that was conducted.
Hang on, why are they so hungry?
May I finish this point and I'll come on to answer your question.
Why are they so?
Yeah, but like food is perishable, you know? And there's a lot of people there. You gotta have a constant flow, like relatively. And yeah, probably. And there was a withholding of aid for a while. And then when they tried to bring it back, people were like, yo, you have all these aid like distribution centers and there's food in there, but you're not letting us have any of the food? What the fuck's going on? And then this run's cooked. They had to storm the fucking like aid sites. So that was like tragic. And people are dying because of that.
So hungry.
Well,
why are they stampeding over each other, risking death to get at scraps of food? I don't understand. If they're all so well nourished and Israel's behaved so impeccably properly in terms of supplying enough food for months on end, why do they all look like they're starving to death and are prepared to risk actually dying to get at food?
What you are basing your assessment on, I'm afraid,
it's what I'm seeing with my own eyes,
which is Hamas propaganda, which you must accept as
no, it's actually footage. I'm watching news footage of thousands of people fighting with each other to get at food. Some of whom ended up dying. Some of whom ended up being shot. The IDF says it wasn't them and it was Hamas. We don't know who did it because, as you know,
it's all brain rot. I mean, we could watch Chuck Schumer. We could watch. Well, yeah, let's do this.
How much?
This is better slop.
Basic, like
Sundead. Okay, let's see.
You guys hear me?
Hey, there he is.
Magishmi.
مرحبا السلام عليكم.
Double me.
He said hello.
وعليكم السلام. Ari.
Expand me.
يا أحمد.
Now this is even more brain rotted, but it's fun.
تمام الإضاءة والكاميرا.
Okay, he's asking is the light is okay. Do you see him?
Yeah, he looks great.
Okay.
1 second. Can you guys both hear me?
سامع كويس?
It's peaking a bit.
Huh?
The denial of the withholding of aid was a bit egregious. That's just patently false. But yeah, I don't know. Not the liveliest Pierce Morgan panel. I was hoping for some fireworks, but this is just ultimate dumbassery here.
أكيد أيوة أسمع يلا بسم الله. كلهم أول شيء كيف حالكم إن شاء الله تكونوا جميعا بخير.
He said how are you? You hope everyone is okay.
Yeah, I'm let them know I'm good.
Hi, Cardman.
We're doing this fundraising stream for Palestine, and I'm glad that he
my house
is coming on.
اوكي هو يقول لك هو كويس وهم قاعدين يسووا حملة تبرعات لفلسطين وكل شيء كويس.
تبع الحملة من قبل، من أول ما بدأ الحملة وإحنا نتابعها ونشجعهم على هذا الشيء، لأنهم يفعلوا شيء كبير يعني أمام الله، ويعني يحاولوا أنهم يساعدوا الأبرياء بقدر الإمكان.
Is that hypocrite?
He said he's following the campaign since he started, and
I can't just say anything me. I'll say it now. I almost said jack me, which not the greatest.
He's appreciating the support you're giving to everyone there, and he's supporting everyone.
That's awesome. I'm glad to hear. Could you ask him? Is he? What's the question?
So this is the same guy that Hassan interviewed, and he's a Houthi in Yemen. And Hassan's big question for him was, do they have KFC in Yemen? Like, bro. Could do that. Could get greeny on this one. Whatever.
I want to start basic, like talking about growing up in Yemen.
Bro, you
so
being a terrorist is like One Piece. You're like Luffy.
What has it been like to grow up in Yemen under the circumstances?
Okay, good first question. Thank you God. Okay.
اوكي هو حاب يسألك عن حياتك انت يعني كيف عشت في اليمن طول عمرك، كيف قصة حياتك يعني بالمختصر.
يعني اختصار ولا اشرح؟ طيب يعني عندنا الحياة في اليمن
كيف الوضع في اليمن.
You should probably have an Arabic translator with you here in case.
Would that get claimed? Like, I'm not sure I can do that yet, but I don't know. I want to. The last Loner Box thing I watched was pretty good. I'll keep that in mind, so that might be an interim segment.
In case they lie. I don't think they will, but if they do, someone will say something. There's always at least a couple of Arabic speakers in chat. You can tell. They're quick on the draw, and they all argue with each other about what word means what. You'll never get the same translation twice.
كيف الحياة وانت صغير، كيف عشت وكذا يعني. فهمتني؟
يعني أكيد. طيب عندنا يعني زي ما أقول لك أجواء، يعني أنا كنت عايش من قبل في محافظة إب، يعني محافظة كلها خضراء، يعني جبال.
في الجنوب صح؟
لا في الشمال. أول شيء كنا في إب، يعني قلنا محافظة إب يعني كلها جبال، يعني خضراء، يعني الدنيا ما شاء الله محافظة جنة يعني. هذه أجمل محافظة في اليمن طبعا. يعني الأمطار دايما فيها وما تتوقف. طبعا أنا عشت في البداية هناك في الإب، في محافظة إب، وبعدين انتقلت إلى صنعاء.
Did you say Joe Biden?
أيوه. Okay. He's saying he lived in Ib. It's a really beautiful city, and it's as most Yemen, it's all mountains. It's a really beautiful city. There is so much green there, and it's a really beautiful city. But recently he moved to Sana'a, is the capital of Yemen.
Okay.
But he's really from Ib.
What sort of things did you get up to where you grew up?
اوكي كيف حياتك وانت صغير؟ وين كنت تروح؟ ايش كنت تسوي كذا يعني؟ احكي عن حياتك شوي بس. كيف الوضع في اليمن؟ كيف العيشة في اليمن؟ كذا يعني.
طبعا عندنا الحياة كنا في
Ib is under Houthi control, right? But it's kind of right on the edge. If I'm looking at the map here, right, it would be right on the edge of Houthi and government control, right?
No thanks.
Because Ib is like here, and I think the government controls like this, like shit, pin this out.
Rebate's kind of huge.
Close to the line of conflict.
But we have lots of guards.
طبعا نطلع في الصباح.
Sana'a, the capital, is like full Houthi territory.
We'll see.
احنا نطلع نلعب كرة ونرجع نروح الجبل، نروح نتصيد يعني طبعا في السلاح، لكن نستخدمه يعني للصيد. نروح نتصيد يعني اشياء ما اعرف ايش يسمون عندكم، بس اشياء تاكل يعني زي
عادي يقول اسم
ايوه عقبة.
اسمه وانا اعرف.
ايوه عقبة لو تعرفها يمكن يقولوا العقب. طبعا نطلع نصطاد ونروح، بعدين في عندنا مكان اسمه السيل، وفي شلالات عندنا في اب، نروح الشلال نروح.
Some of these I gotta get at the end.
He said he grew up in Ib. There is so much mountain there, and when he was young he used to play football in the morning, After that, they go in the mountain hunting, and
Never pass Pluto.
they hunt something they eat. And after that, they go to.
Well, that really fucks
there
with
is
this
so
guy,
many
doesn't it?
waterfalls and how can I describe this?
All right,
waterways between mountains. What
do
you call that? Term cannot. Like a river. It's not as big as a river, but it's smaller. So.
Please.
What would you ask this kid in an interview? Okay. I'd ask him how much he remembers about Yemen before the Arab Spring. I'd ask him what the memories are of the Arab Spring.
France is kind of huge.
And then I'd ask him
Jack my trance.
About his experience of the uprising. I'd ask him why he moved to Sana'a. That would be interesting. Like Ib seems to be quite close to the conflict line. And also that bit south of Ib has switched hands a few times between like the pro-Hadi government and also between mixed factions, and like I think Al-Qaeda I don't think they were ever in the southwest. They were more in the south middle. But yeah, I would ask questions about that. I'd ask questions about like how much he remembers of each thing, and then I'd probably bounce off of things like that. So I imagine he's probably too young to remember the Arab Spring, really.
Please.
If he's like 20 or 19, the Arab Spring happened. What,
and we get the
ago?
Blue Seal?
14 years ago?
Yeah.
He'd have been a child. He wouldn't have remembered Yemen before the Arab Spring. The Houthi rebellion was 10 years ago. The Houthi uprising. He probably would remember a bit of that. But he came of age mostly under the Civil War and then the Saudi intervention. So I'd ask him if he ever saw fighting. That would be another thing. I'd probably ask, okay, Denham's true, yeah. Yeah, I'd ask him if he saw fighting. I'd ask him if his opinions ever shifted from when he was young to when he got older, if he ever like had a different opinion on the Houthis or on the government or anything else at a younger age and then changed. I'd ask him definitely how the blockade affected him by the Saudis.
Big luckies.
I'd ask him how the airstrikes affected his life. I'd ask him if he's a Houthi. I'd ask him how he feels about because he definitely supports them. Like that's 100% the case. I'd ask him why he supports them. Like, is it how much of it is to do with their position on Palestine and Israel versus their domestic opinions? Like, do you have any opinion about the Houthis? Like, say if Israel-Palestine didn't exist, what would you think about the difference between the Houthis and the government? Because people talk about like Yemen being run down by Saudi corruption, and especially the Zaidi Shias suffering extensively because of it. But when you look into al-Houthi's sermons, he doesn't talk that much about domestic affairs, apart from that like Yemen has been weakened by corrupt like foreign-backed overlords who are weakening the Islamic world and like the fight against Israel. Like he talks about Israel so much more than he talks about domestic affairs. So I'd wonder if he feels the same way. That's a few. Other questions would probably just bounce off of things that he's actually said in those answers.
Like a Greek, yes.
But that's off the top of my head.
Ravine, yes. Yeah.
Okay. This might be
so because there is so much mountain in Yemen in general, but in Ib in particular. So they have so many waterways, they have so many falls and stuff like this. So they go swim there and they hunt around this part also.
What are you hunting for?
Small animals to eat.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I couldn't.
So if we're doing a full house run, I'm going to focus 5s and jacks.
Understand the particular animal he's referring to because of the
5 jacks.
The different in dialect.
Got it. Okay.
That's gonna hurt.
Okay.
So,
but from what I understand, it's a small animal.
When you decided to move, did a lot of your friends move with you? What made you move to the city?
اوكي هو يتكلم كيف ليش نقلت لصنعاء؟ في احد نقل معاك ولا انت رحت لحالك؟ كيف يعني ايش اللي خلاك تنقل؟
Is it true Lornabox doesn't want to debate Bad and Panada again? I told him very explicitly that he would admit to, I think there were 3 main examples I gave him. If he would just admit to like at least 3 very obvious lies he's told about me, that he lied and made them up with no evidence, then yeah, he could talk to me whenever he wants. But he won't do it because he's too proud. So is what it is. Doesn't want it enough.
من اب لصنعاء وكذا.
طبعا يعني بعد ما
He'd probably have to admit to doxing me as well and to sending people to and to trying to send people to my address because that's fucking insane.
الحرب على اليمن من اول ما صارت يعني في ناس كثير انتقلوا لصنعاء لأنه صنعاء يعني عاصمة يعني فيها عمل يعني في ناس طلعت تبحث عن عمل في ناس طلعت تدرس لأنه أول ما بدأت الحرب على اليمن خلاص يعني في مدارس توقفت يعني لأنه يعني المدرسين في اليمن خلاص يعني ما عاد انتقلوا لصنعاء واللي كان كل العمال يعني انتقلوا لصنعاء لأنه ما في عمل الآن إلا في صنعاء يعني أسباب كثير.
يعني أنت رحت عشان عمل ولا رحت عشان دراسة؟
I gotta find a replacement
رحت
for these
عشان
guys.
دراسة
يعني. Hang 'em.
Okay. So when the war started in Yemen, he had to move because you know the government shut down. When the government shut down, the government couldn't pay the teachers. So most of the teachers went to Sana'a. So that's why he went to Sana'a. So many workers start you know there is no more work in Ib. So many workers moved to Sana'a to have work also. That's why he moved to Sana'a. But for his particular reason is the school. He moved to because in Sana'a school were still open.
I should have taken the space.
What is school like, and how different is it now that you moved?
ويقول لك كيف المدرسة وبعد ما انتقلت يعني المدرسة كان أحسن ولا في إب أحسن ولا كيف يعني مقارنة ببعض إيش أحسن؟
طبعا في صنعاء أحسن يعني صنعاء يعني في كل شيء متطور بس محافظة إب يعني محافظة زي ما تقول ريفية يعني كلها جبال.
His position is I'm not member of any party. I'm not member of anything. I am you know
on the
just normal Yemeni Muslim. I think standing with the true or the right side.
No.
This is my position. As for what he's saying about Ethan Klein, he's saying this man doesn't understand politics. This man doesn't understand. He will say anything. I think he's doing this for money and nothing more.
Jesus.
That's what he's saying.
I agree.
You also said some comment, but
yeah, you agree. He doesn't watch the right YouTubers, does he, Noah? Like you does. Fucking retard.
I don't want to translate it, but
yeah, I know he said Yahud, but I just don't. Why doesn't he want to translate? Wait,
what the hell?
Let's play it again. I want to hear what he doesn't want to translate.
$8 for this? Flush me?
Come on. Thanks for translating the English coding, Jesus. What do you say?
ولكن أيضا كلاين يهودي فكره أي يهودي.
He said
يعني
but there.
الآدمي من الكيبورد فقط يعني فقط إرهابي حضر يعني
ما هي كويسة عن مدى التأثير يعني.
طبعا أكيد يعني أثرت يعني لأنه الآن أنا واقف مع فلسطين يعني ومع الحق أكيد يعني بتأثر بأي شخص وحتى الحسابات حقي انحظرت يعني لما وصفوني بالإرهابي حضرت كامل. وطبعا برد على خصوصا يعني بأيثان كلاين يعني أيثان كلاين أنا أشوف إنه يعني يطلعوا يتكلم يقول أنا إرهابي أو بس أنا أتكلم الآن وأقول إني مواطن عادي يعني لا أنتمي.
Did you say إرهابي terrorist إرهابية؟ I don't know if
إلا أي حزب فقط واقف مع فلسطين يعني كأي شخص مسلم واقف إلى جانب فلسطين. يعني بخصوص ما ينشره أيثان كلاين هذا يطلع أمام الكاميرا فقط أي كلام يتكلم من الكيبورد يعني عادي عنده أهم شيء الماء فقط يعني يمكن حتى لو ابنه بيبيعه عشان المال فقط ولا يعرف ايش الحقيقة.
Yeah, Balatro will be my background for a bit. Yeah, maybe. Gonna try and go for some more gold stickers on these damn jokers. I will get completionist plus one day. Maybe that'll be streamed for a while. We're gonna do the crossword, of course. But you know, it's the warm-up section. It's kind of a free space. Yeah.
هو ايش الحق يعني حتى انه مش سياسي يعني بتكلم الادمي من الكيبورد.
Big star guy.
وباقي موضوع يعني حتى انه قال اني اكره اليهود واني معادي للسامية هذا غلط. طبعا احنا ما نكره اي يهود يعني احنا فقط نكره الصهاينة.
No, he's not saying the F word. Fucking hell. It's a different language, dipshit.
اللي نوصفهم بالصهاينة فهم اللي يقصفوا الأطفال في غزة ويقتلوا الأطفال في غزة. أما اللي نقول له يهودي فهو يعني الشخص اللي باقي منه درة كرامة وباقي منه رحمة يعني ويعرف ايش الأبرياء ويعرف انه يقصف الأبرياء. ولكن أيضا كلاين يعني وغيره يعني في ضرب إلكترونية كثير تخلط بينهم يعني تخلط بين اللي نسميه يهودي
Oh my god, that should not have gotten me there.
لكن احنا نفرق بينهم.
What's the bit that he didn't want to translate? Maybe let's hear what he says.
Okay, I think you got some part of this. So what he's saying is, okay, what he's saying, I'm not member, but
okay.
That's about it. He's
need more diamonds.
That's what he's saying. This man doesn't understand politics.
Kindly.
This man doesn't understand. He will say anything. I think he's doing this for money and nothing more. That's what he's saying. He also said some comment, but I don't want to translate it. But that's about it. He's also saying he's a keyboard warrior, and he's saying there is some in Arabic. It's translated to electronic flies. You know, a lot of bots and a lot of.
I'm gonna need a crazy spectral here.
Accounts,
that's
fake
kind
electronic accounts and stuff like this. He's saying with every accusation from Ethan, he will have a lot of this account.
But I don't think we're making it past this.
What did he say they didn't want to translate? He said he would sell his kid for money.
All right, run it back.
Okay. I mean, I guess that's like a slightly, potentially anti-Semitic trope, but not necessarily. Okay.
That sounds like it could.
Not inherently. Where's the... I didn't hear any Yahud there. A translator and a filter, obviously, right? Where's the fucking...
Not the right.
I need someone to actually come in and do it with me.
Not the right deck for that.
To do it live. Was it just the...
Shippies.
He called him Ethan Yahudi, which basically is Ethan the Jew.
Doubled.
Wait, did he? I need someone in the fucking VC to go through it word for word, please. Oh, God. I'm trying... Oh, Dante. I was asking Sev as well. Hello.
Hey, what's good?
That's a common one.
Yeah, I'm all right. Are you ready for a start to finish of this?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. Just tell me when to pause for the... Or I can try and guess where the sentences are kind of stopping. Okay, share screen.
Yeah.
Right, let me know when you're in there and you can see it.
Just give me a sec.
Explaining his of anything.
Pain from these real life.
في ناس كتير هو قاعد يسألك عن في ناس كتير قاعدين يقولوا عليك انك ارهابي وانك يعني يقولوا عنك ارهابي ويقولوا عنك يعني اشياء ما هي كويسة.
I don't want to do a straight run.
Yeah, he's asking him just like, how does he think that being called a terrorist has affected his life? Is that basically?
Yeah, he's saying that. He's saying that. What do you think about being called a terrorist by everyone online?
We can get some heavy hitters in here. Take a gold.
هل هذه أثرت عليك؟
Did it affect?
ويتكلم عن مدى التأثير، مدى التأثير.
65432.
طبعا أكيد.
Was there anything special in there?
No, he's saying like how far did it affect you?
Okay.
التأثير، مدى التأثير يعني.
طبعا أكيد يعني أثرت يعني لأنه الآن أنا واقف مع فلسطين يعني ومع الحق أكيد يعني بتأثر بأي شخص وحتى الحسابات حقي انحظرت يعني لما وصفوني بالإرهابي انحظرت كامل.
He's saying because I stand with Palestine and the Palestinian cause, I get a lot of hate and a lot of people against that. That's what he said so far.
Nothing to do with taking hostages on boats or anything.
خصوصا يعني بأيثان كلاين يعني أيثان كلاين أنا أشوف إنه يعني يطلعوا يتكلم يقول أنا إرهابي أو بس أنا أتكلم الآن وأقول إني مواطن عادي يعني لا أنتمي إلى أي حزب فقط واقف مع فلسطين يعني.
Yeah, he mentioned Ethan Klein. He's saying that Ethan Klein
Oh yeah, apparently there's some big like news that H3 is going to drop today. So as far as Dramaslav goes, we will be tuned in. But we will do actual work in a little bit. It's a warm up. All right?
Just calls him a terrorist, even though he's just a civilian and he doesn't have evidence to suggest that he's a terrorist. It's not exactly what he said, but that's what he's saying. And play a bit. What did he say at the end?
عادي يعني لا أنتمي إلى أي حزب فقط واقف مع فلسطين يعني كأي شخص مسلم واقف إلى جانب فلسطين.
Yeah, he doesn't belong to any association, organization, Houthis. He just supports the Palestinians.
Okay.
ويعني بخصوص ما ينشره أيثان كلاين هذا يطلع أمام الكاميرا فقط أي كلام يتكلم من الكيبورد يعني عادي عنده أهم شيء الماء.
Keyboard warrior.
Okay.
يعني يمكن حتى لو ابنه بيبيعه عشان المال فقط ولا يعرف ايش الحقيقة او ايش الحق يعني
Anything extra
He's
there?
talking for money, and he's just saying that he's doing it for money and clout. He doesn't care about the truth or like the people affected by it.
Okay.
بيبيع عشان المال فقط ولا يعرف ايش الحقيقة او ايش الحق. يعني حتى انه مش سياسي، يعني بيتكلم الادمي من الكيبورد.
We're locked in.
He's not a
وباقي
politician.
موضوع
He's just
يعني
a keyboard warrior.
Okay.
No, this is about H3. This guy, so, oh my god, this drama is so stupid. Which is why I wanted to warm up with it, because it's just easy to, like, zone out a bit. So this is the Houthi guy that apparently isn't a Houthi, even though it was branded as a Houthi, and took videos on ships, and has said he's a soldier, but not a Houthi. That Hassan interviewed and asked if he had KFC in Yemen, and said he was doing exactly what Luffy would do. Now Noah Samson, the Hassan, but like on fucking 12 Vicodin or some shit, is interviewing him, and their translator is also serving to kind of wash whatever the Houthi guy is saying. And instead of, you got a guy in Yemen who's at the very least related to the Houthis, and what they're asking him about is literally drama slop. Like, it's like, what the fuck? I think they get to it a little bit more, but that's why we're watching.
Yeah, that's fun.
And we're watching Lonerbox do it because his chat has Arabic-speaking viewers, and they're like, wait a minute, this is the actual translation, so.
الادمي من الكيبورد.
Yeah, Laura.
وباقي موضوع يعني حتى انه قال اني اكره اليهود واني معادي للسامية، هذا غلط. طبعا احنا ما نكره اي يهودي، يعني احنا فقط نكره الصهاينة اللي نوصفهم بالصهاينة، فهم اللي يقصفوا الاطفال في غزة ويقتلوا الاطفال في غزة.
Oh, he said that last Sayoni. So he's saying like it's like we're fine with Jews if they're not Zionists.
That sucks for a flush run.
Yeah, he basically said he called me an anti-Semite and a Jew hater. I don't hate Jews. We differentiate between the Jews and the Zionists. Only the Zionists are bombing the kids. That's like exactly what he said.
Okay.
صهاينة فهم اللي يقصفوا الأطفال في غزة ويقتلوا الأطفال في غزة. أما يعني الشخص اللي باقي منه ذرة كرامة وباقي منه رحمة يعني ويعرف ايش الأبرياء ويعرف إنه يقصف الأبرياء غلط.
God damn it.
ولكن.
Oh, also, if you unfollow and refollow, it's something new I added. So I think you'll find at least marginally entertaining.
He's saying Yehudi as in the normal Jewish person who's not a Zionist. He wouldn't have the morality and decency to recognize what's happened.
What? That's insane. That's wild. Were you here the day that we had the guy who claimed to be like fighting for Russia? That's crazy. Okay, yeah, we had a guy in here who was arguing Russia-Ukraine with, and he's like, we're all in the trenches in like the Donetsk or something, laughing at you. And I was like, okay, enjoy. Watch out for drones, which is a little fucked up, but like he was being a dick first, all right.
Okay.
يعني ويعرف ايش الأبرياء ويعرف انه قصف الأبرياء غلط. ولكن ايضا كلاين يعني وغيره يعني في ضباب الكترونيه كثير تخلط بينهم، يعني تخلط بين اللي نسميه يهودي واللي نسميه الصهيوني، لكن احنا نفرق بينهم.
Okay, I think you got some part of this. So
Jewish and Jews and Jewish people.
Okay, so did he not say there that Ethan would sell his kid for money as well?
Oh my God, Infinite Imps.
Oh, okay.
So
and we got
what he's saying is,
okay.
I forgot to
Maybe
discard
some
nines.
People in chat heard that somewhere.
God
Okay.
damn it.
All good.
Flush House
Okay,
round 2 though.
What did he say that the guy wouldn't want
Kinda
to translate?
wild.
he didn't want to translate the Zionist Jewish part for some reason. Maybe he misheard him and thought he was saying all Jews are Zionists or some shit like that. Yeah, the translator is
let's go for it.
Pretty dumb.
Okay.
At worst, it's money.
Cool. Well,
maybe we can make it negative.
Thanks.
Later.
We'll see if we need to, if anything else appears. All right.
Peace out.
All right.
Okay. What he's saying is
looking for threes.
Member of any party. I'm not member of anything. I am, just normal Yemeni Muslim. I think standing with the true or the
light pair.
The right side.
That's good enough for me.
This is my position. As for what he's saying about Ethan Klein, he's saying this man doesn't understand.
Why are you asking a fucking guy who's again, maybe tangentially related? I don't want to get like sued or some shit when he thinks about Ethan and Hila Klein. Like, I know why, but like, why? Type shit. Anyways.
Politics. This man doesn't understand. He will say anything. I think he's doing this for money and nothing more. That's what he's saying.
I agree.
He also said some comment, but I don't want to translate it. But that's about it. He's also saying he's a keyboard warrior, and he's saying there is some in Arabic. It's translated to electronic flies. A lot of bots and a lot of electronic accounts, fake electronic accounts and stuff like this. He's saying with every accusation from Ethan, he will have a lot of this account.
Got it. Okay. Are IDF soldiers terrorists, and is Hila Klein a terrorist?
Let's consult the terrorist spokesperson to say if the people they are avowed to destroy are terrorists.
عناصر الجيش الإسرائيلي هل أنت شايفهم إرهابيين؟ وزوجة إيثان هل هي إرهابية في وجهة نظرك؟
طبعا أكيد إرهابية لأنها بتشجع أي شخص يشجع ما تفعله إسرائيل بيكون إرهابي. بس الآن هم يسووا العكس. الآن أي شخص ضد الإبادة الجماعية أو ضد ما تفعله إسرائيل بالقصف وتقصف الأبرياء بيكون الشخص هو الإرهابي اللي يوصفه. يعني عكسوها بس.
Okay. He's saying she's a terrorist, and anybody who bomb civilians and innocent people and kids and women is a terrorist.
Please?
And
oh, thank God.
He's saying
got it a little close.
A lot of Zionists flip the script.
It's so funny that they talk about flipping the script when only one person involved with this, like Ethan, Hila, Noah, this guy, me, only one or two of them have ever actually celebrated an attack that directly targeted civilians, like exclusively. And that's these guys, because they celebrated them taking that fucking ship that was full of civilians who they kidnapped. Who else has ever celebrated an attack? Like celebrated. Not said, oh, there's nuance here. They celebrated an attack that was directly, exclusively targeting civilians. It's these guys.
Get them out of here.
Anyway, I've never done that.
It's like anybody defending civilian is the terrorist, and everybody not defending civilian and encouraging terrorism is not terrorist.
Okay, so now if Noah wasn't a terrorist glazing propagandized piece of shit, he would be like, so why were you celebrating the kidnapping of civilians on those boats in the sea?
This is a little rough.
Isn't that a contradiction? But, journalistic integrity or let's just treat this guy like a fucking
confirmed glazer,
30 IQ toddler who deserves to be treated with kid gloves by our on-the-ground journalist.
So he's saying this is backward,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I totally
that's kind of big.
Also, something I didn't translate in the last in the last question. He made distinction between Yehudi is what it's Jewish, and Sahyoni is Zionist. He's saying these are two different things. People should distinguish the difference between these things.
No.
In the last question, not this question.
Yeah. To ask on that one,
yes.
What does it feel like for them to try to frame you as an anti-Semite, as being against Jews rather than being against Zionists and Israel?
اوكي هو قاعد يسالك انه هم لما يصنفوك معادي للساميه ويقولوا انك انت ضد اليهود ما انت ضد اسرائيل او الصهيونيين. هو حاب يشوف رايك وردك في الموضوع.
Oh, come on.
طبعا يعني ما
It feels fucking based. It feels based when I can do these videos where I talk, where I use like son of a Jew as an insult, or where I literally fucking glaze an organization whilst pretending I'm not affiliated now, okay? Well, I glaze an organization that literally says death to Israel and a curse upon the Jews, as in like they hate the Jews so much that they literally remind you that as well as death to Israel, also curse the Jews. And also, despite all the talk about from Houthis when they say that we are only against Zionists, not Jews, meanwhile, Jews in Yemen get persecuted under Houthi rule, and that's why they've all fucking left. Is there like one Jew left in Houthi-controlled Yemen? I remember a report in 2022 said there was down to 7. So,
yeah, all right. The slop is evergreen, but yeah, I had a lot of slop queued up. Fetterman? Do we care about Fetterman drama? I mean, what a wild guy. Chuck Schumer press conference and a hearing. Yeah, let's start with the...
Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us today, agreeing to have this conversation together, as I know you do in your personal and professional lives. I want to start with foreign policy, but I want to do that in the context of something that's happened domestically here.
Bad vibes.
What authorities in Boulder are calling a terror attack. This was reportedly aimed at a group who is commemorating the hostages who remain in Gaza. Authorities say the suspect began throwing Molotov cocktails. At least 8 people we know have suffered severe injuries. The suspect was allegedly yelling "Free Palestine." This follows the murder of 2 young staffers of the Israeli embassy in Washington. And also, your own governor came under attack, Governor Shapiro. I'll start with you, Senator McCormick. How worried are you about the growth of anti-Semitism in these attacks?
Well, first of all,
pretty sure Fetterman is like on the exterminationist end of, like, he wants to just flatten Gaza, I think. So this will be interesting. So just, I guess, like, trigger warning, because that's might hear some fucked up shit.
Thanks for having us here today, Shan. Thank you for Senator Fetterman for joining me here. You know, this is something that I'm terribly worried about. The growth of anti-Semitism here in our country is something I know Senator Fetterman and I share. After October 7th, I went to Israel. My wife and I went to Israel and sort of saw firsthand the horrific evil that had taken place on that day. But the thing that was most surprising was what we started to see on our nation's campuses, where you started to see these huge rallies and this anti-Semitism.
Like we said yesterday, it is ingrained into the DNA of every college student to protest or party. It's just what they're purpose built to do. Like, it's an inevitability, but
Semitism, hatred really spewed at places like University of Pennsylvania and others. I actually went to University of Pennsylvania, saw these demonstrations. And this wasn't free speech. This was intimidation, in some cases physical violence.
High card build is online. The Gold State high card.
Campaign was attacked because he had a McCormick hat and he had an Israel flag. And we see this deeply seated in our society. And it's something that we have to stand up against with complete moral clarity. It's something that we have to push back on. It's something we have to require and mandate that our institutions extricate themselves of anti-Semitism, and it's something that you can't have it both ways. You have to stand up with complete strength. And even during the campaign, when I was obviously running as a Republican and Senator Fetterman was supporting Senator Casey, he consistently spoke out with moral clarity. And I think the most important thing we can have is our public officials pushing, our leaders across our institutions pushing and demanding that we get rid of anti-Semitism.
And Senator Fetterman, you've been an unequivocal voice on that.
Yeah, well, I think you can confirm this. The first time you and I met was the 5th anniversary of the Tree of Life massacre. He lives in Squirrel Hill, where the congregation is, and then we met there. And that, for me, that really just brought it home. I remember when that massacre happened in 2018, when I was campaigning for lieutenant governor. And now here we are now, and what happened yesterday in Boulder, it's astonishing, the kinds of the rank anti-Semitism out of control.
Yes.
And for me, and as my friend just pointed out, this is just rampant across all the universities for all these places too. I mean, we really need to call it what it is. And for me, politically, being very, very firmly side on Israel, that kind of put parts of my party at odds for that. And I just want to continue. And I think we need to deliver a legislative solution too and really address anti-Semitism and just call it what it is. And now there's more this kinds of rhetoric, online and universities and in public spaces. I have people following me and screaming Free Palestine and Genocide John, and that's been now going on for 18 months. And now that's a small thing. I can't imagine how members of the Jewish community must feel constantly under assault. At the 10/7 anniversary, I visited Penn at Hillel, and with 300 students, and they were all it's like they're exhausted, and we're constantly living under this constant kinds of criticism and having that right in their face. That's not free speech. Building tent cities on a campus and terrorizing and intimidating Jewish students, that's not free speech.
Okay. Protesting, free speech. Harassing people, not. It's not, there's nothing exists in absolutes.
And now we've lost the argument in parts of my party. And for me, that moral clarity, it's really firmly on Israel. Of course, we can all agree the tragedy in Gaza, nobody wants that. But who does want that? And that's Hamas. And if you have been troubled as I am, the death and the misery, I think we should blame Iran and Hamas and other people blame Israel. I refuse to try to turn Israel into a pariah state, and now it's right in the middle of that. And I think this is one of the things that I think we're very firmly on the same side on.
So all of this is playing out here and abroad amidst talks about trying to bring the operations in.
He nearly said immigrants, I swear. Yeah, I mean, dude kind of did lose the plot just a tad. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just withholding comment. Well, okay, wasn't there a report from, staffers of his that he was, kind of losing it, and now he's, Republican?
Gaza to an end to get the hostages home.
Hey, you really know
Senator McCormick, how do we get the hostages home? Because Steve Witkoff, special envoy, has put out a deal with the U.S. helping to broker between the two. He said the response from Hamas was totally unacceptable and just moves us backwards. It doesn't sound like there's progress.
Yeah, I just came back, as you know, 2 days ago from a trip to the Middle East and to Israel in particular. And there's two things that has to happen at the same time. There needs to be constant pressure on Hamas to destroy the military capability of Hamas. And, if you're standing there, you can't live 600 meters away from people who want to slit your throat in the middle of the night. So that pressure needs to continue. At the same time, we need to, and Israel needs to, working with the United States and others, ensure that the humanitarian aid is available and finds itself to innocent women and children in Gaza. And there's an effort underway with the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation to do that. And the key is Hamas is very complicated because Hamas has been essentially using the aid as a source of revenue to pay its fighters, as a source of manipulation of the society. So you have to get the food and the water and the aid directly in the hands of the
Bro, I'm so out of practice on gold stake runs. Fuck me.
Families, and that's what that effort's trying to do. It's made good success, good progress in the last few days. There's obviously been some turmoil around it too, but the idea is to get the food in the hands. So ideally, get the food and the aid in the hands of the innocents. Keep pressure on Hamas, and that's what that deal, was meant to do. That was an ability. I mean, if you want to fix the hostage problem, Hamas needs to give up the hostages and bring them home. Both those that are.
I'm fairly close, like 2/3, I guess, of the way there to getting gold sticker on all. I started at 40, but man, every fucking sticker is a clawed back shit.
Living and those that are dead, I was hopeful that the deal Steve Witkoff had put on the table was going to do that. And the only way I think to push towards a deal is to continue to keep the pressure on Hamas while at the same time giving aid to those who need it.
The deal Witkoff put on the table was Israel won't attack you, but they're going to maintain like presence everywhere around you.
And Senator Fetterman, you invoke Iran, which obviously is behind many of these proxy groups causing the real trouble and death and destruction. These are terror groups in the Middle East. There are questions now about whether Israel's potentially gearing up for its own strike in the midst of all of these different talks. You've said when it comes to Iran's nuclear facilities, and I quote from the Washington Free Beacon, waste that bleep. Do you worry about sparking a broader incursion there in the region?
No.
So maybe that's what he said. Fetterman, waste that. Oh my gosh. All right, so this is from Fox, so you know it's true. Post-Gazette. Ah! Jesus, fuck. Just let me read. An interview with Free Beacon. Senator John Fetterman, a Democrat from PA, says Trump administration should drop nuclear negotiations with Iran and finish off the country's nuclear facilities with a military strike. Waste that shit. Pennsylvania Democrat told the Washington Free Beacon. You're never going to be able to negotiate with that kind of regime that has been destabilizing the region for decades already. Now we have this incredible window. Okay, so what happens in the region if Iran gets carpet bombed in their nuclear facilities? Chad, what do we think?
I mean, that was deliberately kind of provocative. You know, my
colorful.
latest thoughts on that was much more. Basically, I think I'm the only member of my caucus that realized that I think we have an opportunity to destroy that nuclear facility for that. And now I know some of the Republicans we disagree, and maybe privately might agree as well too. But I'd like to remind people that the only reason we're in an opportunity to destroy that facility, and now they've been very clear in what that recent report just confirmed, they're actively enriching uranium now. They're at 60%. They have, I think, 900 pounds perhaps of that, and it's a short step to get 90%, and that's weapons grade of a weapon. So now what's made this possible is because what Israel did, Israel pushed through all the kinds of demands for a ceasefire back last year, and they pushed through that. And what they did, they've destroyed and broke Hamas largely, and then also Hezbollah too. After the beepers blew off, you know, like I love it. And then now that broke Hezbollah too, and those proxies now were not part of in fact anymore. And now Iran attacked Israel, and it's very clear they lack the capabilities to really project that kinds of, and then Israel struck back and destroyed the batteries that protect the nuclear facilities, and they also hit the nuclear lab as well too. So now Israel understands that we have a window here to attack that. I think, I wasn't really kind of allowed to disagree politically with the original agreement on Iran. But now, definitely, and I really do think now, Trump did the right thing to break that agreement. And now, for me, we can't really negotiate, I think, with Iran. And now, because of now Hezbollah and Hamas, and those are really not really effective anymore, and Iran is actually open, I think it's a once in a generation to destroy that facility. And I think that would transform the region once that's finally destroyed. So stop pretending that's really what Iran is really only about, trying to weaponize and create a nuclear weapon. And that's absolutely unacceptable. And the kinds of also change too. Now Syria now has an opportunity to move forward again. And now for me, some of the things that were done, say like when Trump changed the embassy to Jerusalem, people thought the region was going to burn.
What's happening in the region right now, you fucking moron? No new wars under me. If I was in power, that never would have happened. Also, let me do one of the most culturally, like, just destabilizing things possible. Oh my God.
I mean, none of that happened, a lot of that. So good things have happened there, but right now, that's where we're at, and that's absolutely put me, really the only one left in the Democratic caucus, talking and these kinds of a thing.
Okay, so both of you also, another place you found agreement is on this sanctions package that you're considering in the Senate with regard to Russia. There are talks going on there, and as we watch for those, there's a hesitation, it seems a little bit, by Senate leadership to say, let's wait and see what the White House wants to do on the sanctions package. Senator Fetterman, why are you for it?
Well, I absolutely, that war it's not sustainable. And I also absolutely strenuously disagree that Ukraine was the aggressor and they started this war. I don't believe that. When I grew up, Russia was...
That's insane that even has to be said out loud.
Always the evil empire, and that hasn't changed. So now
Although his rationale being, yeah, that's how it was when I was a kid. I am not 100% on that, but oh my God. This guy. The Shrek of the left, I guess. I don't know.
I never thought that they were going to have an easy, quick path to peace, and that's here we are. So now Russia continues to kill innocent civilians in Ukraine, and now here we are. So we have to sanction them and hold Russia accountable. And now I'm a member of the minority. I understand the way this works. So I'm not dropping a lot of cheap heat and attacking people that have different views. But I am firmly on the side for Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan through, because it's part of the global struggle and standing for democracy. And that's always going to be the side I'm going to remain.
So, Senator McCormick, as we wait that signal from the president from the White House on the sanctions package, at what point do you think the president's patience with Vladimir Putin is going to wear out?
Well, just a word on Iran, and then I'll talk about it. But on Iran, I agree completely with Senator Fetterman in the following way. Iran's explicit goal, it says it publicly, is to destroy Israel and to destroy the great Satan, which is the United States. So that's why when you talk about a nuclear-armed Iran, we should all have deep, deep reservations about that.
Which is why the new Iran nuclear deal lets them enrich uranium. Like, what the fuck?
And so that's just an unacceptable outcome. And President Trump...
Yeah, they probably should. That's funny. Yeah, I don't know. This fella is... The things he gets right, he does for the wrong reasons. Like, his reason for supporting Ukraine is because he remembers Russia being evil as a young lad. I think that's one of the only things I've agreed with him on so far.
Trump has said any deal would have to have complete dismantling.
Oh, and actually, sorry, we have a once in a lifetime opportunity to bomb the shit, or sorry, as he said, waste that shit in regards to Iran. I don't know how much stabilizing that would do for the region. The region is like, as we were talking about later in the stream yesterday, Syria's cooling down and starting to take shape. Lebanon has a relatively pro-West president. Jordan, Saudi Arabia, everyone's making deals. And yes, Iran is a problem. Yes, a lot of the terror orgs are Iranian proxies. Yeah, I know, right? You should drop the bit. Like, here, we'll make a deal. I'll be the envoy to the right. Fetterman runs as a Republican. And Tim, or actually, wait, no, we're not giving anything up. But Tim Pool needs to admit he's not a liberal. He never fucking was. I hate that fucker. I'm not going to repeat that, but yeah. Oh, no, I do not endorse that.
Dismantlement. of the nuclear program and no enrichment. And so I agree with the senator that we cannot have a nuclear armed
2 or 3 more Ballotro runs,
and that if there's going to be a deal, it has to include dismantlement. If there's no deal, then we can't have a nuclear armed Iran. And that means we're going to have to take whatever action is necessary with Israel. We also, I agree with the senator, need to eliminate these terrorist proxies, Hezbollah, Hamas, and there's been huge progress made based on what Israel has done thus far. With regard to Russia, listen, this is a conflict that has to come to an end. President Trump campaigned on that. You know, to be partisan for a minute, I don't think we would have been in this situation.
Bull fucking honk tonk.
Had we not had the Biden administration and the mixed signaling, the withdrawal of Afghanistan, the very weak signaling on the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, all of these things, I think, gave a green light to Putin to go into Ukraine. That didn't happen under the first Trump term. I don't think it would have happened under a second Trump term. But now we got to bring the conflict to an end. And there's enormous killing, enormous economic damage. The deal that is on the table is the notion that the Europeans would step up and actually pay a much bigger burden of the defense of Ukraine. We have to give Ukraine confidence that their sovereignty is going to be protected in the future. I agree with the senator. Russia is the aggressor. And if you're Ukraine, you're worried that they come at it again, 2 or 3 years from now. So you have to guarantee. I think this economic idea of joint, the agreement we have with Ukraine to help pay for what U.S. support has given, but more than that, align our economic interests. That's a further deterrent to Russia. So that's the deal on the table, and I thought there'd be progress on that, and Putin seems to be now pulling back from it. And the only way, I think, to keep the pressure on is for things to happen like what happened today with Ukraine having a very successful military capability and operation. But in addition to that, the kinds of sanctions that are proposed in this legislation, and that is meant to help President Trump deliver on the vision and the deal that he's talked about.
So a lot of agreement there.
Can I just respond? I thought it was entirely appropriate to discuss the rare earth minerals too with the Ukraine. Yeah. And now it's very clear China is like holding the monopoly for.
Republican and closeted Republican agree on Trump's policy for half an hour. Why am I watching this shit?
Those things, and
the fucking Tim Pool, not so erudite. Is that who it was? Was more intellectually stimulating.
Absolutely need those kinds of critical things. That's part of like the new economy. So I think that's reasonable too. Just because it might come from the White House right now, that doesn't mean I'm going to absolutely oppose that or just describe that as something terrible too. Yeah. And also he brought up Europe paying its fair share. That's reasonable as well too. For that, it's all part of a collective thing to keep Russia in check for that. So that's part of the thing. Just because it comes again, that's part of the bipartisanship where, it's getting more and more kinds of punitive.
Bro, he's hitting the Biden blast with that gaggle of words. What the fuck was actually even said there? If you condense that, you could condense that entire fucking tirade down to one sentence. Like, maybe it's reasonable to ask that Ukraine, funds some of, or starts paying back the weapons loans with minerals, and sure, why not? But
to just agree with some of these things in the middle of the part right now.
So a lot of agreement on foreign policy. Let's turn to some domestic issues as well. So President Trump was in Pennsylvania on Friday, celebrating the deal between Nippon and U.S. Steel. Senator McCormick, you've supported it and fought for it the whole way. Senator Fetterman, you were opposed to the deal as it originally stood when President Biden rejected it. Are you happy with the changes since then?
Well, where on that? I think that the history, it all started. And I think my friend could confirm, I live directly across the street from the iconic steel mill. And that's where it all started. Like, I read that, actually a staffer pointed out that U.S. Steel just announced that they've sold themselves to Nippon. And I'm like, that's wild, that's crazy. They never brought us, they never told me that's coming. And that moment, that was an absolute death sentence to the union workers in the region. I mean, that steel way of life has been in the region since 1875. And I actually just went up on my roof and I made the promise I'm going to work with the White House to jam this up. And we need to demand a fair deal throughout this. And that happened. And then the President Biden
What, the $5,000 stipend is a fair deal? Okay. What has even changed in the deal? Whatever.
Did that, and
I'm sure Fetterman will provide some in-depth analysis on why he now supports the deal and all the individual changes that represent union workers better post-merger. What do we think? Here, wait, I'll give you something to use channel points on. Start a prediction. Will Fetterman name a change in the bond? Will Fetterman name a change? Yes. No. All right, I'm going to give you 1 minute to place your predictions. And I'm pretty sure mods can vote on this. But you guys can also choose the outcome, which don't do, I guess. Play fair. I have infinite channel points. All right. Wow. I go out of my way to do this for you, and nobody puts prediction in. Tragic. It's just another day as the most selfless streamer on the planet. Whatever. All right. Back to it, I guess. All right. Let's see.
Absolutely, I happily agree with what Trump has did as well too, to keep pushing back, and jamming it up. And now we have a deal now, $14 billion and a lot of more kinds of investments. For me, I think we can agree. It's all about.
Yeah, he meant to sub himself, but he gifted it to a guy I play Counter-Strike with. So yeah, I mean, I got my first gifty, so I'm excited about that. Yeah, so I set up that follower Biden blast thing, which I think is pretty funny. And if you give at least 10 bits, a TTS thing will read. So, yeah, just don't get me canceled, please.
Protecting the way of life for these union workers here, and the 1,000 people and the billions of those kinds of investment in America. I can absolutely salute those and celebrate those things. I sure hope that all of these things where we've gone, but I'd like to remind people, originally when it started back in, I think that was December of 2023, that was a death sentence to that entire region for that way of life. And now what I hope, what was announced when the president visited to announce, that's part about protecting that way of life and billions of investments in America. And I've always believed that steel is a national security, and that's why I'm hopeful.
So this.
If you predicted no, even without channel points, then you would have been right. Nothing. It just Trump said jump and he jumped.
Steelworkers Union says this: our core concerns about Nippon Steel, a foreign-owned corporation with a documented history of violating U.S. trade laws, remain as strong and valid today.
God, wait, what? Wasn't the U.S. Steel Union there at the... No, I thought they flipped on it.
Day as ever. And Senator McCormick, we talked about this yesterday, that a lot of the union workers were there on the stage. They were supporting this, but the leadership seems to still have grave concerns.
Yeah, I'm still puzzled by that. I mean, the workers, the 4,000 steel workers in the...
It honestly, the deal would be probably pretty good for the workers, just to be frank, because, hard to be employed if your company shuts down, from what I've heard. But there's still irony that exists, all right? I'll still soying the fuck out, all right?
Mon Valley are for this deal. And, those were folks that supported Trump during the campaign. They, in the Latrobe rally or the Pittsburgh rally. I mean, I sat with those guys. They're like, we got to do this. And I said, hey, listen, if I win, the first thing I'm going to do is have sit down with you guys. Literally, the first meeting I had as a senator was a lunch with the 3 locals in the Mon Valley. And so, let's first of all, Senator Fetterman and I, we're not trying to solve all the problems for just the country. We're focused on Pennsylvania.
Blazing
and
Trump.
The Mon Valley is the heart of steel country. And so supporting that was critical. But the senator's right. I mean, the deal that was on the table is a dramatically different deal than the deal that's happened now, which as he said, offers $14 billion of new investment in domestic steel, saves the jobs, makes.
That's what the deal. That's why they were acquiring it.
U.S. Steel, still headquartered in Pittsburgh, a U.S. managed company, a U.S. board, and so forth. With the way the deal's progressed, I don't know what the answer is. The thing I'm sure about is that this is great for the steel workers. This is great for the steel industry in Pennsylvania and across the country. And it's great for our national security because we're going to have state-of-the-art.
I can't. Fucking
art technology in our steel. And it's good for Nippon, too, because they got access to the U.S. market. The deal wouldn't have happened under Biden. It did happen under President Trump because he kept pushing and.
Okay. It should have been able to happen. Biden shouldn't have blocked it. But it was a very unpopular deal in both houses, in both parties. These people, when Trump says, actually, this is the best thing ever, they'll usually like fucking twist their head. They fix themselves to align perfectly with him. They're like, yep, this is now the best thing ever. The day Trump got elected, it's now everything's the best. These people have nothing. I'm glancing over at Fetterman. Politics aside, he's just a goofy looking dude.
Prodding and getting it to the point where he was comfortable.
So sticking with these economic issues,
again, protecting that way of life. I mean, that's very, very critical. And now there was some disagreement.
It's literally just it's so standard. It's just U.S. Steel going bankrupt. All right, there was going to be no U.S. Steel in a couple of years. The Japanese steel company, Nippon Steel, was like, hey, we want to buy U.S. Steel. Mergers and acquisitions happens every day. So people are like, whoa, you're Japanese. This is an American company. And honestly, it's probably just because it's U.S. Steel, like it's a historic firm in the United States. Everyone's like, well, we don't like this. We don't like it. Didn't feel good. It's pretty standard M&A. The workers, like the unions, were protected and represented, if I remember correctly. When I read part of it, it was just nothing. But everyone made a stink about it, and now everyone's making a stink about it again. It's just... It's literally the opposite of nothing ever happens. Nothing happened, but it's all the conversation. Or it was just a nothing burger that got turned into a massive chud burger, versus a lot of these fuckers that are in the nothing ever happens camps are turning massive chud burgers into nothing burgers. Everything always nothings. Yeah, well, this is the inverse of that. This is nothing's always everything.
A lot of the local union members, they really want this because I just want to protect my job. And then sometimes that, I think both of us have been following the union through this. And now here we are. It was really, upon regrets, trusting U.S. Steel's judgment and their advice when they originally announced this, and they were held accountable and to make these kinds of $14 billion of investments, and that's where we are. And now we never turned it into a political football. It's like we were fighting for a win to defend that way of life for Pennsylvania and for America.
Yeah, we sat down
what a
within a week or two
little
after I got
liar.
elected. talked about a bunch of things. There's a number of things we agreed on. We had both taken different positions on this, but we agreed the most important thing were the workers in Pennsylvania. There's a lot of things we would disagree on too, but the things we agreed on was we got to keep those jobs in Western Pennsylvania. And so we're looking for ways to find common ground. And when we disagree,
This is going to be either really long or really short stream because we're not even 2 hours in and I'm pissed.
We disagree, but when we can agree, we agree.
Something you may disagree on is the big, beautiful bill, which is now sitting in this.
Oh my God. All right, I'm starting another prediction because I think they're fun, even if you guys don't fucking participate. What's the fucking Tyler one clip? If you're not going to participate in the group activity. Okay, let's say, will Fetterman support the BBB, or Big Butt Bill? Yes? No? All right, place your bets. You have 1 minute. Place your bets. Place your bets. You can't. Or can you guys place bets as mods? What the? Let's see. I'm gonna vote. Streamers can't cast a prediction on their own channel. EU can't. But you predicted yes. What? Oh, okay, whatever. Just predict. Don't bet. Really? That's funny. All right. Lock it in, lock it in, lock it in. That's wild. All right. Here we go.
Senate, you're not going to agree on everything. That's certainly one of those things you probably don't. But more than a partisanship issue, I mean, it's the GOP, now Senator McCormick, that's got to get together on things like spending cuts, Medicaid potential cuts there, and raising the debt ceiling. And you've got a really narrow margin to get this through. So how?
But did one of you guys do something? Why does it say nobody thought this would happen? I don't fucking know.
How does the GOP
we'll
publicly, privately work out some very real debates that could tank that bill?
Well, listen, this is, for this is a once in a generation opportunity in the sense that we're in a process called reconciliation, where the Republicans have the majority in the House, the Senate, and the White House. And so the first thing is that we've got to make permanent the tax cuts. Those are pro-growth tax policy. If you don't make permanent the tax cuts, you raise taxes pretty significant. A family of $50,000 gets a tax raise of $2,500. That's a big deal for a family that's making $50,000 a year. So making the tax cuts permanent is part of the growth. And we've got to, as President Trump campaigned on, strengthen the border. We've got to plus up our defense because of all the things we were talking about in foreign policy. And we've got to find a way to pay for it and at least show that we can begin to reduce the cost of government. Right now, we have a $37 trillion debt.
Right, let's do the Golden Dome because we're in so much debt.
We have a $2 trillion deficit. We bring in about $6 trillion of revenue, and we spend $6 trillion a year, and we bring in about $4 trillion of revenue. So it's like you make $100,000 a year.
New CBO thing came out too. Said it's going to raise the deficit. Can you believe it? I am, frankly, shocked. Rancid vibes. Let's do the crossword. Fuck Ballotro. For now, we'll be back.
Here, you spend $150,000. So we've got to begin to show that we can reduce the cost. And I think that's where the big challenge is. So the House came out with a bill that made a step in that direction. I think when it comes to Senate, we're going to try to find ways to further reduce the cost of government. And only in Washington does further reduce the cost of government slowing the growth of the cost of government. And I think that's where the debate's going to be, is how do we pay for these things, but also take some further reductions in the growth of spending. And that's the debate. And I think that you're going to find me and others in the Senate pushing to do that. And the reason to push It's easy to spend, just keep spending, but it's just stealing from the future of our kids, and it's unsustainable to be on this path of reckless spending. And I will say I think it got much worse under President Biden, but this is a problem that both parties over decades, in the last 10 years in particular, have really let spending get out of control. COVID made it a lot worse. We need to bring that spending back in check.
Senator Fetterman, are we wrong to assume you're a no vote?
Well, yeah, I'm a no for a couple reasons. One, I don't think I'd ever be in a position to support cutting Medicaid. Another thing that I'm troubled by is the cuts to SNAP. Like I'm a member of the Ag Committee, and my wife has dedicated her professional life about food insecurity, and I see this. And my wife spends multiple days a week just feeding people, and I see people standing in lines for food. It's not because they just want some free stuff. It's just because they don't have enough to eat, and that's a real thing. And I don't think that's an appropriate target in the middle of all of those things. That doesn't. Another thing that I'm troubled that he brought up also is our national debt approaching $37 trillion. That's a lot. I mean, there was that joke or that quote. It's like, hey, now after a couple billions, that might matter sometime. And now we're talking $37 trillion. And now that's a significant danger for our nation's future, honestly.
Wait, did he reference the Joker?
Now, that's a lot. That he brought up also is our national debt approaching $37 trillion. That's a lot. I mean, there was that joke or that quote. It's like, hey, now after a couple billions, that might matter sometime. And now we're talking $37 trillion. And now that's a significant danger for our nation's future, honestly, as well. But if I had to find something in the big, beautiful bill that I could support that, and that's a mistake that our party made, and that's the border. I absolutely support those kinds of investment to make our border security as well now, too. Our party, that's when I've lost some support in my party, that I thought the border was really important, and our party did not handle the border appropriately. Not look at the numbers. 267,000, 300,000 people showing up at our border, and we can all agree that's roughly the size of Pittsburgh. Now that's unacceptable, and that's national security issue, and that's chaos. So a secure border, being very pro-immigration, that's as I am as a Democrat. It's like trying to think two things must be true, and sometimes that's put me at the odds of my party and my base to assume that I've changed my values, and that's never changed.
Wait, Grok can't make pictures? Since fucking when? Wait. No, that's my embed. Hold on. Give me a moment.
That's never changed. Two things must be true, because we can't pretend that we can take care of if there's 300,000 people showing up every month, not once a year, every month. And that's a truth and it was appropriate. And now trying to find a way forward when we both represent the most purple part of America, and during the middle of all of it, it's like we are going to disagree and vote on different things. But for me, it's about trying to find the things we can win together and deliver those kinds of wins for Pennsylvania and then ultimately for America.
So let's talk about your work together in Washington on a number of issues and about the way that you're doing your job.
Can I make a comment on that, Shannon?
I know. It's AI slop.
Just briefly, so first of all, I heard him say that during the campaign about Pittsburgh comes in every month. But if you look at the numbers, it's true. But just over the last 4 years of the Biden administration, we added Pennsylvania, which has 13 million people. We added that in terms of illegal immigrants coming into our country. So that is the magnitude of what happened. I know you're looking for disagreement. There's one area I think we disagree on. The senator just said it. But listen, we agree that we should not take benefits away from vulnerable people. So I'm not advocating in Medicaid that we cut benefits from the people for whom the program was designed. But what's happened, and you got to step back and look at it, is Medicaid spending has grown by $250 billion a year in 5 years. It's the fastest growing line in the budget, the fastest growing entitlement. SNAP's grown by $80 billion in the last 5 years. Part of the reason those programs have grown is that there's people taking advantage of those programs that the programs weren't designed for. Those are working age men without dependents, and those are illegal immigrants in a number of cases. So What I'm arguing for is that we need to cut out the use of those programs to make them viable by people for whom they weren't designed. Now, of course, the risk is in reducing those costs, you hurt the vulnerable people. And so I think we probably share the goal that we don't want to hurt vulnerable. I certainly don't want to, I know the senator
of course,
does.
Yeah, and it's just like, that's the thing. I'm not going to call people names or call people fascist or we want to, we want people to die. I refuse to engage in that kind of a rhetoric. That's not going to make this conversation any better. And that's going to get more and more in that kinds of rhetoric. I just don't want to participate in it. I've lost the taste to engage in pointless kinds of fighting. But now, for me, and there's also other truths embedded in that as well, too. There is fraud and waste in Medicaid and in SNAP. We can make them more efficient. Absolutely, we should do those kinds of a thing. And now we probably will vote differently on the big beautiful bill, but that doesn't make him terrible if he votes for yes, and it doesn't make me, terrible either if I vote no on that things. And it's like that's the way democracy works, and put us in the minority. And that's where we are. And for me, I'm going to firmly remain trying to find a work together and agree to disagree. And the vote will reflect where my values really are.
Well, you all have built a friendship outside of what you're doing professionally, personally as well. Senator McCormick, you've come to Senate Fetterman's defense in a number of recent articles that have had questions about how he's doing his job. The Philadelphia Inquirer had a piece this weekend not questioning your ability, Senator Fetterman, to do the job, but your desire or willingness to do it. I covered your campaign. I saw how hard you fought to win this position. How do you answer these calls by the Philadelphia Inquirer for you to be more engaged in showing up to represent your constituents in Pennsylvania and questioning whether you have the desire to continue doing so?
Oh, well, no, for me, it's very clear. It's just part of like this weird smear, this thing. And now the things, the more I started to kind of, be following Israel or the border, and now really refusing to vote to shut the government down, I've continued to get more and more kinds of incoming and those things. And now all of those things. So the more kinds of left kind of media continues to have these kinds of an attack, and it's just part of a smear, and that's just not it's just not accurate. And we move on, and why we're still having this conversation. Why at this point? I'm here, I'm doing that job, I'm defending on all those things and all of those important votes. I've always been there. And for me, if I miss some of those votes, I've made 90% of them. And we all know those votes that I've missed were on Monday. Those are travel days.
All right, Beck, help me out here. Do you know the King of Norway? That's probably Oscar the Grouch, maybe.
And I have 3 young kids, and those are throwaway procedural votes that they were never determinative, they were important. That's a choice that I made. And if you want to attack me for that, go ahead. But I'd like to point out that, Bernie and Senator Murray missed more. So why aren't the left media yelling and demanding them and claiming they're not doing their job and those kind of a thing? Just be genuine on that. And, of course, he did defend me through that. And he actually asked me, it's like, is it okay to defend you? I don't want that to create more political problems.
Might hurt him.
Yeah, he did. And I'm like, no, I appreciate that. He and people recognize the smear and this process of this. Now, I've spent two days in Cambridge, one of the most very liberal and progressive areas, and it's been all uniform positive reaction just walking around too. I think the vast majority of people realize that was just part of a smear, and now the people that already didn't care for me might have even been at the Philadelphia Inquirer. It clearly has never really done. So that's where I'm at right now, having this conversation, and then we're going to both end up in D.C. and vote, and we're going to talk about the big beautiful bill, and he'll probably work one way, and I'll work a different way. I'm working together, and I haven't missed any of those important votes, and fighting for wins for Pennsylvania, just like the U.S. steel workers are proudly standing and unapologetically standing with Israel. And I refuse to ever shut our government down. And when we have that opportunity in September to do that, I will still be there. And I'll take the beat. I'll take the beat because that's, I think, what defines leadership.
That's not commentary.
Okay, we got about 30 seconds left, so Senator McCormick, I'll give you the final word on this.
Well, listen, I didn't know what to expect when I was elected. I went, Senator Fetterman had campaigned a bit against me, but we sat down and we've forged something which I think is great. The same people that elected me elected him for the most part. We've got a lot of overlap. We both care deeply about Pennsylvania. We went out with our spouses for dinner within the first couple months. People were lined up to get Senator Fetterman's autograph, and he looked over at me, he sort of felt bad because nobody knew who I was, and he finally said, hey, he's a senator too. So we're off to a good start. We have many disagreements, but the thing we both agree on, I think, is that it's an honor to serve Pennsylvania, and we want to work together to do great things together whenever we can.
Well, we thank you both for taking part in this conversation today, and All
right, well, what do we learn here? Fetterman is still Fetterman. I guess. All right. I really feel like I grew a lot from that. We could watch Cuck Schumer. Oh, you don't wait. I can't say that on Twitch, can I?
Willie Stark. No, Willie Stark was the fictional name of Louis Long in All the King's Men, which is my favorite.
What is this?
Georgia, Miss Green, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to address the House about a clause that is in the One Big Beautiful Bill. This clause would take away state rights to make laws or regulate AI for 10 years. I think federalism is something that we must always protect, and I warn against the dangers of protecting a tech industry where we have no idea the future of what this industry will hold. AI is rapidly developing. AI has developed quickly over the past few years. Imagine what it will be 1 year from now, 5 years from now, and 10 years from now.
About Marjorie Taylor Greene.
When we look to the future, we cannot take away states' rights to regulate or make laws to protect the people in their state or to regulate businesses that operate in their state. That would be destroying the very foundation of this country, which is federalism. We must always limit federal power and protect state power. Now, the pushback and the reason.
Well, okay. The states' rights thing. I am fairly big on states' rights. I agree, but not the wrong reasons. But I mean, yeah, okay, yeah, sure. Whatever. This is her and Nat Gaetz are the two people in politics I'm probably most just like my caveman brain. The hairs go up on my back. I'm like, there's something wrong here. But
I've been told about this is that American tech and AI companies must be able to compete with China. Well, American and tech and AI companies can compete with China, and they should compete with China. However, we don't destroy federalism in order to allow them to do that. That would be a fool's errand. Here's how this can work. Governors and state legislatures can make their states friendly for tech companies in AI, bringing these companies in by making it easy for these companies to operate in their states. That's how it's been done for every single innovation, industry, manufacturing, and all companies across America. You don't destroy federalism for one industry, you protect it and allow states to compete to bring those companies into their states. That's the right way to handle this going forward. Here's a lesson for us all. No matter what political party holds office and is in charge, we should all watch carefully the bills that we pass, and we should be mindful about protecting not only state rights, but the rights of the American people, and look to the future. When I was a freshman member of Congress in 2021, I was told that we would be
talk about 4 long years
at war with China within 5 years. Well, here we are approaching 5 years later. I don't think America should have to go to war with China. We can beat China economically. Ask yourself, why do we send our food to be processed over in China? Why do we rely on China to produce our critical supply chain like medicines? So why would we depend on this country for the American people's supplies And why would we go to war with them when we can be innovative right here at home in America, producing critical change?
Is she still salty about being left out of Doge?
Supplies, medicines, processing our own food. A war is nothing we should ever strive for or look for or prepare to have to engage in. We should conduct ourselves here at home in a way where we don't have to go to war. We don't have to depend on foreign countries.
Why didn't I think of that?
And we never destroy federalism for the future of an industry that we have no idea what it will do. With this warning, I urge all of my colleagues that when the House gets to vote on the One Big Beautiful Bill again after it leaves the Senate, that we make sure we protect federalism and at the same time urge our colleagues in the Senate to pull this clause out of the One Big.
Okay, there's two possibilities here. He's grandstanding for being left out of the Trump admin despite being his, well, I guess number 2 under the desk supporter behind Laura Loomer. And so she just found something to like grandstand on. Or she actually cares about this, didn't read it. Dude, I'm gonna yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, okay, fine. I'll give you genuinely thing. Or she actually didn't read it. She cares about this and could have actually stopped the bill, but instead she's like co-signing everything fucking Trump does. Which sucks. Although I think I'd have to take like a month off if Marjorie Taylor Greene was the one no vote that blocked a bill from Trump. I don't know. I think I'd have to go like travel the world or something. my worldview would be shattered. Yeah, but even if one abstained, it passed by one vote. Yeah, maybe, but I don't know.
Beautiful bill. This bill should be about tax policy,
right. No,
protecting Americans to not have to have a tax increase of over $4.7 trillion. It should be about America First Energy and Americans' border security, not about allowing AI to run rampant and destroying federalism in the process. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the remaining of my time.
Thank God. All right. Interesting. Very interesting. We're going to bring Marjorie Taylor Greene into the fold. Talk about a big tent party. Holy fuck, that would be... Oh my God. We could trade Fetterman for Taylor or Marjorie Taylor Greene. Oh, wow. That would be something. Jesus.
We have to be careful not to have 50 different states hyper-regulating AI because it has national security implications, right? If some of the deep blue states smother it with regulation as they're prone to do, then it might hamper our development and it could put us in a compromised position against our enemies, China and others. So,
should I just switch the desktop audio to mono?
I think there's a federal response that's appropriate here. I think we can do it in a way that protects federalism, and it's important to point out that the states still have the authority under law to pass criminal laws and laws of general applicability. So we're not taking away states' rights.
Okay. Well, thanks, fucking wet napkin Mike Johnson. Desktop audio is now mono. Let's see how that sounds now.
China and others. So,
well, you hear it mono. I hear it
not
mono. So it's still annoying for me. But
and it's important to point out that the states still have the authority under law to pass criminal laws and laws of general applicability. So we're not taking away states' rights.
Okay. Okay. Is that, yeah, let me know if that worked. I clicked the button. God, what a picture. Yeah, this was fucking something. Where were we before this?
Georgia, Miss Green for 5
Oh, yeah,
minutes.
it was this. Okay. We can go here. Because this guy's fucking unhinged.
You plan to achieve them under...
The guy who's testifying here brought you the classic, my grandma... Oh, holy crap, my keyboard. Or my hands on my keyboard. My grandma wouldn't complain. Social Security. That's a fucking... Where's the fucking clip, man? Clip me and ship me. What? What's his name? Howard Lutnick? Yeah, Howard Lutnick. Lutnick grandma. Or, no, it's, mother-in-law, sorry. Right? I don't want to listen to her, but whatever.
I don't know if you saw this today. I feel like in
Social Security didn't send.
Check it out.
Silence. The Trump admin is speaking.
Let's say Social Security didn't send out their checks this month. My mother-in-law, who's 94, she wouldn't call and complain. She just wouldn't. She'd think something got messed up, and she'll get it next month.
Yeah.
A fraudster always makes the loudest noise, screaming, yelling, and complaining. And if all the guys who did PayPal, like Elon knows this by heart, right? Anybody who's been in the payment system and the process system knows the easiest way to find the fraudster is to stop payments and listen.
Yeah.
Because whoever screams is the one stealing.
Okay. Yeah, so that's who's about to testify. How hinged do we think this will be?
Juncture for the department and its agencies. I look forward to hearing about your priorities and how you plan to achieve them under the President's budget request. That request is outlined in a brief
Help me out
document
here, fellas. I'm really
transmitted
lost
to
on
Congress
this
last
goddamn
month and
crossword.
further clarified in materials published late last week, proposes significant cuts across several agencies within the Department of Commerce. We need additional information from the department, including the FY26 budget justification and the FY25 spend plan. This spend plan is required by law, and the limited information to date is insufficient. The request proposes, the budget
That's kind of deep.
Budget request proposes a 16.5% reduction in budget authority for the department and its agencies, including a $1.5 billion reduction in the National Oceanographic and
That was crazier than the Pitcairn Islands, I guess.
A $325 million reduction in the National Institute of Standards for Technology, NIST, and the eventual elimination of the Economic Development Administration. I support the administration's effort to save dollars.
Thank you, viewer, who
We do need to make
ad.
certain that these reductions do not harm
Disable
our efforts
pre-rolls.
to expand manufacturing jobs and to promote Americans' exports abroad. One of the instances I'd like to highlight is this proposal suggests the elimination for the Hollings Manufacturing Extension Partnership, a popular NIST program that supports small and medium manufacturing firms in...
All right, fuck this crossword. The New York Times, you lost your goddamn mind. I now support Elon Musk making fun of you. He was actually completely based and red-pilled and... Speaking English to everybody and expecting people in your chat to speak English, that's a colonizer mindset. It's, you're trying to create a Anglo-Saxon, culturally homogenous global ethno-state that oppresses... Yeah, something like that. I can't even do it. I can't
in the United States, and certainly in Kansas, despite President's strong support for American manufacturing. While NOAA's overall budget is reduced, I'm pleased to see that the budget appendix appears to support maintaining funding and operations for the National Weather Service Last Thursday, I visited the Weather Forecasting Office in Goodland, Kansas, which I was unable to operate for the 24/7 since early May. I appreciate your help, Mr. Secretary, in lifting the nationwide hiring freeze impacting weather forecasting offices, a critical step in restoring normal operations, particularly as in Kansas, where it's now tornado season.
Benin?
We'll also discuss your
Burkina
plans to
Faso.
unwind the BEAD program's burdensome regulations that have stifled domestic investment in broadband deployment.
I used to know it.
Secretary Nutbeck, thank you for your testimony today. I look forward to working closely with you and throughout the appropriations process to provide the right level of federal resources to support the Department of Commerce and its agencies. I now recognize Senator Van Hollen, the ranking member, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Secretary. I hope that this hearing will be a restart of what had been a strong and professional relationship between this committee, this subcommittee, both sides, and the Department of Commerce. And I say that because I think that it was the experience of Senator Moran that during the Biden administration, whether they agreed or disagreed, the Department of Commerce was forthcoming in providing responses to questions. And that's also true when you go back to the first Trump administration, right? But it has been a very different and broken relationship since this administration took office, at least with respect to trying to get answers from this side of the aisle. I'm not fully aware of all of the chairman's inquiries. But as you know, we have witnessed during this period of time since the beginning of the Trump administration an unprecedented and, in my view, illegal firing of thousands of federal employees, including many at the Department of Commerce, NOAA, and other places. We've also seen the withholding of funds that have been duly appropriated by this Congress and signed into law. As you know, Mr. Secretary, Article 2 of the Constitution requires the President to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. Appropriations acts are the supreme law of the land. Executive orders are not. Doge diktats are not. To that end, here's just a partial list of the department's and the administration's failure to comply with the law or with reasonable requests from this committee. The administration is withholding $200 million provided to the Department of Commerce in the fiscal year 2025 appropriations law that the President signed in March. The department has attempted to illegally shut down the Minority Business Development Agency, despite the appropriation and the recent bipartisan 2021 authorization law, putting that into the permanent statute.
Cod? No, Cape Cod?
The department has not provided its agency RIF and reorganization plan, despite a letter that both the chairman and I sent to you and the department requesting the specifics. The department has illegally fired nearly 1,000 employees, including over 500 from NOAA alone. The department has failed to provide a real spending plan outlining how you tend to execute the fiscal year 25 appropriations law. We have this two-page document. The chairman referred to the fact that this is still missing other than this two-pager. Just to give you a point of reference, this was an equivalent from last year with respect to the plan to spend the remaining funds for this fiscal year, which, as you know, ends on September 30th. The department has failed to respond to virtually all committee inquiries, at least on the Democratic side. Letters I've sent, I sent you 2 letters, Mr. Secretary, in addition to the joint letter I sent you with the chairman, and our staff has sent multiple.
It was buried in there. I had to dig a little bit. No, idiot, not outdoor.
Inquiries, and I'll have some questions about the lack of responsiveness going forward. This is, in my view, unacceptable, and I think it should be unacceptable to people on both sides of the aisle. And it's in this context that we're now taking up the fiscal year 2026 appropriations bill, and I've discussed with the chairman of the subcommittee, and I know that Senator Murray has talked with Senator Collins as an appropriations committee.
I thought this was the actress from Meadow Soprano for a second.
We've got to figure out how, when we appropriate resources for certain purposes, that those are complied with. Let me just say that beyond the issue of the numbers and the budget, this does come down to people. One such person is Carrie. She's a mom and a homeowner who lives in Maryland. She's a federal employee who worked at the Department of Commerce. She was proud of her mission. She worked to implement the CHIPS and Science Act, promoting domestic semiconductor manufacturing, supporting good-paying jobs. She received the so-called fork email offering her money to quit her job. She said, I don't need to take that because I think I'm contributing. Earlier this year, she was on medical leave to recover following a major spinal surgery. She then, a few days later, received the message to tell everybody what 5 things she'd done during the week. Her husband said, don't focus on that, focus on your recovery. Instead, she worked from bed. Days later, she was fired. Then a judge ordered her and other employees to be reinstated, only for her to be fired again. Making matters worse, not only was her health insurance canceled, but it was also retroactively backdated, meaning she had to pay for the surgery and medication.
Right, you didn't recognize these guys?
One prescription alone cost her $2,500. She said, and I quote, right now I'm working off faith. We have kids, we have a mortgage, car payments. I don't know what we're going to do. Mr. Secretary, this is no way to treat patriotic federal employees who are doing the work
Petticoat Tower?
for our country.
What the fuck is that?
And I look forward to today's hearing and the questions that will be posed from people on both sides of the aisle. Thank you, Mr.
Necessarily think this is
Senator Van
London.
Hollen. Mr. Secretary, as I welcomed you earlier, we now look forward to your testimony, and you may begin.
Sure. Thank you. And thank you all the members of this committee for having me here today. I very much appreciate coming to visit with you.
He's like smoothed out Harvey Weinstein.
Chairman Moran, Ranking Member Van Hollen, and members of the subcommittee, it's an honor for me to join you today. America is once again the most attractive destination for investment in the world. Under President Trump's leadership, the Department of Commerce is strengthening American industry from those that are the most popular to those industries that have been long ignored. We are focused on building in America and driving our economic growth.
Is this
we
the
will
Scottish?
Narrow the deficit of this country, both the trade deficit and our budget deficit, and we will deliver a new era of American innovation. Businesses are no longer looking overseas. They are choosing to invest in America first. Through the President's executive order establishing the Investment Accelerator, the Department of Commerce has already secured trillions of dollars in new commitments from world-class companies and sovereign wealth funds eager to build and invest here in the United States of America. This surge in investment, paired with renewed commitment to fair and reciprocal trade, is reigniting American manufacturing. We are bringing car manufacturing back to Michigan and Ohio. We are reopening steel mills in Pennsylvania.
Your car was wood made in Ohio.
Just last month, I went out to Arizona and welcomed the largest semiconductor investment in the history of the United States of America, $165 billion, thanks to an investment of
Thanks to the fucking... Yeah, good catch on the Fez. Fezzies.
TSMC. With respect to CHIPS deals, we are improving those commitments to more than $300 billion, doubling the previous investment of those companies receiving CHIPS Act awards without costing the United States taxpayer a single additional dollar. Our Commerce Department is driving substantial investments across America. Critically, the President's America First agenda goes beyond just economic
I'm guessing Turkey.
growth and investment. The President is taking concrete actions to protect American workers and our national security. Under Section 232, the Commerce Department is conducting numerous investigations to protect,
You're not going to get this one wrong,
to
are you?
reshore, and revive manufacturing capacity
across our critical industries
He was
here
still
in
alive
America.
at this point, so it
The
could
Trump
be anywhere from
administration
here
is imposing
to
tariffs
here.
and ending loopholes. In April, we ended the de minimis loophole,
really
which
chungus
allowed
yourself
foreign
here.
companies to avoid
South
paying
Korea.
tariffs to ship small shipments into America, completely undercutting and undermining American small businesses. New export controls are protecting cutting-edge technologies and finally protecting critical industries and American innovation.
Estonia.
In fact, the Bureau of Industry and Security, working with our partners in the Department of Justice, secured 22 criminal convictions, 32 arrests.
This is what happens when I don't listen to chat. Yeah, you got to know where this one is, right?
38 indictments, 231 detentions. We've seized goods of $185.5 million and additional seizures of another $40 million. Under this administration, the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office is tackling a mountain of unexamined patent applications left by the Biden administration, over 800,000. And we're successfully reducing the backlog for the first time in 4 years. In the past 4 months alone, we've removed 50,000 fraudulent goods and services from the trademark register that blocks the legitimate use of American businesses. Many of these purported trademarks come from what they call a specimen farm.
It looks so small. I was like, no way this is Christ the actual Christ the Redeemer. What? Wait, no, this is fucking with my head. What is the No, I know, like, I was gonna say Brazil, but I was like, no, that's way too small. How tall is the Christ the Redeemer statue? There's no... I mean, yeah, I guess it is just the angle, but I was like, there's no fucking way that's the actual Christ the Redeemer.
Which is basically...
Fuck my Chungus Lord and Savior.
Basically a fake website produced by AI, producing fake products that aren't really for sale. And we ended
Bro just found out about drop
At NOAA, we are transforming how we track storms and forecast weather with cutting-edge technology. But remember, not cutting any instruments or data. We're adding. We're improving the understanding and prediction of how hurricanes intensify. This season, NOAA's research centers will deploy new small aircraft drone systems and additional underwater gliders. This year, the National Weather Service will be running experimental AI-based forecast systems, and all data will be publicly available. Together, this commitment to innovation means earlier warnings and increased accuracy for Americans no matter where they live. For far too long, America has not protected its workers and its industry. Thanks to President Trump and this administration's efforts, we are reversing this trend. We are reshoring critical manufacturing. We are eliminating unfair trade barriers and practices. We are investing in our American workforce.
You done, buddy? Can we get to the point?
And with your help, we will continue to deliver growth and prosperity to Americans. Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
He's such a shitter.
Secretary, thank you. I recognize now the chairman of the full committee, Senator Collins.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, welcome. It's great to see you here today. It probably won't surprise you, given the many discussions we've had about the lobster industry, that I'm going to start with my first question on
I'm sure
that.
you are. That's
Maine's
typically where people
lobster
start with.
industry, as you know, is so important to the economy of Maine.
And to me as well. I love lobster.
And I've always known that. And,
Yeah.
and
I mean,
it
it could have been.
represents Maine. It's really an iconic industry
Morocco.
for
The
us.
Morocco flag's just a
hardworking
star, isn't it?
people that sustain many of
Yeah.
our coastal communities. In 2022, the Biden administration proposed regulations that posed a threat to the very existence of the lobster fishery. If implemented, it would have shut down the lobster industry. The Maine delegation worked as a team, and we were able to successfully block those regulations and prevent them from...
Hey, Eugene. How's it going? Dude, I mean, I'm in line for the IRS. Oh, Jesus. Well, while you wait at the most boring government building, we can listen to the most boring government committee and talk about the most boring subject, the budget.
Going into effect for a period of years.
Damn.
Subsequently, the Maine Lobstermen's Association,
just out of curiosity,
sued, the National Department of the National Marine Fisheries Services in the Department of Commerce, and overwhelmingly won the case in June of 2023. And I want to read you just
sheet. Should we just read the whole Maine lobster fact sheet? We get a better sense of the lobster budget once we know all the facts about the lobster sheet. The Maine lobster fact sheet. From what the fuck? That just happened. Hey, thank you for the Prime, Eugene. I appreciate that. I didn't configure the sound, so it just came from all around my fucking dome. I was like, what the fuck? Bezos bucks? I'll take them. All right. Anyways, what you're all here for. The content. From the ocean floor to our plates, and from claw to tail, there's a lot to know about the world's sweetest lobster. Learn more about the delicious staple that's been hand-caught year-round on the coast of Maine for generations. The fishery. The Maine lobster fishery is one of the oldest continually operated industries in North America, with the first documented catch being back in the 1600s. Some guy claimed first lobster? All right. Today, Maine is the largest lobster-producing state in the nation. Each year, the fishery employs 5,600 independent lobstermen, harvests 100 million plus pounds of lobster, contributes over $1 billion to the Maine economy. Wow. Did you know that the lobster is lower in fat and calories than a skinless chicken breast? It is also high in protein and an excellent source of B12, copper, zinc, and selenium. The regular serving size of a lobster contains 80 calories, 0.5 grams of fat, and 16 grams of protein. That's pretty good. Okay, we're going to go to the fun facts. Did you know the largest recorded Maine lobster weighed 27 pounds? Holy fuck. Maine lobstermen must complete a 2-year apprenticeship before they can captain a boat. National Lobster Day is September 25th. Mark it down on your calendars. Lobster steamed in beer is delicious. It's best with a Pilsner or lager. Okay, cool. So, okay.
A little bit of what the judge said, what the three-court
so we got a little over $1 billion
panel said in its decision. It said that the service had relied upon worst-case modeling that was,
the lobster lobby is really taking over Maine.
Quote, very likely wrong, based on assumptions that the service conceded that it did not believe were accurate. Projections that are very likely wrong, obviously are not likely to occur. And what the court found was that the service acted in an arbitrary and capricious way and blocked the regulations from going forward. But obviously it's costly to go to court and to do that. So, Mr. Secretary, I know there's a new executive order that attempts to establish much higher standards for scientific research. It emphasizes rigorous evidence-based methodologies to inform federal regulations. Can you?
Where are you gonna do that without any fucking grants, you ding dong?
How
Not
you believe that this new approach to regulation based in science will help protect the Maine fishing industry? And
is she trying to just give them an underhand? You motherfucker.
Our lobster industry from arbitrary and capricious regulations.
I'm calling it now. Well, under the Biden administration, and just like many Democrats, regulations have been put on just to appease their base willy-nilly without any consideration of what the actual science is. So we're going to make the Independent Lobster Board of Republican Independent Lobsters that will make science-based real regulations and repeal 10 regulations for every regulation we put on. Let's see if I can get my bingo.
As the court found was done in the previous administration.
All right, never mind. It's already
This
started.
administration views the Maine lobster industry as an American treasure, and we need to protect it. And you will see as we do our trade deals, right? They treat the Maine lobster industry horribly. And in the UK deal, they said, we will invite you to 10 Downing Street and we will have now a lobster dinner. Okay, so we've opened, for example, the UK to lobster. We think this capricious lack of rigor in our science has got to end. So the gold standard.
So we've decided instead of improving our scientific capabilities, we've shut down science.
Standard executive order saying only real science, not opinion-based science, has to be the rule. So we protect our fishermen, we protect our ranchers.
And our
These
lobsters.
are key things that this administration is going to drive for. So I completely agree with you. We will protect the great Maine lobster industry because it is a treasure for America.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary.
I got nothing on that.
We've also talked about how integrated the Maine economy is with Canada. And Canada's our closest neighbor, our dear friend, and our largest trading partner. And so I have been very concerned, and I know the department and you personally are working very hard on this issue about tariffs on Canadian products. Our lobster, our potatoes, our blueberries are largely processed in Canada and then come back across the border.
Is he going to say they're going to build blueberry processing in the U.S. now?
Have a paper mill in northern Maine, in Madawaska, Maine, whose sister mill is right across the river in Canada. The sister mill in Canada produces the pulp that is piped across the river to the paper mill in Madawaska, Maine. So that's how close the partnership is. 95,000 Mainers are not connected to the New England electric grid. They get their electricity from Canada.
Not a whole lot. It's been mostly slop. We watched Fetterman and another senator debate, and it's about exactly what you'd expect. Marjorie Taylor Greene came in with a rare W, saying that she would not have voted for the big beautiful bill today because there's a provision in it that prevents states from regulating AI, and she's pro states' rights. So she said that has to go. That was a little bit of a shocker, but an appreciated one, I guess. Other than that, it's been slop. Now we're talking about Maine's economy. It's big, beautiful bill shit. Seems like they're talking about the really weird border between Canada. Yeah. I mean, Canada's... I like Canada. I'll take the French part of it. But it's like, hey, we've got a lot of tourism, trade, and industry that relies on Canada and Canadians. So what's going to happen with that?
Just mentioned these examples. 95% of our refined petroleum products come from Canada. 90% of potash, which is used, the fertilizer for potatoes, comes from Canada. Just to give you a few examples of how integrated our approach is, could you give
all
me
of these
a brief
face cards out of my
update
face
on where we stand with Canadian tariffs?
Sure. So the overriding principle is USMCA. So if the products are actually made in Canada and actually made in the United States, they come back and forth, and it's easy for them to fall under the USMCA, and that has no tariff. No tariff. Things that are outside of that, where companies chose to be outside of those rules, and those rules, as you know, have been in place for quite a long time. If they're outside of those rules, then they have a tariff on them. They have the fentanyl tariffs, right? Because we needed to close the border
in a moment
and make sure fentanyl was not coming into the country. And people say, oh, Canada doesn't do much in fentanyl. But if you look at the fentanyl rings in Canada, they're often manned by Mexican cartels. So we needed to shut that. And so those outside of USMCA do pay a tariff, but those inside of USMCA are free of tariff.
Thank you. If you would provide us with a list of which products are under USMCA, that would be very helpful to us. I believe that a lot of the cases that I've mentioned will be under the USMCA.
Correct.
And thus exempt from the tariff. But it would be good to have some certainty in that area. So if we could work with you and
there's
your
a lobster clause.
Staff to try to get a more definitive
There's no
list, that
protection
would
for
be very
lobsters.
Sure, that primarily comes from UST.
So how did your headache of the reading that Wong case go? Dude, it's been a perpetual headache, man. Like, I think we're probably at the limits of what else we can glean from it. It probably wasn't intended to, like, allow citizenship for illegal immigrants, but it's also not too explicitly prohibitive of it. So it just exists in a gray area until the Supreme Court rules one way or the other, finally, at some point. I don't know how much more there is to derive of it. I'm like...
But I will call them and I will have it to you.
Thank
no
you
problem.
so much.
Make sure the lobsters are protected.
Chairman Collins, thank you very much. Senator Van Hollen. Thank you. So, Mr. Secretary, I mentioned in my opening comments the RIF plans. On February 11th, President Trump signed an executive order requiring agency heads to plan, quote, large-scale reductions in force, known as RIFs, and agency reorganization plans. On March 27th, Senator Moran and I sent you a letter requesting that you send us the plans the department submitted to the White House. It's now June 4th. We've not received a response. We're in the middle of a budget hearing. First of all, you would agree, would you not, that your reorganization plans are relevant to the committee's consideration of the budget?
I think our proposal for the budget is clear, so I think it takes those things into account.
Mr. Secretary, let me ask you this. Are you going to provide us with the reorganization plan, and when?
I will certainly get together with the department, and we will consider what information we can give you that makes sense. But I'm happy to work with you offline if you'd like.
Holy nothing burger?
Okay, Mr. Secretary, you're aware of the fact that a federal district court ruled that the RIF plans proposed by the Trump administration could not go forward because the judge stated that, quote, agencies may not conduct large-scale reorganizations and reductions in force in blatant disregard of Congress's mandates, and a president may not initiate large-scale executive branch reorganization without partnering with Congress. That decision was upheld by an appellate court just a few days ago. I'm not asking you to opine on that legal decision. I'm simply asking you to provide the committee with the reorganization plan, and your response is maybe yes, maybe no. Am I getting that right? I mean, are you going to provide the plan to the Congress, this committee, as we review the budget for the? I
really think we've scratched the bottom as it stands. We're going to monitor the citizenship, nationality fights very closely because I think that'll be the first time in so many years that it'll actually have some change.
The upcoming year.
Well, we at the department are going to follow the law. That, of course, is what we're going to do.
Well, the law actually does require that you submit these major changes to the Senate. Let me ask you this. I mentioned in my opening statement the fact that I'd sent a number of letters to you. Our staff has actually sent inquiries to your team. I have a lot of questions today, but they'll be a lot longer unless I can get a commitment that you and your team will respond to the inquiries we've made. These are simple questions. They don't, and I'll set aside for now the RIF plan. And Mr. Chairman, I would ask unanimous consent to submit to the record the letters that I've sent to the Secretary and the staff inquiries that my team has made.
Without objection.
Okay. Mr. Secretary, will you agree, say within a week, to get responses to these inquiries?
I can easily agree that I will go through your letters, and to the extent I can answer them, I will happily answer you within a week.
Hearing.
Well, when you say,
I don't know what the letters
is
say.
Oversight.
So.
Well, okay.
CIJ.
Mr. Secretary, their question. I can. I'll read through some of them later in the hearing. We can go through them one by one. They're pretty straightforward, simple questions about the implications of.
Hold on. I trust this guy.
Hey, federal employees, Sean here. I've got some RIF updates. Please double tap to support and share this widely. Yes, I've been off the grid for a few days, recharging here on vacation in London, but I'll be back in the office full-time tomorrow. Before I return to the States, I wanted to brief you on one question that's been flooding my DMs. Are the mass layoffs still on hold? What's going on with the RIFs? Good news first is late Friday, the Ninth Circuit refused to lift Judge Ilston's injunction on the government-wide reductions in force. Translation, every RIF notice based on the president's executive order is still frozen. Your paycheck, your health insurance, they're all locked in place for now. But the story doesn't end there. Shortly after that occurred, the administration sprinted up to the courthouse in the Supreme Court asking for an emergency stay, and Justice Kagan, she handles Ninth Circuit emergencies, gave the plaintiffs until noon on June 9th to respond. Okay. So whatever happens next,
so nothing ever happens until June 9th. Fine.
The
back hawk to
department's
it.
Actions on certain programs. Let me turn to the National Weather Service for a moment, because as you know, originally 600 staff were eliminated from the National Weather Service. Then all of a sudden, it seems the department realized that this was not really a good idea, as many weather stations around the country, and the chairman referenced some of them, said they couldn't be staffed full-time. We have a headline from just May 15th.
Probably, but well, okay, fine. What was the initial? Who was TIJ layoffs? Dude, I waited 30 minutes in the link. They said it didn't work. They just maybe started. Oh my god! Don't. Okay, there's been too many threats in chat today. All right. Oh my god. You can. I really appreciate. I don't. What? Yeah. Okay. That's not Texas Instruments. Trump admin layoffs. What am I even looking for? Injunction. Who ruled it initially? I mean, the Ninth Court upheld it, but do we have a federal judge on the the Northern District of California issued a sweeping preliminary injunction that blocking the federal government, directed agencies to submit. Okay. The lawsuit was filed by a coalition of labor unions, nonprofits, and local governments affected by the planned cuts. The court order highlighted several striking facts. The Department of HHS planned to lay off 10,000 employees across multiple components. Okay. What the Office of Head Start shuttered to San Francisco. That was okay. These are all. Department of Veterans Affairs submitted plans to cut 83,000 positions. Jesus. what is the like the illegal part? The federal government is allowed to restrict. Yeah, all right. So the representative from Georgia with a big old dub somehow, some way, she managed to do it. Broken clock that was right once in what, 4 or 5 years. What is the what is the actual like legal rationale for presidents may set policy priorities? Okay. It's still a warm-up, all right? We're only like almost 3 hours in. Presidents may set policy priorities for the executive branch, and agency heads may implement them. This much is undisputed, but Congress creates federal agencies, funds them, and gives them duties that by statute they must carry out. Agencies may not conduct large-scale reorganizations and reductions of force in blatant disregard of Congress's mandates, and a president may not initiate large-scale executive branch reorganization. Without partnering with Congress. For this reason, 9 presidents over the last 100 years have sought and obtained authority from Congress to reorganize the executive branch. Other presidents, including G.W. Bush, Obama, Trump in his first term, asked Congress for agency reorganization authority and did not receive it. The defendants in this case are President Trump, numerous federal agencies, and the heads of those agencies. Defendants insist that the new administration does not need Congress's support. Yeah, but that's the thing. I think the argument here is that since it's such a huge reduction in force, that it may encroach upon what Congress has allocated this agency to do, which is Congress's power. And it's just a temporary injunction. So they would have to prove that. It does not say it might. Well, that's why it's a preliminary injunction. So while they figure it out, they're just going to put it on hold. Those agencies, defense assist the new administration does not need Congress's support to lay off and restructure large swaths of the federal workforce, essentially telling the court nothing to see here. In their view, federal agencies are not reorganizing. Rather, they have simply initiated reductions of force according to the established regulations consistent with the applicable law. The court and the bystanding public should just move along. Yet the role of a district court is to examine the evidence. At this stage of the case, the evidence discredits the executive's position and persuades the court that the plaintiffs are likely to succeed on the merits of their suit. On February 11, 2025, the president ordered agencies to plan for large-scale reduction in force and reorganizations. The agency began submitting agency RIF and reorganization plans for review and approval by the president's centralized decision makers. The agency then began to rapidly implement these reorganizations, large-scale reductions in force, without congressional approval. In some cases, the plaintiff's evidence shows agency and the legislative branch cannot make it. It has to be so large to do so much. Yeah, but again, this is just kind of where we're at. Shows agency changes intentionally or negligently. Okay, in some cases, as plaintiff's evidence shows, agency changes intentionally or negligently flout the tasks Congress has assigned them. After dramatic staff reductions, these agencies will not be able to do what Congress has directed them to do. It's not a permanent injunction. It's just temporary while they figure it out. Defendants trying to refute the conclusion by insisting there are no relevant facts to review. In the face of dozens of declarations in support of plaintiffs, defendants have submitted only one sworn declaration by an agency official. It's like, I guess he said, she said, but one of them is a lot more said. Defendants fought the court's order for them to disclose the most relevant documents, the agency's RIF, and reorganization plans themselves. Defendants maintain that the federal agencies are acting on their own accord and not at the president's direction, asking this court to review the relevant executive actions using tunnel vision and ignore whatever may be happening on the ground. Numerous courts have rejected similar arguments in recent months, approving district courts' findings that suggestions that challenge federal funding freezes repeatedly result of the independent agency decisions rather than the OMB directive or underlying guidance. So I guess this the Trump admin doesn't want the evidence released, but simply in this case, the defendants want the court to either declare that the 9 presidents and 21 Congresses did not properly understand the separation of powers, Master Liberty. I think you would probably agree with that, or ignore how the executive branch is implementing large-scale reductions of force and reorganizations. The court can do neither. On May 9th, the court ordered defendants to pause their activities for 2 weeks while it received further arguments from the parties. It's like I'm probably on board with this. It makes sense. You don't want to have to hire and refire a bunch of people back and forth, as has been going on. I'll link the opinion if you want to read the rest of it. But
18th, Washington Post, NOAA scrambles to fill forecasting jobs as hurricane season looms. I know that we're scrambling to try and rehire about 100 or hire 126 people. But, Mr. Secretary, it's my understanding that as of today, offices in Kansas, Alaska, and Oregon are no longer operating.
I knew that line was going to strike a chord, to say the least.
4 hours a day. Is that
as it stands
accurate?
With the situation
the department
we're in?
Employs 2,100 meteorologists and hundreds of other
there's a lot of weather.
Okay, this is less than 5%. We are fully staffed. There are no openings on the National Hurricane Center. Zero. It is fully staffed. We are fully ready for hurricane season, and our meteorologists
Mr. Secretary,
are fully staffed.
You did not answer. You did not answer the direct question about whether those weather offices are open full time, and it's obvious that you all made a huge mistake. I mean, you've acknowledged it by having to rehire 126 people. But can you just comment on whether or not those offices I mentioned are operating 24 hours a day?
We have not made a huge mistake. I did not say such a thing.
I didn't say you did. It's pretty obvious from the actions. I will. As I said,
it is only a temporary
accurate, obviously.
Obviously. We're happy to follow up, and you can provide the facts.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
There's a lot more to be said.
Mr. Secretary, in Kansas, we have lots of manufacturers, and the aviation and aerospace industry is a significant component of that. That industry has a very positive trade balance.
Not disagreeing with you.
Perhaps the best in our country.
Fantastic.
And I wonder how the Department of Commerce is going to act to protect that trade surplus as you have negotiations with other countries for trade agreements.
Give me my 5.
There's a 0 tariff provision on aerospace parts and tools. Is that something that you would continue under the 1979 agreement in the aviation aerospace industry? Is that something you will pursue in trying to maintain so that trade balance continues to be such a positive for our nation?
Our nation's aircraft business is, as you correctly say, a fantastic asset of our country, one of the great exports of our country, and we are going to protect it. So we have a 232 in the Commerce Department, but we do expect, as we did with the UK, we negotiated a 0 tariff with them, and I would expect if other countries play ball with us, that I would expect that's an offer we made, provided they're buying our aircraft. Remember, in exchange for us doing a 0 tariff, I mean, think of Donald Trump. He then gets an agreement by British Airways to buy $10 billion. They were competing with Airbus, and in part of that agreement, they committed to buying Boeing aircraft of $10 billion. That's exactly the way the Trump administration thinks about these kind of negotiations. Make sure it wins for American industry.
You mentioned Section 232 dealing with aircraft and jet engines in particular. The comment period expired, I think, yesterday. What do you expect to occur next?
Well, we expect probably by the end of the month, we'll have an analysis and we'll set the standard for aircraft part tariffs. We're going to discuss it with the president. We'll discuss the analysis, and we will take due consideration on what to do. But the key is to protect our industry and make sure those who trade with us treat us fairly. And I think we will use these tools to the betterment of American industry.
In the aircraft and aviation aerospace industry,
Enlighten me.
There are certainly large companies. You mentioned Boeing. as a particular player in that field, but that's true in Kansas. We have some large companies who manufacture aircraft and aircraft parts, but there's also a lot of mom and pop manufacturers, small businesses are in that arena.
Okay.
And one of the ways we've been able to help those small manufacturers, aviation and otherwise,
what's wrong
is the
with
Hollings
that?
Manufacturer Extension Partnership Program that we refer to as MEP. I've heard from manufacturers in Kansas about the importance of that program, and I'm interested in knowing, it doesn't appear that it's going to be funded by what in your budget, or it's not going to be funded by, not going to be requesting funding. How does the department intend to replace
promote the
manufacturer's assistance that comes from MEP to make sure that our small manufacturers
so they cited copyright law to create
techniques to compete
Yeah,
with the larger companies who sometimes dominate
my read is correct. Yeah, I think I see the issue there.
Programs that were set up by the Department of Commerce decades ago to assist in technology for manufacturing tend to be outdated. The new technology is AI-driven, automated. I think we need to re-examine and retool a whole variety of these programs so that we are able to provide the best technological assistance rather than just continuing a program that's decades and decades old. So I'm very focused, and our department is very focused on making sure we're bringing our manufacturers the best tools, and we're examining them. And we will do that. And you know, you have a great plant for Panasonic in Kansas. It's fantastic, and that's exactly the kind of manufacturing we hope to
real
reshore
plan, or is it concepts of a plan again?
Thank you for knowing about the presence of Panasonic in Kansas and its value to our state and to the country. I'm going to conclude my questions and next turn to Senator Kennedy. But I hope your budget that we will see, I hope in the near future, it shows us the path that you intend to take to make certain that the latest technologies are available to small manufacturers. Senator Kennedy. Oh, yes, it is. Senator Reid, I'm sorry, I spent time with you on the Senate floor yesterday and overlooked you today.
They're literally using backup clause just for this. They will also try to use general welfare
Thank
clause.
you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr.
We
Secretary.
have like 4 presidents during the founding period.
We've all been talking about bottlenecks. In fact,
Same general
in
welfare
the
clause doesn't
department and
grant
elsewhere throughout the
Congress
government.
any more
In fact,
powers or allows them
last month, Senator Cruz
gotcha,
warned about the growing backlog of contracts awaiting approval at the Department of Congress.
States or something like that.
He warned that NOAA alone has 5,700 contracts set to expire this year. And it's been reported in the press that you are insisting on personally reviewing every Commerce contract over $100,000?
That is true.
Well, that seems to be something that is not particularly efficient. And that results in the 5,700 contracts just in NOAA. So, again, if you can't find reliable support to do those reviews, I think you're wasting your time, frankly.
So I am tasked with the responsibility of my department, and contracts over $100,000 should be reviewed by
Your favorite president.
the secretary. Now, I may have more energy and more time, and if you drive by the Department of Commerce late at night, you're going to see our lights on because I'm going through it. I do it with my team. I do it with the people who run the bureaus, and I teach them how to analyze contracts, not to push forward what was done before. And I'll give you one quick example. They come to me with planes, hurricane hunters, and they said there were $672 million. I said, wow, how many planes do we get? We get two planes? Wow. Can I see the plane, please? Just show me a picture of the plane we're going to.
Bill.
And they show me this picture of a plane.
This is.
You remember old planes? They had like mullions in the windscreen. And they show me that, 3 propellers on each side. And I said, my God, when was this plane new? They said, no, you're buying a new plane. I said, no, when was the first one? 1955.
Excuse me, Mr. Secretary.
These things have to stop.
You're talking about a $600 million acquisition.
Oh my God. Repeals and recessions. Repeal and recession relating to clean heavy-duty vehicles. Repeals recessions relating to grants to reduce air pollution at ports. Repeal and recession relating to greenhouse gas reduction fund. Repeal and recession relating to diesel emission reductions. Repeal and recession relating to funding to address air pollution, relating to funding to address air pollution at schools, relating to low emissions electricity program, funding for Section 2110 of the Clean Air Act, American Innovate. Oh my Jesus. That's wild. I mean, probably consolidate these. Repeal of EPA rules relating to greenhouse gas and multi-pollutant emission standards. Wow. Isn't this a funding bill? All right. Well, back to this. That's wild.
That's a lot more than a $100,000 contract to do something like cleaning in the buildings that you occupy.
Oh, we cancel huge numbers of absurd contracts for software nobody uses.
Gen Z's trying to cancel contracts? Okay, I'm not saying there's, like, that every regulation is good, but it's broad brush versus scalpel. Can't just hack and slash. They've already shown with Doge and shit that if someone's going to hack and slash, the machete should not be in the hands of the Trump admin. It's like trying to hack through vines, but cutting your leg off. Something like that. Work out the analogy on your own time.
Uses. I said, how many people use this software? Zero. These are waste, these are fraud, or these are abuse, and it's my job
how
to
many
teach
CEOs, how many CEOs of companies, major companies in the United States, are reviewing contracts at the $100,000 level? And if they would, what would the board of directors say to them?
The first year you're there, if you don't do it, you should be fired. You should know everything that's going through. You should do it with your staff. You should teach your staff how to
what with
do
your
it,
staff?
and
Aren't
then
there
you
rules
should
against
delegate them
that?
to do it once you've taught them. You don't do it, you're abdicating your responsibility. That's how I view it. That's how I ran my business privately, and that's how I'm going to run the government. I'm responsible for our
let's go ahead and get those 5,700 contracts done.
There are not,
this
under
weekend?
any circumstances,
How
any
about this-
contracts
how
sitting
about
there,
this
there are
weekend?
none.
Can you get it done this weekend? Work overtime with the gang and get it done?
There are no contracts waiting for me, and if there were, I'll be there all night tonight, making sure they get turned out with my team, teaching my team how to do it.
Right. No budget cuts. I'm echoing what's been said before, but NOAA is a key aspect of our whole society. Farmers, plant-based.
Okay. Which, if they wanted to do, they should have done a dual program to scale the regulation based on how many carbon capture tech using plants were operational, so that the more plants using the tech, the less impact of the regulation. I mean, yeah. Again, it's the same critique, but in the other direction that the Trump admin of like the steel manufacturing shit with the tariffs. It's like, you can't just come in here and instantly lay on a bunch of like regulations that does choke out industry. You got to do it slowly, scalable, with time, let people adjust, because we always fucking do. So yeah, if the government policy is supposed to move inch by inch, like, blah, blah, blah. Can't hack and slash doesn't work. If this is the United States, we do marginal fucking change. Yeah.
Based on NOAA weather.
All right, I'm back
we
in the
do
ring
research so that we understand changing oceans, et cetera. And this cut, as described by Craig McLean, who was served as NOAA's top scientist during the first Trump administration,
Noah Sampson,
has said in his quote, the proposal to slash NOAA funding by nearly 30% would take us back to the 1950s in terms of our scientific footing and the American people. And I'm echoing what's said by many other people. You're going to destroy NOAA. Well, that's consistent.
Under no circumstances. We have 2,100 meteorologists and 120 retired this year.
Office of what? Stand for government. Sorry.
and we hired them back.
Which
I
NOAA
was
are they
able
talking
to have
about?
them exempted from the hiring freeze. We care about meteorologists. We care about hydrologists who do the rivers and the ponds. So we are fully staffed with forecasters and scientists. Under no circumstances am I going to let public safety or public forecasting be touched. But I tell you what we did cut. We did cut programs writing children's books for climate.
Well, you do have to, like, these regulations have real world impact. They're nice, like, to say a lot of the time, but people do lose and gain jobs based on energy's ability to, and just industry's ability to do stuff. Now, and it's a balancing act. Well, yeah, but okay, so yes, the industry has negative externalities. The regulation should reduce those externalities without choking out like the good it does for the people there that are employed and the business and the tax revenue. There's a lot going on. You can't swing too far one way. Yeah, I'm not doing yes, I am doing enlightened centrism just a little bit. What happened to Texas's power grid? Like I said, there's a balance. You can either have Texas's power grid, which collapses, or an overregulated one, which collapses.
Anxiety. Yes, that was in NOAA. And you agree with me, that's not part of our mission. Our mission is to forecast. Our mission is to protect. Our mission is to advise. Our mission is to research, not write children's books on climate anxiety.
How much money did you save there?
We saved tens of millions of dollars on nonsense out of NOAA. Nonsense out of NOAA.
I want to also associate myself with those comments made by colleagues about the MEP program. We find it to be very effective. And the notion that, we're not going to repeat what we did 10 years ago, et cetera, it's working. In the U.S., it's been estimated in FY24.
Consolidated, clear, and malleable regulations to change with the times. But industry does need to be regulated. I think to a relatively, as far as all the things, it's not to the economically ideal point. How's that? Like, holistically, not just supply demand, but supply demand and externality. Bro.
Or that MEP secured $5 billion in new investments and created and retained 108,000 jobs. It's worth the investment. And this notion that, we have new techniques. Yes, we have AI, et cetera. But we have very common things that businessmen look for. Like, how do I establish my financial relationships with banks? How do I get this new equipment, which is not sophisticated AI, it's machine tools. And how do I do that? MEP does this. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Now recognize Senator Kennedy, the senator I was been so anxious to hear from.
All right.
We'll see if I was right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here today. Mr. Secretary, I think I'm like most Americans.
There is hereby rescinded the unobligated balance of funds made available. just like axed it? And wait, what? There is hereby rescinded the unobligated. So everything that's discretionary, I guess. Holy fuck. That's what? It's a little unhinged. Maybe. Let's see. This one I'm looking for. Yeah, 117, 169. Corporate alternative minimum tax. So 40,002. That's crazy that there's. I want 40,002. Facilities for the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration and National Marine Sanctuaries. National NOAA In addition to the amounts otherwise available, there is an appropriated to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration for fiscal year 2022 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $150 million to remain available till September 30th, 2026 for the construction of new facilities. Okay. Why? You could just like bring it down a bit. His whole argument here really has just been, we have enough weathermen.
Agree with some of the things that you and the White House have done on tariffs, disagree with others.
Remain available.
It's clear to me that the president listens to your advice about tariffs. So I won't spend my precious time trying to understand.
They just saw weather and were like, climate change bad.
If Vietnam, for example, came to you tomorrow and said, okay, Mr. Secretary, you win. We're going to remove all tariffs and all trade barriers. Would the United States please do the same? Would you accept that deal?
Absolutely not. Okay. Absolutely not. That would be the silliest thing we could do.
Why is that?
Vietnam has a $125 billion exports to us and imports from us $12.5 million. And you're thinking, Vietnam exports $125 billion?
I'm aware of the figures, but tell me where.
Yeah, what's... Yeah, have you ever looked at like half the shit now? It's made in Vietnam. What the fuck? Okay.
They get it from, they buy $90 billion from China, then they mark it up and send it to us.
So they're
just a pathway of China to us.
You wouldn't accept that deal?
No, it's a terrible deal. We're the one with money. We're the one with the store. Of course they want us to take down.
What's the purpose of reciprocity then? Is reciprocity not one of your goals? Are you telling the president that we shouldn't seek reciprocity? If that's what you're telling him.
This is from the avocado toast eating liberals.
Why are you trying to do these trade deals?
What do we want? We want to encourage Vietnam to produce products they're great at producing.
But I want to get back to reciprocity. You just said you don't believe in you don't accept reciprocity as a goal. What are you negotiating in these trade deals?
Why would we open our bank account and their bank account when ours is 10 times bigger?
Why are you negotiating trade deals? You're trying to get other countries to lower their tariffs and trade barriers in return for us lowering ours.
That's true for the things that they'll take from us.
That's called reciprocity.
Of course.
So are you or are you not seeking reciprocity in these trade deals?
We are absolutely seeking reciprocity with respect to things that can be reciprocal.
But you just said,
but when they're importing from China and sending it to us, they're not.
You just said that if a country came to you and offered you the ultimate reciprocity, no tariffs, no trade barriers, in return for us doing the same, you would reject that.
Of course, because they buy from China and send it to us. Don't you agree with me?
Suppose they said we won't buy from China.
Now we're talking. If it was Vietnam,
would you accept that deal?
We would consider it. For what things? For
what
products?
Would you want to change?
Well, there are certain products we want to reshore. We don't want other people making them. We want to make pharmaceuticals here. Right. We need to protect ourselves for certain things.
Let me ask you this, because I'm going to run out of time. Our trade deficits, are you advising the president that trade deficits are always bad in every situation?
No.
Okay. When are trade deficits good?
Trade deficits, for instance, let's say there was a company that had the cure for cancer. Let's call it Cancer Cure. And we were buying it and it was located in another country. We would obviously have a trade deficit with them because they have the only one of it. An example, our technology companies, our great technology companies, we're the only ones with it.
So a trade deficit is okay if they're products we really need.
If they're the only ones with it and we can't do it, then of course it's fine. But if we can do it, then we darn well better think about whether we're supposed to do it and whether we want to do it and if it's in our interest as a country to do it.
Here's what I'm getting at. I've heard you say that strike that. I'm running out of time. I want to come back to another subject. Tell me
Trump admin.
your understanding of the Trade Expansion Act.
I don't have a really good understanding of the term. I may know the act, but I may not know its title.
You're not familiar with the Trade Expansion Act of 1962 that gives the president almost unlimited authority to impose tariffs so long as you conduct an investigation? You don't know about that?
Oh, my 232s, of course I do.
Okay.
Sorry, I just didn't know the title of the plan, but of course I know.
Why didn't you advise the White House instead of proceeding?
Cinema.
Proceeding under
cinema.
other statutes? Why didn't you advise the White House to proceed under the Trade Expansion Act?
The president chose IEEPA because he could do it swiftly and he could do it sweeping in order to address the underlying problems that had created the $1.2 trillion trade deficit that was haunting the United States.
Good call. Go back to the big number. Big scary number. Good call. Good call.
VOS selections, VUS.
Oh, come on.
What role does the major questions doctrine play in that decision?
Yeah, okay.
I am not a lawyer, so I can't speak to it with that kind of precision. That's a litigation that's under current investigation.
Are you familiar with the major questions doctrine?
Not offhand, but I did, of course, read the decision.
Well, about 3/4 of the opinion is on the major questions doctrine.
Again, I tend to not know the title. I know the topic.
Can't corner me on something I know nothing about. Nice try, liberal. The fuck?
And the details of it, but
rough.
I tend not to focus on titles. Sorry.
I'm way over. Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kennedy, thank you. Senator Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and
Wow,
thank
that
you,
was
Mr. Secretary, for being here today.
Fun.
In your exchange with Senator Kennedy, you were talking about
It was on
Section
in that
232, which is really supposed to be used to help national security, but it is under the jurisdiction of the Congress.
I want to know from this admin what products and materials they're trying to reshore and what countries China is using as pass-throughs. Ooh. Master Liberty, you fucked up. You asked for specific examples. Anyone who's asked for, can we get a specific example of, hey, this is an industry that's important in my state. What are you planning to do for that? Do you have any specifics? I asked for specifics ahead of this meeting, and you've ignored my calls. He's like, yeah, we'll get them to you at some point. It's like, whoa, you're asking me questions? I'm supposed to spit off the buzzwords. Hold on. I would like to know too, and so would the rest of the United States.
Commerce Department, as you pointed out, with respect to tariffs. Well, last month I visited a New Hampshire company that makes ball bearings for the aerospace industry, and I agree we should be protecting the aerospace industry in this country. It's our biggest export in New Hampshire, aerospace parts. They were very concerned about the impact of the steel tariffs on their ability to get ball bearings. They said not only has their cost gone up, but the lead time to get the steel to make the bearings, they only have one domestic supplier, while they had suppliers in the Indo-Pacific and in Canada. Those have been eliminated under the tariffs.
Like the only other good argument he had, if you take that in isolation, I'd be amenable. Like the only good argument he had was it doesn't matter what concessions they make so long as they are being used as pass-through. Like, in a certain circumstance, yes. If you look, yeah, okay. So if you look at that in isolation, yeah, probably that makes sense. Taking it out of the isolation into the broader context, like, doesn't have the same weight.
They said that their lead times have gone from 20 weeks to 2.5 years because of the tariffs.
That's not good.
I think this creates a real challenge with respect to our national security. About a good percentage of the work they do is with the Department of Defense. It's in the defense industry. So before expanding these tariffs, did the Commerce Department work with the president to evaluate the impact to our national security supply chain And have you
Seriously?
coordinated with the Defense Department? This is an issue that I've also raised in the Armed Services Committee.
Right. Like, if you're trying to tariff China, then then yes. But when you're going just like massive fights with the entire world, and you're like, well, there's no concession Vietnam can make, and we're trying to hurt Vietnam, like, like that example, I get it. But that's if we were like, we had independent, like not just different numbers for China and Vietnam, but like actually worked through proper shits for both countries. And we'd also have to make a decision like, okay, what amount of their steel are we tariffing? All steel? Are we going to track each individual like gram of steel or steel bar or steel sheet that comes from China versus the ones that are domestically created in Vietnam? Are we just going to do a percentage of steel? Like, you roll the dice. We don't want steel from anyone else, period. But that's the thing. We rely on steel from other people. This is where we're at right now. And we've talked about this before, and I think like we should have the ability to make steel, but in terms of maintaining economic efficiency, it's better to import right now. We're not like pretty sure majorities. Maybe, I don't know. But I mean, I'm actually curious at this point. Steel imports versus domestic production 2022. Yeah. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, we import in times of peace because it makes shit cheaper. We should have the capacity to do all of our own manufacturing. I don't think that's too grandiose of a agreement to make.
With the Department of Defense, because they don't seem to be aware of what the
Yeezys,
impact
they're
is
important to
on
national
the
defense.
industry of these tariffs.
Of course.
That's what I mean, more like contextual, but not legally at war, but reliance on countries where they could shut off our imports like that probably isn't great for steel, but we should have in times of fucking good times, when we're not in trade wars with people and not at risk of having our shit shut down tomorrow, we can import steel that's cheaper to make cheaper products while also maintaining capacity to have big U.S. steel. But
you did consult with the Department of Defense, and
of course.
And what was the determination about how you address those kinds of extended lead times for companies that are producing equipment that's critical to our national security?
It's really a cost issue, not an access issue.
Well, not according to this company in New Hampshire. It's an access issue for them.
Well, that would be illogical, since it's just a tariff, which is monetary. It's not a sanction. It's just a monetary one. It would be more
it affects
expensive.
their ability to get the product, though, to get the steel that they need.
It changes the price point, meaning if you're trying to buy it cheaper, the idea for the administration...
Well, they don't think... I'm not going to argue with you. I'm just going to tell you what this company in New Hampshire has told me, and that is that their lead times have gone from 20 weeks to 2.5 years. And at that rate, it's hard for me to understand how we can continue to support our defense industry when we don't have the ability to get the supply chain that they need to operate.
The big issue is you can't fight a war without steel and aluminum production in America. You have to be able to make it. If you don't have the ability to make your own steel and aluminum, you can't fight a war. And that is what the president's doing. He's trying to make sure that we make sufficient steel and aluminum to protect our defense industry.
Which I certainly support. I'm sure all of us support.
Sounds like we exactly agree.
But I don't agree on the way it's being done, because we're not going to have the steel that we need immediately to provide the supplies that we need immediately. So we need to do a little better planning before we put in place those kinds of tariffs. But I want to go to another issue.
And I can explain offline how the steel works, but it goes to a spot price. It doesn't change supply, it just changes price. But we'll go over that offline.
Well,
price limits.
Let me just say, the company that I've been talking to in New Hampshire understands how it works. And they have a problem. They don't need you to explain it to them. They know because they've been in business for years. But I want to go to the Manufacturing Extension Partnership because you
We detected a login from your Coinbase account in Hong Kong. Nice.
Suggested that this is something that has not kept up with the technology. In New Hampshire, they're doing additive manufacturing. They're doing AI.
That would make sense.
They are providing additional technology.
I think it's probably fair to say, look, we're going to set aside X amount of steel production capacity for defense specifically. I just
to help those companies. And so I just want to register my support with what the chair, the ranking member, and others have said about the importance of this program. For every dollar invested in 2023, it returned to $24.60 in new sales growth and $27.50 in new client investment. This is a program that makes a difference for companies in New Hampshire. And at a time when we've seen the third straight month of manufacturing decline in the U.S., it seems to me that we ought to be looking at how we can continue to support those industries and support a program that's been working. So I hope you'll take another look at that, and given the bipartisan support for it, that you'll decide that this is something that it's worth keeping because it's helping American companies. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You do know that my Office of the Inspector General cited the MEP as one of the most participating in waste, fraud, and abuse because the leaders of these things were...
Well, wouldn't the steel production in the U.S. be like Midwest-based? Pittsburgh, mainly? We got rail lines. We should have more rail lines.
Just charging huge salaries for themselves. And one of these offices had like a 90% compensation ratio and others had 60. So the concept is right. But I want you to let our department fix the waste, fraud, and abuse, and let's get back to its core elements, which I think are fine. So we're not arguing about the core elements, but you need to do it correctly.
Well, if I could just respond, Mr. Chairman.
That is true. We do. But my one campaign promise is high-speed passenger rail all across the U.S.
I appreciate that there may be issues and that we should address those, and it would be helpful to have some transparency around that. I can tell you that in New Hampshire, the head of the MEP program is not making an inordinate salary because we watch that carefully in New Hampshire. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Senator Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Secretary. Nice to see you. I appreciate the review that you're doing in the department over...
No, I'm saying you'd build new ones. You'd have the National Guard do it.
the programs that you have there, and as you try to make taxpayer dollars be spent efficiently.
Look at that card. Wow.
The broadband funding map continues to be a major priority of mine. The map tracks all federal dollars being used for broadband deployment, as you know. And the goal is to avoid redundant overbuilding and wasteful funding. However, we have had issues with agencies that do not collect or report this data consistently, if at all. By law, NTIA has a key role to collect this data from federal agencies in addition to submitting their own program data to the FCC, which houses the maps. Will you commit to prioritizing NTIA's work to support the broadband funding map and ensure that these dollars are optimized?
Sounds smart. Yes.
Thank you. Are there any other areas where you think that NTIA's broadband programs can maximize funding to make sure that they meet the intended purposes?
We are hard at work rigorously pursuing the details of NTIA to make sure it can be the most efficient and effective along the lines that you were discussing about telecommunications, both access and capacity for growth in America.
You and I have talked about the BEAD program in the past, and I know you have your work cut out for you in reviewing that program, especially with all the red tape that the Biden administration created for that program. Do you have any idea on the timing for revising those BEAD program rules?
It's not activated till
yes, so my expectation is we will put out the notice of funding opportunity, the NOFO, shortly.
We have a...
And then we would expect everyone to apply within 90 days.
It's like a tinier building.
We're going to hold it hard.
They make them like cannons, like not like howitzer style things, but like just like, you know, the cannonball gets loaded type thing. All right, yeah, this is also more of exactly what you'd fucking expect. So we're gonna do a little bit of slop time, and then it's on to Kurdistan again. Yeah, let's do Boner Box. Finish up this Vadim thing. This was, yeah.
Hassan was doing there. His
I don't know if Beck's still
belief,
here, but
and it was a sensible one. Was that
man? The latter half of the stream yesterday, it was just me ripping my hair out listening to this guy.
It was fucking retarded. He made a prediction that Russia was
sensible
not going to invade.
It wasn't sensible. It was just because it was U.S. intel.
Russia had already at that point amassed hundreds of thousands of troops along the Ukrainian border, and the Biden administration made the decision to just share that intelligence to get ahead of them doing a false flag.
First of all, this is something that he has responded to, like kind of like the allegations that you're making about his claim. Like he like it's out there. You can find him, like, you know, kind of putting this into
his mea culpas. Whenever he does mea culpas, they're very lacking. It's always like he does what you're doing, where it's like, okay, yeah.
Hey, amelioration station. Remember when you said a fucking high velocity ammunition is the same as a sniper bullet? You fucking dumb retard. Well done.
Wow.
Turns out I was right. Fuck off. Bye bye. All right.
I said that thing, but I had a really good reason to believe that.
It's sensible. Look, you have to allow me to explain what was sensible about what he said. Okay.
But I meant to mention this while Googly was on. I downloaded American Truck Simulator. I was thinking about playing that today. But
he believed, and again, this is sensible. He believed that
America bad.
The fact that like he thought that Russia had way too much to lose financially and otherwise to invade. So he made a bad call. That's what it was. It was a bad prediction, but that was like it not an unsensible prediction. And there wasn't anything like, you know, like he wasn't
basing it off of anything other than just like, I don't trust America. That was all he was basing it off.
Let's do it.
Like,
right at my
oh yeah, we're slopping.
Right
where we left off yesterday.
If you're
okay, Carl Weezer's there. But they continue their military duties until being indirectly disarmed as regulations for the military are put in place eventually for military. So they were like the last holdouts.
Was kind of a
right at
what
my
the fuck are you doing kind of move. They like he did not think.
Okay, what about fine. We can move past that one. Then. Fine.
Wait, how does he get the custom the TTS things? Because I only have the basic Twitch one.
Be willing to be so self-sabotaging with you know, like he knew that it was going to have all these negative repercussions, which it did have, and he just didn't think that.
Okay, what about accusing Loanerbox of being a paid Hasbara propagandist?
First of all,
I don't know about that.
That's a tricky one for me.
Why?
Because
Fucking why?
I don't think that they I talk with Loanerbox here and there, and I could be wrong, but I don't think that they paid for, or rather had everything paid for while they were out there. I think that they paid for their tickets there and whatnot, but they had a great deal of people who were showing them around.
No, when someone says it's a paid trip, the obvious context is that you were paid to do Israeli propaganda.
I mean, it was a propaganda trip. Israel is not going. And then that's really, I guess, what.
Does Loanerbox speak to whatever?
I have to say about it. I don't particularly have. I think that it is.
Oh my God!
Losing the forest for the trees to talk about whether or not it was a paid.
But that's what Hassan. He accused him of being a paid Israeli propagandist. That's obviously what he's.
It was a propaganda trip. The reason they don't allow.
The reason he's calling it a propaganda trip, and the reason they have to push this, is because they went there, they talked to Palestinians and Israeli people, and they were like, "Yeah, a lot of and they showed peaceful coexistence." That, and then the Hassans of the world was like, "What? No, we can't have this." Created the president's private. Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah. It's a sad state of affairs as far as the militia goes.
Allow people to go in and look at all this.
That's a
shit
fucking.
That they have.
They also
expectation.
That's a fucking lie. That is a total fucking lie.
They were also highly critical of people when they were there too.
No, they weren't. No,
that
they
was
weren't.
good.
They talked with this I think he's a rabbi. His name is Yishel Fleischer. Maybe I'm fucking up his name. But, he...
Wait, if Loanerbox is in the chat...
He's lying. He's lying. He knows Yishai was mad at my fucking coverage of that trip. He knows.
With it, but
Loanerbox does admit...
he could join the Discord.
He knows full fucking well. He knows full fucking well. He's lying.
He's propagandist.
I did not say he was a paid...
No, I said Hassan accused him of being a paid propagandist.
I don't think that it is out... First of all, if someone goes somewhere and they end up getting a lot of because there's no doubt that both Loanerbox, Destiny to a lesser degree, but
when we were in the West Bank talking to fucking people who were suffering in the checkpoints and shit,
a real boost in their.
Come on. We're talking about you're jumping through hoops to try to explain what Hassan said. What Hassan said, he was clearly saying that
it was a paid propaganda tour.
Loanerbox was paid to go to Israel to do Hasbara propaganda. Yeah. And you're like, okay, I can explain it by taking this angle and that angle. That's a crazy thing to say. I mean, I feel like you should just be able to.
Crazy thing to say.
Yeah, it is, bro.
No,
that is.
It is a crazy thing to say. It's so fucking crazy.
Why? Do you think that there are not?
Because he's not a paid propagandist. It's not true. That's why I think it's bad.
Where's the Discord?
Is there a Discord link? They would have paid them to go out there. They didn't take.
Does Loner ever actually pop into this chat?
Because they didn't want it to sort of look there's something
what's he basing this on?
Super phony. In a situation like
that.
Is there not a right of refusal in the army?
Hopping in the call to explain what he did, or is that too confrontational for you?
That's fine.
I don't know if Loner, if you're watching, yeah.
I'm totally fine with that. But before he comes in, I want to clarify a couple of things because I think he's going to maybe clarify some other things that I spoke about, and I just want to make sure that in terms of his conversation with that West Bank person that I mentioned, that
now he's going to clarify. Now he knows that we went to the West Bank and spoke to Palestinians.
Discussing
Okay.
it on his channel, he said he did admit that was the most extreme person that he spoke to while
now
he was
he's going to caveat
there.
everything.
And
Okay,
there
well
was
done,
what
buddy.
he thinks
Beautiful.
of as being a bit of like pushback over the course of the conversations that they had. I did not look at it that way, but he did say one or two things about while they were at a certain place there was a mass shooting event years ago, and he did bring that up. So in that small way, he was
do you know why this guy's gotten any coverage
that person
recently? Because so you were saying he hadn't had any airspace prior to like this.
Yeah, I heard people were talking about me.
Okay, perfect.
Hey, what's up, dude?
Hey, okay, so first of all, things that we already all know, and I know that you know that Yishai Fleischer was really angry with my coverage of that trip, right?
I mean, he wasn't angry enough that he didn't, he used
Just
it as
say,
propaganda
all right,
on his own channel.
No,
I don't
with
think
my coverage of the trip, the thing that I uploaded to my channel, you acknowledge that you know this because we've spoken about it. You know that he was angry with what I commented on that interview from my channel, right?
Of course, because it's his job to be basically
fake
put
opposition?
a good face forward, and whether people like that are I guess what I'm saying is that I don't think it really matters that much that he was offended by that. If you were countering in the way that I think anyone should in that situation, he never would have wanted to use your footage on his channel to begin with.
Well, he used like B-roll that was not on my channel. I did not put that on my channel. He used B-roll. Like he used just raw footage. Yeah, of course you can do that. If you're a settler and you do like an interview with Louis Theroux, you can clip out the parts of you talking and the bits that you like and just leave out the rest. But would that be Louis Theroux's fault that they got to do that?
I contacted you and I asked you what is the most substantial pushback that you did with that guy. And then you sent me
we are deep in the shit. That is
what you commented
very true.
on.
I just don't know what could be done.
Are you telling me
don't seem
that's
to
the most
utilize
did you not show me the most substantial pushback that you did?
I
with
showed
him?
you my coverage of it, yeah, where I called him an insane settler who wants to conquer all the land, where he basically has this like equivocation about wanting to deport anyone he considers a jihadist, which let's face it would be pretty much all of them. I also spoke about how he was lying about Baruch Goldstein treating Arab doctors when he had in fact refused to treat Arab doctors. I also mentioned how he lied about Baruch Goldstein getting radicalized by the violence.
While you were talking to him, you didn't do any of these things while you were talking to him.
Wait, why? Why does that matter? Why does that matter if I'm going to do commentary for it afterwards?
He was able to use it as like he used it as he presented you guys obviously he's not going to post anything on his channel that he thinks makes him look remote.
It's the same shit as it was in the earlier half. How far are we from the basis where it's like the accusation or the claim is that this was a paid trip to do Israeli propaganda. And now it's like, well, the fact that one guy, while he didn't like your coverage of the trip in your interview, he cut out some B-roll to do what he was already doing, means you were paid to do a trip and we're critical? What is even happening here? Nothing we don't know. Yeah, okay. Well, I guess we'll just continue to hope and pray that no one realizes it, I guess.
Bad. And so you gave him propaganda basically. That's
how did I give him propaganda? He was the one who was. He could have just filmed himself saying these things.
And not like I don't know, man. Like if I was hanging out with somebody who is the spokesperson for Ben Gvir, I would be way more on their ass than either of you guys were.
But he has no problem with the Houthi debate.
Hey,
invited out there to begin with.
You tell me what. So you think I am not allowed then to just interview someone, let them speak freely, because I'm planning on editing content and doing something with it different from just the raw footage afterwards that pushes my opinion forward?
I think that.
How do I legitimize him? I'm a fucking nobody.
Like
what are you talking about?
I think with someone like that, because I watched other clips that you guys did. That's why I came to you. I saw like a bunch of clips, some that were on his channel, and I think a couple of others that were, uploaded to the guy who followed you guys around with the camera.
Also known as a cameraman.
I was frankly shocked when I was watching those at like just how much there was of you guys just like sitting back and just letting this guy just act like really fucking friendly with you guys. And that's his job. He wants to put like a kind face onto settler violence.
But can you imagine if I get the clip and not the giraffe? It's also a dinosaur, but I think that would be it. That's would be over for mine.
Do I think that you went into it thinking like, I'm going to give this guy a layup? Like I'm totally going to make this guy
most of the time
great.
I get it pretty quickly.
No, I don't think you did, but I think you did
and
fail
you have
at
to do the
something
ping
that
pong ball
you
first,
should have
so you
done.
can't,
morally, I look at it like you should have you have a moral obligation, given how fucking horrible what he is represents, to not challenge him more. Like the fact
I thought
that
I was headed in that direction, but my hairline seems to have
selfies
paused
with you
receding,
numerous
which is
times
nice.
and whatnot.
So,
I like for someone like that, I think that the way that you guys should end things is just like him thinking that you're a dick.
So I should have just fucking fought with him and maybe canceled and end up canceling the fucking trip half the day earlier, or why? So by your logic, just to be clear, by your logic, because Louis Theroux is not massively confrontational with people that he talks to. So if Louis Theroux does an interview with a settler and that settler just grabs a few of the clips of them talking, but they just leave out the bits of the documentary that they don't like and put it on their channel and say, look, here's my conversation with Louis Theroux, and then they add some commentary afterwards. Does that mean Louis Theroux did propaganda for them?
No.
Dude, we've already...
The answer to that is no. The answer to that is clearly a fucking no. So no, I did not do propaganda for Yishai Fleischer. Yeah, there you go.
I came to you, and in that Louis Theroux documentary, there are questions that he asked.
And you just used the exact same answer that you were always going to use, which is the interpretation of the new crowd that you are beholden to. That's all it is. That's all it is. Because again, the only content that I've ever used on my channel with Yishai is me shitting on him. That's my content. That's my product. That's it. He can clip. By the way, he can actually. Even with my commentary.
Although I did get a pretty big wake up call. Oh, there's our ability to think. I mean, that's what Hassan shows. I had a bit of a wake up call when someone thought I was my younger brother's dad. I was like, oh no, I'm Unc for real now.
That was the only thing that was up. He could have actually still just clipped all the raw footage and just taken out my commentary, and apparently I still would have been helping him do propaganda. Like, I understand.
Okay, well, first of all, I don't even think that the extent to which you, quote unquote, shat on him on your channel, like yes, you definitely went at him way harder than you did when you were talking to him. But I still don't think.
Okay, what should I say? What should I have said that would have made him more responsible?
I was pleased to see you shit on him to the extent that you did, but given who he is, in my opinion.
Actually, I think Vadim is doing pro loaner box propaganda because he's being way more soft on his stance when he's actually talking to loaner box, and then when he's just debating Hutch, he's doing a much harder stance. So, Vadim pro loaner box propaganda.
Opinion, I feel like you never
should have shot harder.
That he is like, kind of part of the Ben Gvir squad. You didn't put that into perspective. I mean, like,
there's no joke there.
I said that he's a settler who wants to conquer the West Bank and kick out all the Arabs. But because of you, I should have been. Oh, by the way, but he also is a Ben Gvir person. What the fuck?
Yes. Yes, that's pretty.
And it was it's disappointing to not throw that. Well, okay, that's okay. That's
yeah.
So,
I think
yes, I understand. You're looking for anything. Okay, that's good.
I think that. I mean, like, look. My general point here is that I don't think that you were kind of like, either definitely when you were talking to him, but when
you've already conceded. This is like a nothing. This is a nothing.
Your general point was that they were on a paid trip. You fucking freak.
Saying, by the way, he's also affiliated with Ben Gvir, even though he supports all the things that Ben Gvir supports and all the things on top of that.
Not a nothing objection.
It is. It's absolutely nothing objection. It's just because every detail. So what if you said that? I could have just been like, oh, but you didn't mention that he lied about treating Arabs, because again, like we both know that I know the history of this conflict better than you do. So I could have easily just picked out little nits to yours as well.
I'll let you go on to the next thing, but it's
let you. Okay,
no, that's an extremely substantial.
Fuck this guy, man.
Like the fact that you like, if people like this, I believe that we have a duty to not make them look good in these situations and not have conversations that basically because they want to present themselves to the public as just like both reasonable, rational. That's like why at the end.
So this he's saying people's what they say cannot fail on their merits. If you're amiable or amicable with somebody, then your audience is like, bam, they think that's correct. But also, Denims and Hassan don't have responsibility over their audience. But Lonerbox does when he criticizes a guy in an post-commentary thing, but not in person. Is this guy retarded?
End of your conversations, like you guys. I'm not talking about that particular clip that you played, but the last shoot that you guys did, you did another selfie together, and and you shoot on it, and he was like, "Well, I'm glad we could agree to disagree." He says something to that effect, and you make this like this fucking murderous, bloodthirsty motherfucker look pretty like tame and like just like friendly and like somebody that you can like vibe with. It's the same problem that I have with often like a lot of the hangouts that Destiny did with Nick Fuentes. So
Loner.
Yeah, it's not an you can
does Loner bring up the Houthi thing
not
here?
an unsubstantial.
I feel like that's such a killer point.
Dodging, I think you're deflecting, and
put me in, coach.
It's weak.
Retroactively.
Nothing you said there says anything I did was dodging or deflecting or weak. We both agree that he was angry with my content, with the way that I covered that content. He was angry with my commentary on that interaction, and that's the only Yishai Fleischer related content that I've put up on my channel. That's my content. The raw footage, the B-roll, the stuff that he could have easily clipped out from my commentary that he can use himself, that's his content. My content made him angry, okay? That's it. It's just as well. It's also just as well that like at least with me commenting on people like him, like there are at least like some people in my audience who could be like swayed by that away from positions that they might sympathize with, because I actually know how to talk to these people and you guys don't. But in any case, you're also aware though, you keep calling this like a propaganda tour. You think meeting Nabil al-Kurd to talk about his situation in Sheikh Jarrah, that would be an Israeli propaganda tour?
That's one moment where you guys were.
It's not one moment. That was like 2 or 3 days we were in the West Bank, and that was just West Bank related stuff. So
I have looked, unless there is a great deal of stuff that because I've looked at pretty much everything that is on that channel that guy posted.
That's only 2.5 hours. I guess we're just getting started in this one. What was the last one? Was it 7.5, 8.5 hours for the 2 cards in the clips? Oh my god!
Who shot your trip? There's nothing that I've seen there that does not lead me to believe that overall it was a propaganda trip. And the
propaganda
thing is
for who? Propaganda for who? The government?
And I'm not saying that you went into it thinking like, oh, I'm going to do propaganda for Israel.
Yeah, you think I'm a useful idiot. It's fine.
You think
yeah, I'm asking you.
To begin with, they would not let you do that to begin with if they did not go in thinking like, we're going to get something pretty good out of this.
They would really. So, you think the Israeli government wouldn't have let us in if they didn't think they could get something good out of it?
Yes, they
Thank you.
all sorts
Listen,
of people
Vadim,
from
my
coming
good
in.
friend, I love you. Thank you for confirming that you do not know absolute dick about this country that you've been talking about for the last 20 months. What a fucking unbelievably brain dead, tone deaf, disconnected way to approach this entire fucking country. Do you know that, like, I can go to Israel tomorrow and meet with fucking B'Tselem, who literally want Israel effectively abolished, and I can go to the West Bank with them and talk to fucking Hamas supporters tomorrow if I want to. I can go to fucking Jenin and speak to people who say that they want Israel fucking destroyed and the Jews pushed into the sea. And I could publish all that. And I could go to B'Tselem and talk about how it's apartheid and there's a genocide in Gaza. I could do all that tomorrow if I wanted to. The Israeli government is not going to fucking only let me in. The Israeli government is not only going to let me in because they think they can get something out of me. What the fucking mental thing to say? You don't know anything about that country. Why are you even talking about it if that's your assumption? Fuck me.
I mean, I would expect you to say all this horse shit, dude. Like, I mean, you've like said a lot of things that are really combination of either like out of touch or lead me to sometimes to think like I like you just you know what I've had like a lot of conversations here that I was not prepared to get into, but
that's for sure.
Like, yeah, I just bro, like they're like, would I be able to get into Israel to do all these things? Do you think it would be that I could do that very easily?
Based on your Twitter history, yeah, what the fuck do you think would happen? What do you think would happen if you went to Israel?
You think that I would be killed by the IDF? I don't know. What are you?
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you what you think, because I know that you don't know anything about this country. But yeah, I just want to see what you think. I'm just curious.
I don't think that I would be allowed into Israel to begin with.
Why not?
Because of the fact that I post things that are very like anti-government. Like I'm completely opposed to their genocide, and like I constantly call out how, you know, like what insane liars they are. I mean, like,
okay, so look at my so this is, I can tell you what this, so you can look at my main channel, because this is what the security guy looked at when he was interviewing me.
Just practice
like one of my videos on my main channel, and the more recent ones when I got there, was about traveling Israel being full of shit about the about denying the Nakba. There was another one about Netanyahu being insanely dishonest when his interview with Lex Fridman. There's a Gaza history video that's literally covered in Palestinian flags. There's a video that he would have scrolled past that was about apartheid in Israel and Palestine. So
what?
You think they don't let people in because they criticize the country?
Bruh.
I think that they look at you and they recognize that overall, in spite of any sort of criticisms that you might have, that you overall are like helpful to their project.
Wait, how much do you think they saw of my content? Do you mean the government or the nation as a whole? When you say their project or they'd get something out of it?
Yeah, I don't think that either of you would have been invited to Israel.
Oh, I stopped
us.
Wait, I could practice.
Secret. You don't know, dude. You don't know who invited us.
Whoa. I might be in the craziest situation here. If I could have infinite time, I think. No, it's rolling. Shit.
You don't know how the trip started. It's probably still on one of Mere Destiny's channels. The whole trip started because we were invited by Sev. It was a Palestinian who lives in Israel was the one who spurred the idea, and then we just started to make connections from there. We just people came in and said, "Oh, I know a guy," because everyone in that region knows a guy. That's also why we met Isawi Frage, who was whose father was murdered in the Kfar Qasim massacre, the Israeli-Palestinian Knesset member. That's why he was one of the interviewees. That's why we met Mustafa Barghouti, you know, a guy who is very radically against Israel. But you think like the government allowed this to happen because it benefits them? You think Israel would let someone interview Mustafa Barghouti?
Absolutely. After watching Destiny's interview with fucking what's his name, Ilan Levy, where the disagreements that they had were so fucking tittling, and he like basically like was just like yes-anding him the entire fucking time. Yes, I think that was their outlook on it. Whether or not you guys went into it thinking like that's exactly what you were, I don't know. I kind of think maybe you guys were like in the dark about it.
Well, you don't know, so why don't you wait? So you don't. So you don't know. So why don't you ask? Why don't you just ask some questions? It feels like
because I don't completely like for one.
You think I'm gonna lie?
Completely trust everything you have to say.
When have I ever lied to you, Vadim? When have I ever lied to you? Provably.
I don't know, but you say some like really crazy things when it comes to Israel. And
you can think I say things that are wrong and you disagree with, or you think I'm losing my way or whatever. When have I ever lied to you?
I don't think you've lied to me, but you know, there's always a first time.
So why don't you ask and make up your mind? Is there surely okay? Because clearly I've had like this unique access to the fucking devil themselves.
You also would not necessarily know, like I just said. I just entered into this saying like, you very well may not have gone to Israel thinking like, oh, this is how I'm perceived, and this like this, that, and the other thing. But I genuinely do not believe, from everything that I have read about, like I mean, they don't. There's so many like you know, there's so many investigators or rather like news people that are not allowed to certain areas and certain.
You should debate John Fetterman.
Like I personally, I would fucking love to go to Israel to look at all this stuff, but I know that I would be like, you know, just like most people that that you and I both know in like we just wouldn't be.
You know, as an American citizen, they're probably not even going to check you. That's probably the most likely.
I was not here to debate you, and I'm not prepared to have any conversations with you right now. You've come in, you've like made yourself clear about this stuff, and I still absolutely hold to the fact that I think that you really did drop the ball with your coverage with fucking Michelle Fleischer, and like, you know, like I don't like I did not know I was going to be like roped into this. I like.
It's just that you were saying
you made a claim, so. You made a claim, so I wanted to give Linderbox a chance to respond.
It's the fact that you said it was like not far out for Hassan to believe that I was a paid Hasbara propagandist. When you know, but my assumption was like you've seen enough of this to know full well that's an insane thing that is completely indefensible. But you know, I guess
don't give an inch.
Why I said to begin with that I thought that it was, you know, like not a. Is because we know that people are paid for like that. That's just not a secret.
You haven't seen those paid propaganda. Like you haven't seen like people who have actually done propaganda content on Israel and compared it to mine. Because if you had, you would have no fucking idea. No, I understand that it's like to you guys. I understand that to you guys, like there's very like to you, like there's not really all that much difference between a two-state solution, like a two-state solution is person and fucking Ben Gvir. But like for most people, there is.
Do you realize that the reason why I said from the get-go that I don't think that that this was a paid, like that you guys were paid to come here, is because, like, you know, I actually do know, like I have a friend who was paid, or an old friend, an ex-friend who was paid to do one of those propaganda trips. So I do know what that looks like. I don't know. That's not to say that every single one is going to look exactly the same, but I actually did not think that you were paid to do this. However, I think that it is. Like all I was saying when I was saying that, like it's not crazy to think that
it is crazy.
Because no, it's not
crazy. Because if you know anything about the conflict, it's fucking insane. Yes, if you knew anything about the conflict and you actually in good faith watched the footage that's up already, you would know. You would know full fucking well.
Do you think that people are not paid by Israel to do propaganda?
Not to do what we did. No, 100%
yeah,
no.
Exactly.
What the fuck?
I still can't get over the. I would love to go and see everything, but what's the worst that happens? Your visa gets denied. But and then you get content out of the fucking fake fucks.
What are you talking about?
That's what I'm fucking saying, dude. I'm saying that's why I am confident in saying that I don't think yours was a paid propaganda.
But that's also why it's insane to believe it was.
But to most people, I can understand why they would assume that, and it wouldn't be necessarily like this. Why? Because we know that that Israel does pay people for propaganda.
But you also know that they don't pay for what we did. They don't pay for people going to see people from Sheikh Jarrah or people. No, we're not going in circles. It's because you're saying something that doesn't connect. First of all, it's not insane to think that, but you're very confident saying that I wasn't paid.
I think other people, why it would be reasonable for people to assume that what you did was a paid propaganda trip. I think that they're wrong. But why? Why again? Like, oh my God, we're going in this. Fucking
but you're saying two things at once. One, on the one hand, you're saying you're very confident that it wasn't paid.
Look, dude, we're just gonna go. I've made myself plain.
Why? Because I think it's reasonable for people to think that. Why? What the? Well, I just think it's reasonable for people to think that. Yeah, and why? Well, I just think we're going in circles. What the fuck?
About this, I'm not going to say the same thing over and over and over again. If you want to go to like one more thing that you want to get out there before we wrap this up, I'll hear one more thing out. Whoa. Each thing kind of seems to take like 5 to 20 minutes. Jesus. So is there anything else?
No, I think I'm fine.
All right. Okay. All right. Well, great talking to you, man. I'll speak to you another time.
Okay, bye. I want to talk about other things. I just can't be fucked. I just want to fucking
start leaving these calls. Just
oh my God.
Dude. Like,
oh God. Actually fucking shahid myself. Jesus. Let's go back to watching.
There's one or two other things that I want him to come in.
You haven't seen those paid propaganda. Stop pay for.
Maybe you can invite him on because I would like.
Wait, no, not here. Not here.
And I have just because I'm the kind of person basically like the overwhelming majority of the first half or more of our conversation I was very prepared for. Once we got to Ethan, not so much. And I'm the kind of guy who has to basically because I'm fucking ADD and I sleep really terribly all the time. It really does a number on just my ability to.
Okay. I need to take a breather from this. There's always this one. I think H3 was gonna do something. Ian and Anissa's boxing coach calls in live. That's something. Should we? I don't. Team shit is just so brain dead. Or we could do Kurdistan stuff too. Or we could do both, I guess. Yeah, let's do both. Drama Slop and Kurdistan research.
And the next day and the next day.
Okay. No, not doing this live though. Although they don't have it segmented, I probably don't want to watch whatever the hell this is. And I can't show YouTube chat on Twitch.
How about that?
All right, where are you at then? So I can sync it up. Just give me a timestamp. Literally nothing has happened at all in the whole thing, or What the fuck? Just go where they are right now. Okay.
Training for Ian for a fight, I would have to take half of the session and train Anissa.
So whose idea was that?
Hers. Yeah. But the thing about it is Ian goes along with it, right? Because I feel like if Ian would have said, hey, no, I need the time to train, it might have been different. But he's just like, oh no, she needs to train before I train.
But she didn't even fight. She wasn't even fighting.
No. And so literally in like the training footage, half of the sessions I had with him would be with her. And then she would come in with like all sorts of drama to the gym. One day she was super dramatic and I was like, oh my gosh, what happened? And she related Will Smith slapping to Chris Rock to somehow Ian having to defend her online. So she was like super dramatic the whole day. And I'm like, I can't even train Ian today because she's so dramatic. So that was constantly
Give me a sec.
happening.
Give me a sec.
Keep fucking my mouth.
The slap, guys.
Yeah. Yes.
All right.
She came in distraught, and I'm like, oh my gosh, what happened?
Yeah. She's on Chris. She's on the slapper side, right? Like she was empathizing with Will.
She felt like she felt like Will was Ian.
He had to slap.
Yep, Ian has to slap all the people that insult her, I guess.
Yeah.
Wow.
And so, but anyway, so
that's true.
crazy.
Will, I'm not putting this word. This is my observation. Will Smith is one of the most famous cucks.
Yeah.
And again, that's my analysis, not your guys'. But it is an interesting analogy, right? For them to be idolized because Jada famously had an affair with her son's friend.
Ooh.
You know,
Yeah.
So I wonder if
Then
that's how they
brag about
relate
it, right?
more so than the slapping.
Keep fucking my wife's mouth.
You know, yeah, it's just me. I'm doing a little psychology here, psychology in Los Angeles.
All right,
I got a couple questions actually. If you don't mind.
Harley, what's up, man?
Yeah,
please, by all means, yeah, chime in anytime.
Okay, yeah, I had a couple questions here. Let me get.
What's
let me
happening?
Set this up right here properly. Get this in order. Do you guys get any paperwork, by the way? Did you guys sign contracts? The fighters had contracts. I'm curious if the coaches had.
No, we never had a contract.
No.
Oh, interesting, because that would have been like something that would have detailed what's like what like I mean, did they I guess by word they told you it was charity and they didn't ever.
Right. Yeah. So, and I'm still hoping that the first event was all charity, other than Ian taking his fighter purse. But what was crazy about that is then you said you had a $27,000 bonus, and I was always under the assumption that there was no bonus because even though he told me there was a bonus, he then disappeared for 6 months and I never saw him. So I was like, was there a bonus or was there not a bonus?
And you confronted about that? You asked them, or you didn't want to?
No, I just let it be.
Because I'm the same way, by the way. I never spoke about money with Creator Clash. I have a guy on my team that does that. I wanted to not talk about money, and plus it's awkward when it's a charity thing. You're like, I don't want to. Am I going to ask for money?
Yep. Right.
Yeah, and it's awkward when it's your fighter, and then you have to train him for a whole nother event. And I mean, truthfully, like a lot of times fighters will say they're going to pay a coach and then not pay a coach. So that happens sometimes. So truthfully, unfortunately, I'm used to that, right? Where they're like, oh, there's more money coming in. And then the more money coming in just goes to them. So you get used to that as a coach. But I am under the assumption that the first event did all go to charity. And then the second event was supposed to go to charity, but instead it went to the hotel, the pre-party and after party.
Was there a moment
about the after party? Because he said he was using the after party to help promote the event, but I have no idea how an event after the fight will generate money for the fight.
Well, so that's it. In his most recent video of concern trolling, in the beginning, he says he's explaining how they lost money in the second one, and he goes, the event before the boxing was to promote it. And that sounds reasonable and normal. But I don't think he even mentioned the fact that there was a massive gala after the fight where Anissa got to play as MC and give out awards and shit.
So we actually didn't even know about the gala until about probably maybe less than a week before the event, or a week before the event.
How much did they spend on the
the
gala?
only reason I knew about the gala was because Ian had invited some of his training partners, and they were on the email list, and so they kept telling me there was going to be a gala. And I assumed they were talking about the pre-party, because the first year they did do the pre-party, but it was much smaller. It was on a way smaller scale than the second year. And then also, so we had no idea. So when everyone was asking me about a gala, they're like, what are you going to wear? I was like, I'm going to wear sweatpants. What are you talking about? And then they're like, what? You're going to wear sweatpants to a gala? You're crazy. And I was like,
first year, it was like, the first year was like a little party thing. It was like a Sweet 16 vibe.
Which is all you need.
Like, it's game set up.
Yeah.
We had Super Smash Brothers set up. It was in the hotel both years.
That sounds great.
It was much more casual, but if you dressed for that, like I was told specifically to dress nicely for the gala, that there would be pictures and such.
We found out it was a red carpet event that they flew Getty Images in for. So they straight up flew Getty Images to take pictures for the event.
There's no
way. Yeah, they're the only. Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, when we asked them about it, and I said, hey, is there a gala? And they said, oh, you guys don't even worry about it. You don't have to go to that. And I said, what? This is what Anissa said. And I said, what? And I said, well, some of the sparring partners got invited. And she said, I don't know how they got on that list. They weren't supposed to be on the list. And in my mind, I'm like, Ian had invited them. He sent them the email personally.
What
right?
a disgusting human being she seems to be. I'm sorry.
Oh, she didn't want any of us there. She only wanted like creators there, or people that would, I guess, make her feel like she could get more clout. So she told us we didn't have to come to the event. She doesn't know why we would want to be at the event. And I said, what's the event for? And she said, and it's an award show. And I said, what are the awards for? And she said, they're awards for the boxing. And I said, why wouldn't his coach want to be there? Why wouldn't his team want to be there? I was like, that makes no sense. So everybody else, all the other coaches I talked to, I said, hey, did you guys know about the gala? They said, yeah. I said, did you bring a suit for it? And all of them had freaking like 3-piece suits with like kerchiefs and everything. I had sweatpants. I'm like, what?
Dude, that's so messed up. Why? It's like you're the guy connected with the event organizers, and they're explicitly excluding you guys.
I know why. I honestly believe that the reason why Ian and Nisa excluded us and did not want us to know about the gala is because we're both very professional, we're both very direct, and very transparent. If they told us that they were going to throw a huge gala after the fight and it was going to cost a ton of money, we would have asked them, why are you doing this?
Yeah,
because Anissa already told us, she shared with us prior to CC2, like a month before, that they were negative, was it 500K already?
Yeah, at the
Whoa,
time.
whoa, hold on. Say that again. Say that again.
They were negative 500K before the event.
Yes.
So going up to the event with the ticket sales and the PPV sales, when the event started, they knew they were down $500,000.
Yes. Keep in mind that they moved to a bigger venue and they sold a lot of tickets. But before the event had started, they said we're fine. So the reason we found this out was because I wanted Ian to start doing 2 training sessions a day. And I said, Ian, you need to start doing 2-a-days. And he was like, why should I do 2-a-days? And I told him, I was like, Ian, you're not good at boxing, man. My brand is at stake. So you need to do 2-a-days. That's what pro boxers do. And so
Wait, did you actually say that to him?
Yeah, yes. And then I told him, I said, my brand is on the line. I said, you can go back to YouTube. My whole life is fighting and coaching fighters. And I'm like, so if you don't have a good performance, that's going to look bad on me. After the first event, for the first event, he didn't do any of his cardio. So that's why I ended up gassing out so bad. And I truthfully believe if he would have just done his freaking cardio, that he would have won that fight. But they couldn't do the cardio because 10 weeks before the first event, Anissa wanted them to buy a house. So instead of doing 2 training sessions a day at that point, they had to cut out training to go look to buy a house. And he moved into his new house the week before we left for Florida. So he literally wasn't training like he was supposed to for that whole first event because they wanted to go buy a house when they could have just rented a place for 6 months or a year. And then Ian could have focused on the fight, had the fight, and then found a new place. So I found that super offensive. I'm like, you're not doing anything I'm telling you. And they would lie to me, and he would tell me he was doing his road work.
He would lie? Why would he lie? That's like lying to your doctor.
It made no sense because he acted like I told him to do things because I wanted him to do them. And I really wanted him to do things because that would help him win the fight.
Yeah.
So when I tell him, hey, you need to do this, he'd be like, and then not really do it. He didn't realize how important cardio was until the second fight.
What do you mean he didn't realize how important cardio is? That's like the entire thing. Yeah, that's everything. That's the whole thing.
It literally is everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, hearing all this, it strikes me as ironic because he was always, and Anissa, going on about how they hold boxing in such high esteem and they want everyone to train, and this is life or death. This is serious.
This is all
big
if true,
and people die in the ring.
If true is still...
and hearing him speak so loftily and respectfully about boxing, but then hearing he's like, oh yeah, no, I lied to my trainer about running. It's like, what?
Yeah, I feel like a lot of that was them regurgitating what I would say. A lot of it, when I would tell them things about boxing, they would go repeat those things. I don't know how much of it was like them actually believing it. But so for that second event, so I tell him he needs to do 2-a-days. This is like 2 weeks before the fight. I'm like, we need to do your 2-a-days. And I said, my brand is at stake. Well, he went and told Anissa that I told him my brand was at stake. So the next day she comes into the gym super mad and she's like, our brand is at stake. We're $500,000 in the hole right now. And we're like,
I wish I knew that. I wish I knew that at that time. I think a lot of the fighters would have liked to have known that. I don't think none of them needed to be in the dark about that, you know?
Yes, completely. Well, and that's the thing. They said you guys didn't promote enough, but they weren't honest about the fact that they were spending the money from the ticket sales on the hotel, on flying people in, on all these other things. So it was just like,
so those decisions, the gala decisions were made.
The number on how much they've generated in ticket sales.
I have a question about that.
So she was like, we're already down 500,000, and she still had time to cancel stuff when she said that. Like, how before the event was that?
Yeah. I mean, it was 2 weeks. It was 2 weeks before the event. I mean, they knew
she could have made some last minute moves. Yeah,
they knew they were 500K in the hole long before that, right? That's just when they yelled at us about it.
Yeah.
So they could have definitely made moves to reduce spending.
We wanted that award show so bad the next day. They really, really wanted to have that award show so she could give out awards. Once again, you had heard, like Ian said, he didn't want to have the fight just end and have everybody go home the next day.
He said, I'll quote him because it's very rich. He says that the first time afterwards, he woke up and everybody was gone, and he found it super depressing because he didn't get a chance to process his trauma, which seems a little bit hyperbolic, frankly, if I'm being honest. I mean, it's like a self-inflicted charity event. I wouldn't call that exactly I wouldn't put that up with like maybe like fighting in a war. I don't know. But but I guess we all define trauma differently. But so he goes,
head trauma?
So in that case, I wanted to throw a party afterwards where we could all talk to each other and process our trauma. And then he says, we lost money, but I don't regret throwing the after party.
Yeah, he said
I think that was a lot of her words, because like he would say things that she would say. And so, for example, he said, well, we thought inviting Hassan and all those other people was going to translate to more buys, pay-per-view buys.
Wait, they didn't even promote. They didn't even care.
Did they?
No.
It made no sense to me. I'm like, people don't watch fights because Denzel Washington's in the crowd. They're not like, Denzel Washington's there. I need to watch the fight.
Right.
Like, it makes no sense. And if they would have taught, so a lot of decisions before the first event, they like spoke with us about, because I know boxing. I've been around boxing my entire life. So I'm like, I can help them with all these other things. And then for the second event, I felt like they wanted to make it much more like their own version of a TwitchCon, their own version of a VidCon.
That's what he said, yeah.
He said that she wanted to be like a VidCon. And we are new to the YouTube world. Like, we never been to a VidCon. And she's like, you guys haven't been before, but it's super cool where all these famous YouTubers come and everybody gets to vibe out. And so I was just like, is this like Comic-Con?
Yeah, she was really mad the first year that like, because she would always talk about a certain group of people. It was like somebody named Pokimane and all these other people. And she would always talk about how
someone out
she wants like them to be there, and she wants to be a part of their group.
Sorry, what I read from that is that it's
a lot of it, and then so that's why like, and then the first year was like during that girl's birthday party.
Sorry. Knowing that detail, it breaks my heart that she had to settle for denims.
Yeah. I don't even know these people, but yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, the only people I really know in the YouTube world is you guys, because you guys were so nice to us. Like, we got more clout from being on your show than we ever did from working with Ian, because he would never show any of the work we did.
That's another thing.
He would never.
If I'm
and then
big
everybody
for
else, it drove me
anti-Hassan
crazy. Like,
propaganda.
AB would shout out his coach, Wale, Lucky Boy, and then
AB was AB was all about it, man, and you know. The coaches deserve a lot of credit for what you guys, especially you guys who were involved with the freaking event, the management of the whole event, you know?
Right. Yeah. Mike Leonardi even said after the second event ended, when it was just him and I talking, and Mike Leonardi was like, "Man, these events wouldn't even happen without you."
Okay.
And I'm like, "Yeah," because he knows about the drama that I had to deal with training Ian and how hard it was to get him to train. And so, because I think he knew Mike knew that I think Ian didn't like boxing either. Everybody just by the way, like he would interact with boxing.
So this guy Mike, you mentioned him to me. I wasn't sure. He's the fight promoter.
So he was he was the manager that they got in touch with. So what happened the story of this event was amazing. Like, Ian had to reach out to all these people and they were weird. And then he reached out to Manny Pacquiao, and Manny Pacquiao hooked him up with a guy. And then that guy ends up putting him on a phone call. And that's how they met Mike Leonardi. And so Mike was a manager in Vegas, and he knows promoters, and he knows how to promote boxing events. And so the actual promoter was a guy named Ryan Rickey, who's like friends with Coach Thompson, Jesse Thompson, and this guy, Coach Rick.
That's Harley's coach.
Yeah, Jesse Thompson's Harley's coach. So anyways, he hooks us up with all these guys in Florida, and that's how we were able to throw the event. But it was like the craziest set of circumstances for us to end up where we ended up. So I wish Ian would have told this story. He should have been proud of the story.
Right.
I had a quick question. Sorry.
You want to go or should I go?
Oh, I was going to say.
Sorry, I'm being silly. Go ahead.
Roll it.
Oh, Hila had a funny comment. She said, Hila donated. I hate when she does that. Why is she giving money to Google? That's our money. Anyway, she said, too much dumping in here. You guys, stop. This is not what podcasting is.
I know. I was afraid this was going to be an emotional dumping ground. And I was like, I hope it doesn't sound like
Anyway, sorry, Harley, go ahead.
I was going to ask, because just your opinion, do you think that they were intentionally misleading with any of this, or just sloppy in their execution and communication?
Just sloppy. I think it was just sloppy. Like, that's the thing. Like, I still freaking, I always had the best. You want to be around people that want the best for you. And I always wanted the best for Ian. And so I always felt like, man, like, we're going to break through. We're going to have this moment where we break through and things are going to be good. But then they never were. So in my mind, I think they just got sloppy. I think they thought in the second event they were going to do millions of dollars in pay-per-view sales. And so I think that's why they went so far in the hole, because they just assumed they were going to get these huge pay-per-view sales.
Just to be clear, Ila's joking. I don't know if you guys know that. The dumping thing is a joke about something Ian said. Okay. I didn't want you guys to think that I was. You guys dump away, please. We're here to dump. Yeah. You mentioned something. So this guy Michael, he left Mike. So he left Creator Clash
from PA
and went and started working for Jake Paul.
Yeah.
And he scheduled the Jake Paul event.
Oh, wow.
For the same day. It was Ian's old guy. He did, and he had to do that on purpose, right?
I think he still owns Creator Clash. That guy. I think he's still part of it.
Well, I don't.
It's just when you have like a Jake Paul, you can that's your thing. That's going to take priority over everything for sure. Like the event is 100 times bigger than Creator Clash at its best. But I think he's still involved with Creator Clash.
So, but then why would he do it on the same day if it wasn't meant as shade?
It's a great day.
It's crazy.
It's so crazy to me. When we saw that, I was like, because we already knew it was the same night.
This gets
so
worse
first of all,
and
Ian
worse.
never even reached out to me at all for
Now this is an example.
That's one of the big things I want from this is
what
to
I thought was
because what happens when Ian messes with you or messes with these other people, a lot of it comes back onto me and either my YouTube channel or my Instagram, where people start putting a bunch of comments on my stuff. It's probably happening to Harley. It happens to everybody that's related to it. Right?
Well, like what? What did they say?
They say fraud coach.
There's shit. What?
Yeah, talk about the sparring videos. So people want to see sparring videos, but Ian never put out any of my filming, so people think that Michael didn't have him spar correctly.
People in the comments, they'll say, "Oh my gosh, you never had him spar. That's why I lost the fight. Oh, you didn't have him do this. That's why I lost the fight." And I'm like, if you would have released the footage, they would say we did all of those things. But now I have to try to stick up for myself and have my YouTube be an emotional dumping ground in my comment section. To try to protect myself, or my brand. And so it was just crazy to me because.
Horrible.
Sorry about that, guys. Ian,
Chud salad,
now's not
maybe?
your time. We'll have time for you.
Chud salad.
Sorry about that. He's intolerable. Hila is loving this, by the way. She just gifted 20 members. Loving this. So Ian almost has this superpower. Maybe it's Anissa together, but they say great leaders inspire loyalty. It seems that everybody in his life, he's forced to be disloyal. He has like negative leadership. What do you call that? What is negative leadership?
Abuse.
Abuse?
Ooh.
Okay.
Yes.
So you think it's so I guess quantify that. Did you feel like abuse? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, the reason why I say it's abusive is because,
like an elevator.
Like for example, the bonus, right? They mentioned it to me, Michael, that they're going to give a bonus after CC1, and then after the event was so great, they just went rogue on us. It's interesting because we invite them to our house for Thanksgiving. We're so nice to them. We open up our lives to them. They've met my kids, like our kids, and everything. But then once the work is done and they don't need us, they kind of just put us at bay, and they make it uncomfortable for us to reach out to them. Or if we reach out to them, they don't respond. So treating us like we're not really in their inner circle, which makes no sense because we worked with them for CC1, CC2. Michael and I have traveled with them to LA, Vegas, Florida. Keep in mind that when we were in Florida with them, we were with them for 2 to 3 weeks at a period of time. That's a long time to be with someone. You learn so much about the person. And then you start to realize, wow, everything that, I don't want to say, their enemy's name, what's his name? Sam. Like, I don't want to say he's right, but when we saw that video drop, I was
he's
like,
right.
oh my God.
You could say it.
I was like,
the one where he's like, well, hold on. So there's a video of Sam Hyde, and he goes, she's going to ruin his life. Mark my words. I guarantee it. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yes, Anissa was the one that showed it to us because we didn't know nothing.
What was funny, too, is like...
I was just thinking about that on the way to work because I saw that clip, too. And I was like, damn. We got it. Like, Sam fucking...
Yeah.
He was right.
Yeah.
Well, so what's crazy to me is like, so for example, when Ian did your show for Creator Clash 2, he would never say my name. He would always just go Ian's coach or my coach. And then AB was the one that actually had to say my name. AB was like, oh, you mean Michael? And then I was like, thank you, AB. Appreciate you. But so, and then same thing when he did the other podcast, he said, oh, my coach is he's really tough. He has toxic masculine qualities.
Wait, when did he say that?
He said that when he was talking to
when he did the podcast
with the Smosh guy.
Yeah.
So he did that, and he said,
what?
"Oh my."
He's lost his mind. I'm sorry.
You
but
get this
if
game.
anybody deserves to have toxic masculine traits, it's your
smart
boxing
guy.
coach, okay? Get in line, bitch. You know what I mean? Go fucking wake up and run.
8.5 hours on
Think about, you remember Mike Tyson's coach, this like grumpy, insane old man? Like, this is who you want to fucking coach you, dude. What are you talking about?
I didn't see the podcast you're talking about, but yeah, I know when I was training with Michael, I felt so loving compared to when I was fighting with Wally.
It sounds like
Wally used to
Wally.
tell me, you could punch me in my sleep and I won't blink. Yeah.
That's the thing, right? I actually had to learn how to talk to Ian from training because during one of the sessions when he wasn't supposed to spar, but then he ended up going to spar Alex Stearns one day.
Oh, I want to ask you about that.
Oh, it was hilarious. It was funny to me because we weren't supposed to spar that day. Actually, it was the morning that he released the Sam Hyde documentary.
Yeah.
So I had no idea he had so much going on because I didn't even know what the documentary was.
We didn't know who anybody was.
Anybody. I just want to control. I want to focus on the fight, right? So he releases the documentary, but we're in LA. We're visiting gyms. So we're supposed to watch. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was for that. But we wanted to watch Alex Stearns train. So we go to Alex Stearns' gym, and the coach of the head guy of the gym, the owner, says that he doesn't believe women should fight. So Anissa gets really upset and decides she wants to. The owner of the gym. The owner of the gym said that.
The owner of
Okay.
So Anissa got so offended that she said Ian needs to spar now today, and we're like, what? And then so, and I'm like,
man, to get slaughtered by Alex Ernst, who's like some kind of like boxing savant or something. He fucking annihilated him, dude.
Yeah.
So what happened was, it was funny because Alex has really thick glasses. So he took his glasses off and he can't see anything. So he just starts swinging haymakers.
Oh, he couldn't even see.
Oh no, but Ian like froze.
Oh wait, and also before the filming, so before they did the sparring, Anissa and Ian runs up to me and they're like, Kate, make sure you film this because we want to put on our YouTube channel in the documentary, how does 3 week of training look like and 3 months of training look like? Because Ian at that time had been training for 3 months with us, and so I filmed
it. And Alex 3 weeks. He had just started.
Yeah. Well, and the thing was, skill wise, Ian was much better. Ian wasn't just used to somebody throwing haymakers, and so Alex comes out and just starts hitting him with haymakers. And the first 2 rounds, I was talking to him very softly. I was like, Ian, are you okay? Can you throw punches? If you can't throw punches, I'm going to scrap this sparring because you're not throwing any punches. And then he's like, no, I'm fine. And then 2 rounds later, then I'm like, what are you doing? Like, why are you doing that? And then he went on the Smosh show and he was like, yeah, it's bad enough when you get beat up and your coach is yelling at you too.
Shut up, dude.
I swear. Yeah.
Dude, listen to the audio of any corner. That's how the corner's like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yes.
Throw a punch, man. Oh, here, I have the reference here. Let's watch it.
Alex is a freak of nature, I gotta say.
The way.
I remember watching that, and everyone was like, "What was that?" Because he got it. It seemed everybody could tell he got pretty rattled by that fight.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You did you say? And I'm gonna.
This is the cheapest
Did you say he
strategy. I
cried?
still can't do it.
Oh, we had to have a meeting.
So after that, so he was crying at the gym afterwards, and I said, and once again, I hate to hate on him for that because it's very emotional.
Yeah, for sure.
In some hard sparring, right?
Yeah.
So but then what happened afterwards was horrible because then we went back to the hotel and then they were eating at Denny's and they said, we need to have a meeting. So I have to go to Denny's. And they pretty much then talked about how they were going to have to fire me because I reminded Ian of his father when his father would yell at him as a kid. So I had to relearn how to talk to him. And at the time, I didn't even mind because I'm like, as a coach, I need to learn how to talk to different fighters anyways. Like communication is the most important thing. One of the most important things as a coach. So I was trying to turn it into a positive, but it definitely was. But he almost got fired at Denny's.
Yeah, exactly. After that
Anissa told him to.
I almost farted at Denny's.
Yeah, Michael and I rewatched the sparring, right, with him and Alex Ernst. And you could clearly hear that Anissa was screaming louder than Michael.
Yeah, so he was literally yelling at him worse than I was. But I was like, apparently I was the one that I yelled at him and he froze.
It triggered him and he thought of his dad. That's what she said.
So we'd have to deal with things like that all the time where it was like, he wasn't even supposed to spar that day. Like, I'm like, what the hell is going on?
He didn't have a mouthpiece. He didn't have a mouthpiece. So they had to buy a $20 mouthpiece from the gym and put it in the microwave. It didn't even fit. It was ridiculous.
When you plan to spar like that, you want to prep. You don't want to just go into it.
You want to be like,
look at the instant replay on that one.
Prepared for a sparring day.
Okay, because it's yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, my first sparring day, like it was so fucking bad. Like when I left and I came back, Wally started jumping all around the gym. He's like, I never thought I'd see you again. He goes, okay, the fact that you came back, he's like, now I'm in.
Holy shit.
But yeah, I was scared. I was supposed to spar Alex Ernst, actually, because me and Alex would talk all the time. And I heard about this encounter, and I told Alex after that, I'm like, fuck that. I'm good.
Alex had a really good coach. Alex actually found a coach that like coached world champion boxers. I have no idea how he found the guy. The guy showed up the day of the event, like a couple hours before the event, and then he left right after the event. So he didn't stay for anything, Alex's coach. But he was a really good coach.
So he wasn't prepared to spar. And then Anissa put him up to it because she heard the owner of the gym is the owner of the gym who's not related to the fight really. He wasn't there. He didn't care. It was just some comment. So she had to prove something to the owner to have him beat up Alex, who doesn't have anything to do with him. They have a weird thing. They do this where they go, "Oh, really? If you think I'm an asshole, then you should hear about this. What this kid did, totally unrelated to me at this shooting range. You should hear what the owner of this building said." Who? It's like, what are you talking about? What's that got to do with anything?
Oh, I didn't
it's like another Rice Gum situation where someone's beefing and Anissa's like, Ian, you better go throw a fight now and beat him up and be a boxer.
Yeah, that was actually how the whole situation started was because Rice Gum had texted Anissa. And
Yeah.
he said, tell your husband to fight me or tell your man to fight me or something like that. And that's how they ended up hiring me because I was supposed to train him to fight rice gum. So I was like, all right, I'm going to have two totally inexperienced people fight on some event. I had no idea what was going on.
Right. This is a lot.
It is a lot.
The sparring thing is next level because sparring at our level, people don't spar in their first year of boxing necessarily.
Right.
And it is really mentally and physically taxing. And if someone did boxing for 2 months and then sparred and then quit, I would understand that. And there's no way my coach would have ever, like, anyone could have been like, oh yeah, he's gonna go do this or that if I wasn't mentally prepared for it. So the pressure aspect is really interesting because I don't understand ultimately what was the point of that. It's just gonna set things back, you know.
Yeah. And that's why, like, I would always try to be have Ian do very controlled sparring until like towards kind of more towards the last 8-10 weeks of camp, and then we would really pick it up. For the second fight, he sparred hard. He was literally stopping people in sparring.
Yeah.
Even for the first fight, he actually had stopped Nathan Barnett with a body shot. He stopped Alex Idita with a body shot. So he was actually in sparring. Like once he got a little bit better, he was doing pretty damn well. But I agree, like you shouldn't be putting people in early until they actually know not only how to throw punches and defend themselves, but also counter after somebody hits them. Because a lot of times they might know how to throw punches or even defend, but then they get hit and they freeze or they just don't know what to do.
I like this title more.
So you were trying to dissuade. Did you try to dissuade him? Like, dude, you're not ready. This is.
I was like, we don't have a mouthpeace. We don't have headgear. We don't have the right gloves.
Yeah.
I was totally trying to dissuade. I was like, we're not ready for
You
this.
should listen to your coach, probably.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I liked my first one, but
Ian,
since I'm
you could
doing
tell in his
Trick Shot
eyes,
Simulator,
he cannot say no to Anissa.
Yeah.
So what is he gonna do? He's gonna just suck it up, go get that $20 mouthpiece right there, put it in the microwave, and put it in his mouth. That's what he did.
Yeah. But and then that was
That
such
sounds a
traumatic-
lot like the sexual stuff he enjoys. I made that. I don't know why. You know what? I apologize, guys. There was a moment about putting something in the mouth, and I thought, well, that's probably because of cuck thing. I just tried to, I apologize for that, everybody.
Once again, like I mean, I always want the best for Ian, so I was always just a lot of these things were just very disappointing, especially when he came out and said he was never going to release a documentary. I was just like, what are you talking about?
That was hurtful.
We have hours of footage, and I could see why they didn't want to make a documentary on the second one, because they didn't want to show how Anissa helped promote this whole event and it lost $250,000.
Yeah.
So that made sense.
No, I've heard Anissa talk a lot on the show and other places, and Ian was backing her up. She's like, she has amazing footwork. Like she is like some natural gifted type of boxer. And I forget why they said she couldn't fight, but they're like, unfortunately she can't fight. But if she could, she's like amazing. And so I was just kind of curious because you were training her. Is she is she this natural gifted boxing savant?
So she did have some athleticism for a girl, but what would happen was when she would come forward really hard. They
buttoned that.
When she would come forward really hard.
Well, do you want to clarify that? You can.
Yeah. So like a lot of women are just less athletic when it comes to boxing.
It's about throwing punches. It's about because men have more upper body strength. Women have more lower body strength in general, right?
Yeah. Well, and I mean, there's plenty of women that that play basketball that will kill me in basketball, right? But fighting is a separate thing. Fighting is its own entity, and so I don't even almost consider fighting a sport, really, right? Compared to other things. And so when you have some athleticism. For a girl, and like because she had played sports. That's more what I meant. Was she had played sports as a girl, so she came in with some athleticism. Ian had never played a sport a day in his life. Ian had zero athleticism, right? So training her was easier than training Ian because she had more athleticism. But what happened on her first sparring session, I would always tell her, you can't just come forward. You can't just come forward. And so she had a sparring session, and she was just trying to walk forward, and then a girl punched her. And then I was actually watching Ian, so I wasn't even watching. I just heard a big pop. And then I looked over and she was kind of frozen. And then she said she had a concussion. Then the next day she went and told the doctor that she had a headache and sensitivity to light and pretty much all the concussion symptoms.
The whole entire list, like, it went on forever.
And then so we were like, oh no, she has a concussion. And then Ian says, Ian's like, well, she's kind of a hypochondriac.
Yeah.
So we're like, oh, okay.
Ian actually reassured me because I was worried at that
She's
time.
not gonna like hearing that.
Yeah, I tried to check on her, and he reassured me. He was like, hey, don't worry about her. She's actually a hypochondria, and she does this often where she self-diagnoses herself and freaks out.
She's not gonna like that.
Just like, don't worry about it. She'll be fine. And I was like, okay, then why is she continuously talking about it on all her media outlets?
The thing that drove me crazy
Is that why
was
she said she couldn't box because she had a like? Do you remember what it was?
She was an athlete in high school, and she had previous concussions, if I remember correctly,
Okay.
or something where the doctor told her it was too big of a risk.
Well, definitely don't box then.
Also, the doctor's going to tell you what you tell them. If I come in and I say I have sensitivity, light, and have headaches, they're going to say you have a concussion.
Lowering the sensitivity
right?
to increase the amount of
and then the part of the story that drove me crazy was how all of a sudden she went from saying she had this concussion to she's had all these concussions while she was training. And then by the time she was on like your guys' show and these other shows, she's like, I've had 11 minors and 2 majors. And I'm like, I've been around concussions my whole life. And nobody's like, that was a minor. That was a major. You know? And so I was like, well, if you had 2 majors, that would mean you were like completely unconscious. And she said she got them from like lacrosse and hockey. So I'm like, you're telling me that you got knocked out completely unconscious on the field. And then a few weeks later, they're like, put her back on the field. I'm like, that makes 0 sense to me.
She's a liar. I mean, she does 100%. Lie. She lies about everything. It seems like.
Yes.
Yeah. I just don't. And also,
Cut him in half again.
Literally 2 majors. If she said she has 13, 11 minors, and 2 majors, 2 majors would mean like you were completely unconscious. And that's
a lot of head trauma. You know what's ironic? Ian acts like that's what happened to him. You know, but Anissa, she seems more in control than ever.
Oh yeah.
It's odd, and that's why like I felt so bad because you could see. So that the 2 of the best weeks, or one of the best weeks we had in training, was when she had to go visit her family in Canada. And then that was when Ian invited his sparring partners to the gala.
All of this
I
is
wasn't
petty.
a part
This
of that, but
whole
he went out
drama
and did,
is
like,
quite petty. Like, there's
play.
definitely like a reason.
One of the guys that runs
this
the
all
gym.
started.
So first of all, the gym that we're out of
the
is
plot
this guy
has
Luca
been
Hosover's
lost.
gym, and it's called Vigor Ground
Also,
Athletics.
I feel like
And
the
he
deck
was
has
the one
more
that
than
did their
52
programming in the
cards.
beginning.
Brilliant
And
observation,
when
brother.
They went on some show and they were like, Ian, how did you gain all this weight? She was like, oh, I studied kinesiology.
That's
and I'm like,
crazy.
Wait. I'm like, how did you studying kinesiology dig him to gain weight? Like, that makes no sense. Because in reality, it was Luca that was writing their programming for him, but they never wanted to give him a shout out. And that's when we realized they don't want to give anybody a shout out. Like, they would never give me a shout out. They would never give Luca a shout out.
Object, automatic clearer.
Randomly enough, I guess occasionally they would give Mike Leonardi one. But
because
otherwise,
he's the manager and he had a bigger following. Unless you have a big following, she's not gonna give you a shout out. She'll just suck the blood out of you and go away.
Yeah.
So you think Anissa's the one calling the shots, though?
Oh, 100%.
I do, but it is also Ian that allows it to happen.
He enjoys it. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Wow.
He feels sorry for Ian.
What is happening with them?
Yes, he enjoys it. We used to feel sorry for him.
I did.
Yeah, we
All
both
the time.
did. We both did. Michael felt sorry for him up until CC2. After CC1, I cut that shit off because I was like, you know what? She's a fucking liar, and he's a liar, and he enjoys all the punishment that she gives him.
Yeah.
So let it be.
She said that after she did that first interview, and I'm always like, I always want the best for my clients. So I'm like, no, that's not true.
Yeah.
Things are gonna work out. They're gonna give me a shout out. He's gonna make this documentary, like all these. And she's like, they're never gonna give you the credit, you know. And I was always like, oh. Well, and in my mind, I'm like, no, like I love Ian, I trust Ian, I feel like Ian's got like my best interest at heart too. But then he didn't. The time that I actually was finally fully fed up was when I had to ask them about the gala, and we were already in Florida. And I'm like, this is the last straw. Like, you don't even. She's like, you guys don't have to be there. We like. She was practically telling us she didn't want us.
Disrespectful.
Crazy.
For no reason.
And the reason why I also want to say the reason why like Michael and I we were waiting for them to tell us about the gala, but they never did. So they waited so long. We got to Florida. We're 2 weeks away from the event, and they still haven't said anything to us. And at this time, all of Ian's sparring partners, there was probably like 4 or 5 of them that flew out, or I think 6 of them total, flew out from Washington, paid for their own flights, their own hotel, and they're all coming there to support Ian. And they all have been helping Ian throughout his fight camp, right? And so they're asking us about the gala. We don't know about it. So we were afraid that if all his teammates showed up, they might not be able to get into the gala. how embarrassing would that be if his teammates are not able to get into the gala because she doesn't want them to be a part of it?
Also,
so that's why we asked her directly, and that's when she told us about the negative $500K. That's when she told us about why would we want to be there. It made no sense.
Also, all of his sparring partners paid for themselves to be there.
Correct.
Nobody, like they would give him tickets to the event, but they didn't help anybody else get there that was a part of his team other than Kate and I. So otherwise, like none of the, like if you're throwing the event and you have all these sparring partners and training partners, I would think you would invite them before like 300 creators that don't mean anything to you.
100%. Yeah, you gotta think about the time that when they're sparring, you know, all the his teammates that volunteer their time, they're sparring for free. They're taking time from their work, their family to come and contribute. They don't do this because, oh, they're obsessed with Ian. They do this because they have loyalty to me and Michael and how we have helped them. And that's why they show up to spar with Ian. And all he does is look the other way when Anissa says, and invite them. You know what I mean? It's just ridiculous. It's disgusting. I can't. All we have to show is our hard work. And there's no way that I'm going to let Ian and Anissa take that away from us.
That's crazy. What do you make of the
go ahead, reactor be like? That's
did
crazy.
you guys hear anything or know about how they chose the performers for the gala, the people that they put? There was a couple performers there that I was just curious how if you guys had any insight on who they were or what the connection
Are you talking about like the comedians or who you
comedian and singer?
Yeah, okay.
There's this comedian that was allegedly paid $20,000 or something.
Yeah. So for the first event, we were a part of like a lot of those decisions. But for the second event, like I said, they kept us in the dark about the gala. Really, like it was my main responsibility to help with Ian's training, but also make sure like everybody else had legit coaches and help like, because for the first event, I helped train a lot of the people. I probably helped train like 90% of the people that fought
like
on the
Eric
first
came
event.
to Washington for 2 weeks to train with you. Remember?
That was another thing that actually upset me was like comment etiquette Eric. Like I love that guy. But he only was able to train for the last 17 days of the fight because he was originally supposed to fight Chad, I believe. But then when Chad backed out, they were like, "Oh, we need to find somebody," and so they found DJ
more stable
Welch.
camera stand.
And I thought they told us he was out of shape and
that
had
guy's
no
a monster. By the way, super nice guy. That guy's great.
Huge
Those guys
man,
are
it's
amazing dudes. Yeah,
he was great. But
He's a
imagine
beast.
somebody telling you this guy has no experience. That's why Eric and him had headgear on. And that was another thing I got blamed for. They're like, look at how bad this coach is. Look at Eric. I'm like, dude, I had 17 days with Eric. Me and Eric just tried to make it fun because the whole time he was like, DJ's out of shape. DJ, we're just going to have fun. And man, DJ came out and whooped his ass. I was
Dude,
like,
he's jacked. He's like actually jacked.
Huge arms,
I was like,
bro.
this is not fair at all.
And DJ fought formerly. Well, he's been training MMA for a very long time. Yeah.
Oh,
were
he's
like,
a fighter too?
Yes.
Jesus.
They go, he doesn't have
So what is
experience.
that? Are they lying to you guys on purpose?
I don't know.
So they were like, well, they didn't even tell us really any of that stuff because a lot of it they like tried to find on their own when it was last minute stuff. So for example, like when Matt fought Dad, like they almost canceled that like 20 times because Matt was never training for the event.
That's so interesting.
They kept almost, and they would be.
It's crazy. I would have never have known watching it.
Well, what happened too? I almost don't blame Matt, except like Ryan found a good coach or a coach, right? So I don't know why Matt couldn't have. But Matt's coach would tell him that they just want to do all this pad work, this like random pad work, and then they would say, "But don't do any road work. Don't run at all." And then when they found out that it was a real event and there was going to be 10,000 people there, they
I kind of like the side angle.
They disappeared?
Disappeared on him. Just straight disappeared on him. Like they were taking all of his money until they found out it was a real event. I think a lot of people were shocked that it was a real event because like we were going to these places like with no clue of what we were going to have happen. So we're like, hey, this is what's so crazy is like he could have told the story if he would have been proud of it. Like the story was amazing. We were going to these boxing gyms in LA and all over the place. And we're like, hey, we want to throw a YouTube boxing event. They're like, where? We're like, we don't know. They're like, when? When? We're like, we don't know, but we're going to do it. And they were like, get out of here. You know, it was like, it made no sense. And so I was almost like, hey guys, maybe we should let me talk to some of these people before. Because like, they would just have these awkward ass conversations in all these boxing gyms. And but so a lot of the people that ended up getting hired, like I don't know if Lucky even thought it was a real event when he was training AB, or they didn't know how big it was going to be, you know?
Right. Well, AB knows. Oh, did you know?
Gym,
I don't know.
My gym, like they wild card, they don't fuck around. Like that. Supposedly, they even kicked Jake Paul out before. Like they're very serious about boxing. I don't think they care like how big the event was. Yeah, I think even Ian like added Wale on Instagram, and I don't think Wale followed him back. Like, he's like, I don't know that motherfucker. So I mean, he likes
that guy
Ian,
is
but
something else.
yeah, he's not in it for any
that's the
clout.
impetus of all this.
Now I want to ask you
or
something.
Ethan silently unfollowed
It's alleged
Rogan,
by Anissa
right?
herself that Ian has both
and that it was war.
Bad breath and he shits in his pants frequently. Do you have any data on that, having been in close proximity with him?
No.
Bro.
I don't want to just talk shit about him, but like there would be times, for example, before the first event, where he was talking about getting tonsil stones, and he was saying he was going to get strep throat because he had tonsil stones. And I said, Ian, tonsil stones don't cause strep throat. Tonsil stones are because you're not brushing your fucking teeth. And so he was like, oh, okay, hygiene. And I'm like, yeah, fool, like you need to brush your teeth and you like.
Wait, hold on. That shouldn't be something you need to hear from your boxing coach. Brush your teeth. That's something. See, that's it. Knowledge he should have come to you with.
Yeah. He was worried about getting sick. Like, so, yeah.
Was it Creative Clash 1 or 2 where Anissa sent us? It was the day of training for one of the CC 1 or 2. I can't remember which one. And she sent us a photo of his tongue. And she said, oh, I think he might have like bad breath and it's causing.
Wait, she said tonsil stone.
Hold on. Go back. Why did she send you a picture of his tongue?
They thought it would show us that he was gonna get strep throat.
Yeah, so he couldn't.
And I'm like, because they were trying to say he's gonna get sick before the event. And it can happen if you train too hard before an event. You run your immune system down, so then you can get sick. But we weren't training too hard for him to get sick.
Yeah.
So like they wanted him to gain weight, and I kept telling him, like, there's ways we can gain weight right before weigh-ins. So I want you at like a healthy weight, because they wanted him to be 188 for the Dr. Mike fight. So the Sunday before the fight, Anissa makes him eat all this shitty food. So the Monday before the fight, he couldn't even do 2 rounds of pads in the ring without almost throwing up. So I'm fucking pissed. I'm like, what the hell? Like, why are you doing this? I was like, I was telling you, if you're 188 or 180, but you drink like a couple Gatorades, a Gatorade is 32 ounces, which is 2 pounds. I'm like, just drink 2 or 3 Gatorades right before weigh-ins, and you'll gain like 4 or 5 pounds, and then you'll be 185. But instead she was like, no, he needs to eat all this shitty food. So they were feeding him all bunch of shit. Right. And that's why when he weighed in with Dr. Mike, he was like grabbing his belly. And I'm like, bro, that's embarrassing for me.
Yeah, you're making
I'm your fucking coach, and you're in there with a belly up there. Like, it's one thing to have gained the weight and be like, oh, I gained weight. But it's another thing to be like the day before the fight grabbing your belly. And it's because you fucking ate a bunch of bad food.
Yeah, they would be at Denny's all the time, and then he would
Denny's?
be like,
This is important. I'm accused all the time of people say that they see me in Denny's farting. They say that about me, and I want them to. I never go to Denny's. I never go out to Denny's. But Ian's the one who's actually shitting his pants at Denny's.
Yes. The meeting that we had right after Alex Ernst's fight, sparring session was at Denny's.
Yeah.
Say that again. I'm sorry. Say that again.
The meeting that we had to have with Ina and Nisa after the sparring session with Alex Stearns was at Denny's.
What did they eat at Denny's? What did they order?
Just like disgusting.
But she loved it because she used to work there back in the day. And I was in my mind, I'm like, Ian, you're a fucking millionaire. Why are you eating at Denny's all the time? Like, stop it. And then,
leave Denny's out of this.
He's allegedly, I've heard, Hila noticed this, and I guess Anissa also confirmed that he's very cheap, apparently.
Well, that's
fair. I mean, I didn't experience that. Like, he was always good to me, but at the same time, except for the fact he would never help promote me.
Well, I could say that I wonder if like this is a good example, but like for example, when Michael trains Ian, he charges $100 an hour, but Anissa would always want to be trained at the same time, so Michael is training both of them for $100 an hour, and I would always tell Michael like you're training both of them, you should charge each one of them $100 an hour. And Michael would be like, oh, well, it's for a charity event and I feel bad asking. So let's just do this for now because we're going to get a bonus one day.
Yeah.
And in boxing, if you do bring 2 people within that one same hour, you do pay more.
Yeah.
That's not just boxing.
Yeah, thank you. And that's how it should always be. But for them, I was always like, whatever. Like, I would, once again, I always wanted the best for Ian.
I'll get
this
done, and then we'll do.
He didn't want the best for himself, so it was really hard for me to want the best for him when he didn't want to train.
Now, do you have any commentary about his potential body odor?
I mean, I say it's true. I smell all the time. It's horrible. A good example is this, because Michael's so nice, so he doesn't want to say it. But here's the thing: when we're in fight camp, he does 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the evening. Okay.
For the first fight, he did. Well, for the first part of the first fight, not for the actual camp.
Correct.
During the camp was when he cut out his 2 days, and that was the most important time to be doing 2 days.
Yes. So he would smell so bad that when he comes back in the afternoon to train, he doesn't shower in between his sessions. And so like the coaches that are training other, members there would just like look at us with the weirdest face, like a stink face. And then Michael would try to take Ian to the corner where there's not a lot of members of the gym, so they don't have to smell it.
I try to take it to the open doorway.
Yeah, so that does happen. I'm not lying.
This has to be like a generational bit.
Yeah.
This is like the opening scene of Dumb and Dumber 2.
Tell him. I'm like, what is going on here?
So and
she tells the audience. She humiliates him
in her Discord.
Yeah.
He's fine releasing everything,
video
but she won't
just
talk to him about it. I'm just like, what the hell?
Yeah.
And I didn't feel like
guys, I gotta sit on that for a sec. He stunk up the gym so bad you had to move him away from people.
That sounds far-fetched.
Okay. Hold on. Let me just sit with that.
0.5 hotter, as if like his breath didn't stink all the time.
Yeah.
Another question. I heard that Anissa was talking shit about me and us even before Creator Clash 1.
Yeah, she had said like I forget what she said but she had said that she didn't like associating with you guys for some reason, but then like you had been doing better or something, so they were happy to go on your show. It was it was vague, but because she would talk, she would kind of talk poorly about a lot of different people, so it was easy to just lose track of it. But yeah, she definitely had mentioned like something about you and Hila and like or maybe it was just you. But somebody had done something that had offended her at one point. She thought, so she felt like you guys weren't like good people or something. But then once you could do their show, but she loved AB and Lena. She always loved them.
So here's the thing.
Who doesn't love AB and Lena? To be fair.
Question.
To be fair, right? Who doesn't love AB and Lena?
Yeah, she wanted to get her Lebanese credit, so that's why she like loved so much.
She's trying to get her Lebanese credit up.
Yeah. He would always, because she would be like, they're Muslim and I'm Muslim.
Yeah, it's.
And I was like, everything you do is haram. Like nothing you do is. I have Muslim fighters.
Yes.
They pray 5 times a day. They
don't touch women.
Like
besides their wife.
They're a couple of them are from Dagestan, right? And in Dagestan, you're not allowed to shake a woman's hand. Like, but they put their hand on. They're very respectful, right? But it's just a totally different mindset. So then when I hear, and I have other Muslim fighters that maybe don't pray 5 times a day, but they still like they'll try to eat halal when they can. They have like a lot more. They have a different moral compass. So for example, she would always talk about how America is this horrible place and Americans are like so bad, especially like white Christian male Americans.
Get out of here, dude.
And
why? What is her problem?
And then, but somehow I'm like, have you ever been to a Muslim country? Anissa?
That's what I was gonna say.
And then obviously she
US
hasn't. So to me, it was just like
released.
there was this big disconnect between reality. So example, before the first or second creator clash, she said we have 300 creators in the event. And I said, oh, who are they? And she said, it's mostly communists and sex workers. Yeah. And so I was just super confused by that.
She said that?
Yes.
I've heard this said. Okay, so hold on. They've said before that it was Twitch streamer. This is so telling. Publicly, she said it's Twitch streamers.
I thought that was it.
And porn stars, right? Is that what she said, AB?
Boxing and sex work.
Boxing and sex work. But
that's what Ian said about
behind the
vibe of
scenes.
Creator
They're
Clash.
saying communists and sex workers. Which, by the way, I've been holding on to this image since you mentioned since you mentioned the Getty, that they flew the Getty images in, the only one I've seen is this guy. This is Froggy Tonic.
Froggy!
And he showed up here.
Whoa,
I think he,
jump scare.
I think he mistook
Whoa.
the event for
Froggy never did anything wrong.
for some kind of communist gathering. I mean, what a fucking weirdo, dude. This is the guy that.
Did
look,
you
can
guys
see
see
the
him
madness
there
in his
at the
face?
gala?
That guy is mad.
Did you guys see him there at the
was
gala?
Sam Hyde for the first one
I
supposed to
saw him.
fight
Isn't it
Ian?
so
Or who
insane
was he
to
meant
wear
fight?
that
Was it
outfit and not be
Froggy Tonic or
seen?
Ian?
Yeah.
Isn't that unbelievable?
Wow,
like you
that is a
wore all,
good
you did all that, and no one. I too did not remember seeing that person. A friend of mine who was there in my corner did not remember seeing that person, and I know if someone wore that around me, I would remember them.
Yes.
So that's
I remember that.
Well, no, I thought Sam Hyde.
Why does homeboy look like Fidel
wanted or
Castro?
was
It was my
planning to
cousin.
do
He's a
Creator
jackass.
Clash
He
or
doesn't even
something
probably
like
know who
that?
Castro is, but it
Some
did
of
make
them
me laugh.
It was like older
What a
drama,
fucking
but-
weirdo.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
That
guy's
was the thing,
this
like-
guy's
No,
a
not
horrible
Froggy
person.
Fresh.
The
I
Froggy
don't know who
Tonic thing
Froggy
especially
Tonic
interests me
is.
because
low-key?
he's a disgusting human being. Like
More
really
so,
bad.
He
just
ruined Creator Clash.
wasn't Sam
It was
Hyde
him.
supposed
He
to
ruined
be
Creator Clash. Couldn't shut the fuck up.
in one of them?
He couldn't just shut the fuck up. He had to go and be talking all this
Him and
nonsense for
Frogan.
no reason.
Oh,
Twitter, just nonsense Twitter. And look what
What?
happened. You
You're
fucked it
right.
up, bro.
You're
Sam
right.
You fucked it up. Yep. 'Cause
Yeah,
if you
you're
didn't
right.
say shit, then you
That
wouldn't have
doesn't
the
seem-
thing and the
This
thing,
guy was
whatever.
on. I don't know if you guys know the lore. He was on Twitter saying shit like about how I feed my kids dog shit, and then CPS
Yeah,
came
okay,
and then
yeah, that-
he kept going on about how it was
That would make
justified and all this
sense.
stuff. And I don't know if you guys know the story, but I was like, dude, why are you friends with this guy? And that's basically what started the whole thing.
Right. We saw that like
I probably wouldn't
all
want
they
Sam
had to
Hyde
do
at
was
my
help you guys
event.
with the
Yeah,
CPS
no, I know.
call,
I'm
and they
that.
wouldn't.
No, I'm
and
definitely. That's very
and then
fair.
they turned completely negative on you and started attacking you
Then
guys.
they justified it.
Yeah. And so that was how that was part of why I wanted to do this, was because I was like, you guys actually supported us more than they ever supported us. So I was like, this makes no sense. It didn't make sense why he would attack the biggest. So I was a part of everything for the first event and a lot of stuff for the second event. And I can tell you, the most fans at those events was your fans.
Yes.
Was your people.
That's just good business, right? He's like, let's start a blood feud with the one person who's promoting this event. Like
And he
all
cared
the
about
people there, more than anyone who's there, the announcers, the hosts, the fighters, I promoted that event more than anybody.
Yes,
I will say the way people treated me before and after my fight was crazy. Like the other coaches and stuff who didn't know who I was, once they heard the applause that I got because there were so many H3 fans in the audience, they were like all super nice. Not that they were mean before, but I don't think I'll ever feel that famous again in my life.
Yeah, we're a big deal. I don't know if you know this, but we're number 6 on YouTube. Or hopefully, I don't know if that's still true because I keep missing.
I got to be a part of AB's walkout for that first event. It was one of the most ruckus crowds I've ever heard. The craziest thing was like I was at the Seahawks Stadium when they broke the record for loudest stadium ever, and when AB got back up and dropped Hundar, that was the loudest I've ever heard a crowd in my entire life. It was the craziest thing I ever heard. And when he got dropped, I was like, oh no, like here it's gonna come, like Hundar might finish him. And then instead he dropped him back, and I was just like, this is the craziest event I've ever been a part of in my entire life. Like I was having the time of my life. I was like, this is insane, you know? But it was, a lot of it was because like AB fighting on that card and your crowd.
Yeah, but it's great. It's just kind of sobering to learn that she was, you know, talking shit before even that event, and then they come on and act like we have been friends. And it's funny because I did say a comment about how it's funny how they show up when they need something from me, which is for me to promote their fight. And he got all incredulous about that. He's like, "Oh, really? I don't need anything from you, Ethan." And I'm like, "Well, how's Creator Clash 3 going?"
Right. Well, and that's what probably like I don't like an ego thing, or it makes no sense to me because once again I was a part of all that, and he would never put out training footage. He would barely ever promote it. And so you would actually be like, hey guys, Creator Clash 3, AB's on it. He's training. Lena's training for this.
Yeah, we talk about it all the time.
So you guys would talk about it way more than he would. He would never put anything about it.
I want to say that like after Michael and I came to LA to go on your podcast, right, with Ina and Nisa, I clearly remember that when we came back from that event, I put up the reel of Matt and Ryan, right, working with Michael. And then Ian texted me right away, and he was like, "Hey, Kate, just so you know, you shouldn't put out content without confirming with me first, because a lot of YouTubers are actually very sensitive to their image, like me. And so therefore, before you share anything, you need to let me and Anissa's know." And I just thought, okay, so I'm just going to get a ton of work and never share it. How's the thing?
I'm sure, by the way, I am sure that you said you were training. It was footage of you training with Dad?
No, it was Matt and
Super Mega.
Yeah, Super Mega.
I am sure that none of those people, he didn't mind doing that.
Oh, no.
No, he didn't. He actually accepted the collaboration, and it had 200.
Oh, he accepted the collaboration?
Yes.
So it sounds like a win-win, wholesome post.
Yeah.
It should have been. But that was when I realized, I was like, he doesn't want me to get any like clout from this event whatsoever, even though I'm the one putting in work with like
But why is that? Why would he call you and seemingly be like, you shouldn't post, I don't want to see you posting stuff without my permission?
It's just
that had nothing to do with him, by the way.
Anissa would always say, because I would want to kind of post some stuff too, and Anissa would be like, yeah, Ian's really private. He doesn't want people to see this part of his life or this stuff. So we were like, so I just respected that. I was like, okay, he's a private guy, so he's not going to.
You know what's funny? He's going to become even more private based on the views on his last video. I'm saying he's gonna be living a real private life soon.
I got a question. Just following up. So Froggy Tonic was flown in.
This is so good.
To film Anissa and just give her the credit of putting on the event and all that. And they still did nothing with that footage or the footage you guys had as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, and I think. What's that?
No, go ahead. Go.
I think that because, like, I think for the first fight, it could have made a great documentary. But I think for the second one, they were scared to put out that Anissa did all this work because it failed so badly. She wasn't even a part of, when he did his charity, when he did his charity stream, or not, I won't even call it charity. When he did his fundraiser stream, because it wasn't charity, it was a fundraiser. So when he did his fundraiser stream, I don't even think she was really a part of it. And it was like, a lot of this thing failed.
I don't know about
because you were the person in charge.
Insane.
But now when Ian has to make up for it, she was nowhere to be found. And he was like doing embarrassing things. As a boxing coach, you don't want to see your client doing those things under those circumstances. You know, it'd be different.
Keep the pride up. Keep the self-respect up.
Literally, because that's on my. And once again, that's what I was telling him. I was like, a lot of what you do reflects my brand. So when he attacked you, all of a sudden, I start getting all these messages on all my stuff, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like, why am I getting all this? Like, one, we were getting views again on some of the like old, because I haven't even put anything on YouTube for a long time, and all of a sudden I had a video of us at the AM of Creator Clash, and all of a sudden there's just all these bad comments on it, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? And then I find out, and that's when we find out that he created the drama with you, and that's when we found out all these other things, and that's why we were like, I want to get my side of the story out there, because one, I'm not affiliated with him unless, like, except for training that 10 months the first time and the 4 or 5 months the second time. Otherwise,
damn, you got a second person using the iDubbbz defense. Now, I mean, this obviously is a different context than what Hassan did, but
when I went to LA,
Thanksgiving dinner at your house?
I made a turkey for my first time, and it was a special Thanksgiving because it was.
You had turkey for the first time?
Yeah, I
what have you been waiting for? Oh,
yeah,
you made it. You made it.
I made
Okay.
it. Yes! Yeah, so I made the turkey for the first time. It was a super special Thanksgiving because Michael and I had.
You remember? Oh my God. Okay, so I can't cheat the system here. Fair enough. The defense that Hassan did when Ethan was like, "Yo, do you not think that's a problem?" He's like, "Ethan, I'm not iDubbbz." And this obviously in a very different context with different gravitas. They're like, yeah, we're getting all these comments, which, you know, people from H3's fan base shouldn't be, harassing these guys. Shouldn't be harassing anybody. But, like, this is really, really tangential. Like, a lot more steps removed. And he's like, yeah, but I'm not iDubbbz, and I haven't sunk with it. Yeah, I don't know. I thought it'd be a good joke.
decided that we were going to get married. And not only that, but Michael's dad passed, and so that Thanksgiving was super special. I've never made a turkey my entire life. I put it together. I figured it out. We live in a small 2-bedroom, 2-bath apartment, and I had to go buy extra tables and chairs so there would be room for me, Michael, my 2 sons, and my friend, and Ian and Nisa to sit. And we went out of our way to do all this for them, and they just treat us like we're just, I don't know, gone with the wind.
Yeah. So, but what I was saying about that was like, I would invite them out to do stuff and almost never get a response. And then when I was in LA, like I hit up AB and he's like, yeah, let's go out to dinner.
No,
and I'm
AB's
like,
such a good guy.
Yeah. I'm like, so AB's willing to go out to dinner.
But Baby
with
likes
us,
you. I think
but-
he wanted to spend time with you.
Oh.
Yeah, but my own fighter didn't. And it broke my heart all the time because, like, so there's a coach
Dude,
named
you
like Mike
traumatized
Quick
him. You reminded me of his
Flores,
dad.
and he's amazing. And his fighters loved him. They helped him start a damn YouTube channel. They bought him cameras. They helped him start a YouTube channel. They did all this stuff for him. And like one of his fighters was like
was
James
the
Odlin's
closest
out.
one
That
yet.
got knocked out in like freaking 30 seconds. And he still loves training with the coach. So I'm like, how does somebody that get knocked out in 30 seconds have such a close relationship with his coach? And I like went to hell with Ian, and we have no relationship.
Yeah.
I got punched out of the ring. Out of the ring. That never happens. And I love my boxing coach.
Yeah.
Killer
Pretty
games.
awesome, by the way, Harley. That was a great moment.
Man.
That
Simpler
was one of the
drama.
best parts of it for me was one, meeting people like Harley, AB, but also like networking with those coaches, right? Like Harley's coach Jesse Thompson is amazing. Like he's an amazing guy. He's amazing.
Now it's
He's amazing
politically
father.
undertoned,
All the coaches that
legally
we work with there,
involved.
Coach Rick at his gym in
What happened to
Florida.
the good old
like,
days of,
this guy's an idiot. Love them like they were our Florida family. But then Ian and Anissa would just kind of use them. They didn't even know whose promoter's license we used until like 2 weeks before the second event.
Yes.
So-
I told her while the promoter was there, because that's actually his gym that we're training out of, right? He's a part owner. And so I told Anissa that that's actually Ryan Rickey. He's actually the fight promoter we're using his license to throw the events in Florida, And she was like, oh my gosh, really? How did I miss this the first time around? And I'm just like, I don't know, maybe because you don't care about anybody that doesn't have a huge following. And so right away she went and followed him and then she started tagging him. It's just ridiculous. So
we were like, how did you? Because they didn't want to take time to get to know the boxing
whether it's what
community.
they're
They wanted.
saying
She acted
is
like
the
she was
reason
better
they feel
than the boxing
burned, or
community.
another thing.
We were in a boxing gym called Top Rank one time, and there was a guy named Jay Prince who was like the manager for Floyd Mayweather,
Mr.
manager
and
for
Mrs.
Andre Gordon,
Dubs.
all these very high-level boxers. So for me, that's a big deal. And the owner of the gym was kind enough to introduce us, and she was like, "No, I don't want to meet him. Ian's tired. We don't want to meet him."
Wait, I don't want to meet him because of what?
Yeah.
Ian was tired.
Yeah.
Because I've determined Ian's
She would
tired.
tell Ian when he was tired. One time we ended sparring, and afterwards everybody's
No,
hanging
this-
out.
this part.
And she walks up to Ian and she goes, "You're hungry."
Yes.
And then so they had to leave because Ian was hungry. So she tells Ian when he was hungry. We're like, "What the hell?"
Yes.
Is this
doesn't pass the smell test, but
Do you think that
maybe.
he walks around in a gimp suit at their home?
Oh, Jesus.
No,
I
like
hope
wonder.
not.
I'm genuinely wondering. Do you know? Does
The ball in his
does he
mouth.
just sit there? Does he sit there and as a chair in a gimp
I really
leather
hope
suit,
Ian
and she
doesn't,
just sits
like,
on him?
just
I mean, where's this go?
100%
By the way, there's
bite
this
on
clip here I want to
this,
watch.
'cause there might be some-
I've been having it on standby.
might be.
It's
Probably
when
is
you
some.
referenced the toxic masculinity comment aimed towards you. Let me see.
Exaggeration, embellish.
Oh, you don't have time or energy to do anything other than boxing. There's just like a lot of things that I've had to learn along the way. Like my coach is a tough ass guy. He's got a little of the toxic male qualities, and it's made it hard sometimes because
Sounds like your
Shut
breath
the
makes you a
fuck
toxic.
up, dude.
Whatever.
Like,
There's
dude,
something there at some point.
please, like, I don't understand. You were literally made videos with Filthy Frank, okay? And now you're like, I can't. He was a little toxic, and it made it hard for me. It's like, shut the fuck up, dude. And by the way, compared to all the other coaches that I know, you came off seeming like super nice and like not pushy. Yeah.
I know how to be soft with certain people, and then I'll be harder with other people. But if they can't, the sport's already so hard to begin with. This is one of the things I've been involved in fighting for over 25 years. So the sport is so hard to begin with that if you're getting more shit from your coach than you can handle, you're going to have a bad performance, right? So each person you have to treat so differently. So some of my fighters might need me to yell at them, slap them.
A federal judge ruled that the Trump administration must give migrants sent to El Salvador prison a chance to challenge their removals. Oh boy, we are in for a fun press conference tomorrow.
Before the event, and
calling it now, a radical left judge has defied the will of the American people by giving people the chance to be heard.
Really, like, get to a different kind of savagery. And then other people are very soft. And so you kind of, well, mostly Ian was the softest, but...
Was he the softest fighter you've ever trained?
What's that?
Is he the softest fighter you've ever worked with?
Well, he hated boxing.
Yeah, but not only that, every single time we had a session, it would have to follow up with a therapy session with him and Anissa. How frustrating is that? I was depressed after every single creator clash because of all the therapy we always had to imply. Otherwise, it was going to be a shit show.
My other fighters fight, like, even if they have nerves or they're scared before a fight or something, they'll fight because they want to and they love it. Especially as an amateur, you're not getting paid, you're losing money. Even like low-level pros, you lose money working with low-level pros. You're traveling, you're doing all these things that the expenses aren't covered. So they have to love it. They have to fucking love the sport. And if you don't love it, it's very hard to do. Like, that's why I commend Harley and AB, because, man, they were a part of freaking more than one event, and they have actual jobs. You know, it's like, what the hell? That's so to me, why wouldn't I show those guys all the love in the world? Because they're putting themselves out there when they don't have to. Also, there's a lot of risk when you go out to fight.
Right. This is not what podcasts are.
Dude, please. That's only because they're talking about you. It's so obvious. Sorry, guys. He keeps interrupting.
The sound
let me continue this clip.
Male qualities.
Swing back a little bit.
And it's made it hard sometimes because, you know, the way he talks to me sometimes, I could be a little bit sensitive to it. So that's like led to
like
a couple
or
times where I've just been like kind of broke down. If you have like a bad sparring session, it's like that alone feels bad. But if you're getting your shit kicked in and your coach is like exuding their disappointment to you the whole time while it's happening, it's like, I just kind of suck. He's gotten a lot better at it, and it's really not his fault. Like that's literal, and Anissa's told me this. She's like, that is the most normal thing. You're not gonna find a coach that's gonna fucking take care of your feelings, bitch. Like, and I'm like, okay.
That's
I
the
understand.
biggest irony of all is that apparently, and you confirmed that she was consistently the meanest person to him.
Yeah.
He doesn't feel that way.
But also, like, in defense for her there, she did stick up for me in that scenario, right? Yeah. So there was times, but also, I didn't know if she was sticking up for me because they liked me as a coach or because she knew I was one of the only people that would take their shit.
Nobody else would train him. Nobody else.
They couldn't have gone to, like, I can guarantee you, AB's coach would not have allowed Anissa to come into the gym with her attitude or want to change the music at the gym.
Oh,
and
tell me
that.
One time she came and tried to put on her own music, right?
Yeah, and then we got into it because
they got into a tiff because she wanted to change the music. Go ahead, please.
Focus.
Yeah.
Focus.
So
what song was it?
Oh man,
not a bad attempt.
I would have to look it back up because I was actually in shock because some of the songs, even if you like that kind of music, because it was maybe some like indie punk rock music.
It was dark.
But what was just weird, and so not gym music at all. So I was just like, hey, I was trying to tell her that because one of the other coaches was like, hey, I'm going to change it now because she was playing the music
after
at the
1
gym.
hour.
But she shouldn't have even been on the aux in the first place. Like, you shouldn't be at somebody else's gym and then hop on their speaker. That's crazy to me. So she hopped on the speaker, and then one of the coaches was like, hey, I'm going to take you off now. And she was like, oh, like offended by it. And then I made the mistake of being like, well, that wasn't really gym music. And she was like, he doesn't play gym music. And then I said, what was kind of emo. And then she said, what's that?
Hooba stank.
Yeah. She said,
was it Evanescence?
Yeah. She said the other guy plays emo music. And then after that, I said, well, it was kind of like 12-year-old girl emo music. And then
red jumpsuit apparatus.
So I did I probably went too far.
That's not mean. I like 12-year-old girl music sometimes.
I mean, in the right moment.
In the right moment, sure, yeah.
This is the campfire of the digital age. It's a game where people can gather around to discuss some of the highest order issues, such as YouTuber drama. And yeah, it's a bit of a catharsis type thing, but yeah, it's Trick Shot Simulator. You have to do the trick shot. Those are not minutes. Those are hours I've spent on this one. Type shit, for real. FR.
Yeah.
It's not fair to all the other gym members that they have to listen to her music. By the way, this is a very big gym. I think it's like how many square feet? 4,000?
4,000.
4,000 to 5,000 square feet, okay? And there's multiple facilities inside this gym. There's a Fit Bar Cafe. There's a physical therapist office inside that gym. The Seawolves also train out of that gym, okay? They used to, but, so other people use this space, and she just wants to control the music. That's so unprofessional. It's not allowed, and it's not fair to the other members.
So she got
we don't allow somebody else to do that.
Yeah, no, but I don't allow my other fighters to come in.
No, that's insane. Who the fuck changes the music for the whole ass gym?
Well, she did, and then she threw a fit about it and cried about it, and we had to and I had to talk to her about it the next
So wait,
day.
what happened? Tell me what happened.
So she ended up leaving. We were supposed to actually do her pad session, but then she left.
She cried.
And she had to go out to her car. I mean, I don't want to talk about how her feelings were, but anyway, so she was super offended. So then the next day, what had happened was the next day they came in and they told my wife that they don't know how she could date me because I don't respect women. And so
she doesn't know how.
How did she expect your wife, Kate, to react to that?
I have no idea.
What an insane thing. I'm pretty sure I would, if I had to ask you if you thought Michael respected women, you would probably say yes, considering you're married to him.
100%. I love
Not in combat, though.
Yeah.
Not in combat.
Not in combat.
Right.
No.
Right.
No respect in combat. Do you? I'm gonna throw you a curveball here.
Oh boy.
Oh wait, hold on. I want to finish this clip. I want to see where he's going with this.
Sense they're almost preparing you for those feelings, right?
Exactly.
Because they're going to come up, especially if you are losing in a fight.
I would just say that maybe it's given me more confidence just in life. That obviously comes from, being able to defend myself, and also just.
Okay, I've heard enough. Let me throw you a curveball here. Anissa, semicolon. Anti-Semitic?
Jewish.
I would say.
I just gotta flip the camera
probably,
around.
in a way, yeah. I mean, it's hard to say.
It depends on it depends on who's talking, right? And
it's hard to say no.
Right?
It's hard to say no. It's hard to say no. We have to leave that door open.
Because I can't say, she never specifically said she was anti-Semitic, but just, I mean, the way she
I will
acts.
say that, like, I didn't know about all this stuff that she has against Jewish people, and then once I heard about it, I realized that after I shared with Anissa that Michael's mom is half Jewish and half Italian, like, I noticed that she started, like, keeping him more at bay and not being nice to him. So I think that might have been the start of it.
Did you know? Is that right? Yeah. So when she learned that Michael had some Jewish ancestry, she distanced herself.
Jewish.
The camera's still.
I don't know if it was exactly from that or just.
That's how you perceived it.
Yeah, there was plenty of times where like her and I would get into it, and so I just felt like it might have been from one of the scenarios where we got into it. Because once again, it was hard because I'm trying to focus on Ian fighting in front of 10,000 people. And I was having to deal with a lot of stuff with her too. So there would be a lot of times where like her and I would disagree on things. And then it would kind of cause issues at the gym. And then she would be like, sometimes she would be all for it. And then other times she'd be like, you need to chill out, So I was like, all right, I can't push this.
It was just so hard because I've never worked with a
fighter
I don't
where
think
we
had
all
to
of
like
this is
therapy and deal with his wife
above
24/7.
board
We can't get the work done that we need.
I'm sure there's
some
nuggets to it. I really
That
think Ethan might lose a lot of like credibility.
A good example is before the first
takes
event.
all this as gospel.
It's like 3 days. It was the Wednesday before he has his first fight. He's never fought a day in his life. He's about to fight in front of 10,000 people. We have weigh-ins on Friday in the press conference, and then we have a fight on Saturday. On Wednesday, she had such bad anorexia that she was going to die. That's one of your best
things.
So
and
she
if they
tells
can produce
Ian,
receipts of all this,
I'm going to die, but if I go to the hospital, they're going to hold me and I'm going to miss the event.
Wait. She says she's like, my anorexia is acting up and I'm going to die?
Yes, the Wednesday before the fight.
So that's literally because she's obviously. I mean, she doesn't appear to be she appears to be of healthy weight. I don't know.
I would have never guessed. I would have
Yeah,
I wouldn't have thought she was going to die on Wednesday.
Anyone can have anorexia.
Lonerbox watching Samson.
But I wouldn't have thought she was going to die on Wednesday.
Interview.
You know, I saw her.
Chalamet,
I didn't think she's going to die, but she's telling Ian. And so I'm like, if I was going to fight, and my wife 3 days before my fight is like, hey, I'm going to die, but I can't go to the hospital because then I'm going to miss your fight. I would be so stressed out from that. And so it was just like, how are you stressing Ian out about this freaking...
It's all about her.
Yes.
And what I've noticed too is that like knowing them for so many years and traveling with them and being with them all the time, I realize that it's something that she does. She has this way of always sabotaging every single moment before she's about to have a big moment. You know what I mean?
Makes it about her.
Correct. Like, for example, for CC1, she decided, she came to the gym and she was like, oh, our lease is ending and we need to buy a new house right now. Otherwise, I'm going to be homeless. The world's ending. So then Ian had to go and try to buy a new house for her, but then he couldn't because he had to sell his house in San Diego first. Otherwise, he wasn't going to be able to do that. So then they had to sell the house in San Diego, then buy like their over $1 million house in Seattle.
So I can't,
the week or two before CC1. Okay. And then for CC2, like before he was supposed to start training for his fight camp, right? But then they didn't come and train, and then she decided that she was going to have her tits removed, like during his fight camp.
Oh, that was the second one. That was
I said CC2.
Oh, yeah.
So hold on. Yeah, I remember, by the way, a long time ago, they came out to hang out with me and Hila. And, you know, I find it interesting that she seemed to have always hated me, despite, you know, pretending to be my friend for a long time. But she came over, and we were hanging out, and she just was like, so I'm getting fake boobs. And I was like, okay, great. Good for you. And then next thing I know, she had him removed like less than a year later. I was like, okay, I guess, you know, what was she saying, that it was uncomfortable or something?
I mean, it probably hurt her back.
I mean,
what are you doing?
She told me that
I do that in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, she always blames it on everybody. She blames it on her doctor. She told me personally that she wasn't too sure about it, and then her doctor told her to go too big, and now she's not happy, and she's gonna get it taken out. But it's like, out of all the times that you could have done it after CC1,
so you're saying she did it during training camp?
It just says notice.
Yes.
Before the second fight. I told him, don't fight Alex Wasabi. Alex Wasabi loves boxing. He put a boxing ring in his backyard.
Right. Yeah.
He moved a pro boxer that was like a really good pro boxer into his house. Yeah. And I'd worked with him before the first event. I'd worked with him before he fought Deji. And I was like, oh, Alex really likes boxing. So don't fight Alex because he loves boxing and you don't like boxing. And so
he's going to be better. He's going to be a lot better.
Well, so, and then exactly, literally.
Yeah.
And then he trains with a good gym. He trained with this guy, Brian Valoria, Julian Chua. So he trained with all these high level guys. And I'm like, now my brand's at stake because I'm going to be competing with that type of level of guy. I need to have you show out. And he had missed literally between May to November was when she got that done. And so he was supposed to train during November, but he took all of November off because she couldn't come to the gym. Okay. But originally they said,
he took the whole month
established.
Off. Listen,
Ian's not a committed fighter.
Oh, it sounds, you're saying, yeah, it could be abusive, but at a certain point, it is definitely abusive, it sounds like. But at a certain point, where does he just become like a collaborator? I don't know.
Right. He's a collaborator.
That's what I felt like too, because some of the times it was him, and then some of the times it was her, but then some of the times it was actually him, and she was actually the one keeping him like to stay the course. But at the same time, he didn't want to box, and she was the one that wanted him to box. That's what it seemed like.
Yeah, you know, here's a good example. Like when the whole Froggy Fresh thing happened, right? They were actually at our home because one of our mutual friend, David Benavides, who's a pro boxer, he was fighting that night. And Ian had met David Benavides through one of the YouTube podcast events that we were doing, and at the gym, at the Benavides gym here in Washington. And so Michael and I paid out of our own pocket to get pay-per-view. We invited Ian and Issa over to watch the fight of David Benavides. And because the Froggy Fresh drama went down, they spent the whole time in my bedroom on Twitter reading all the comments. And it was the craziest thing ever. And that's when I was like, damn it, can't hide it. Because look at them. They were reading it, and Ian was like, oh, Tiffany 465 says this. I think that's a great comment. And then Anissa's like, what about this comment? And it was the craziest.
people that stuck up for him and didn't stick up for him. And meanwhile, I'm like, hey, Ian, the guy that you just met is fighting in a world championship fight. Let's watch this fight. But he couldn't even watch the fight because they were so caught up in like the Twitter comments.
Yeah.
What was it that happened? Did he drop his video, or I remember Froggy made this comment about how
from the video
if he lost,
yesterday
he'd subscribe to
track,
OnlyFans.
Yeah. It was really because Froggy worked with Sam. And once Froggy worked with Sam, Ian was super offended.
Yeah.
And so Ian was really, really offended by that.
Harley worked with Sam.
I know.
Dude, and those videos were funny. Those videos were hilarious.
It's all the same point over and over.
They let Harley go. Because you know, like, he's so cool and they don't want to like take him off the card, you know what I mean?
Well, I think he kind of did it beforehand too.
Yeah.
And afterwards, they kind of were like not cool with it.
Was that what happened? You did it.
Well, he never told me. He never told me that I couldn't work with Sam. I just, as a person that spoke with Sam and spoke with Ian, I noticed that they had
Wait, is
bad
this
vibes
the guy that
between
trained
the
with
two
Sam?
of them.
Yeah.
So for Creator Clash 2, I just opted to not work with Sam because then he got it. He understood that they had this whole beef thing. And then Froggy, he had gone and worked with Sam. And then there was an issue of Froggy, I don't want to speak for him, but I believe he felt that they were overstepping their boundaries of who he could work with or not work with. I didn't know that the whole thing was because of Sam until Ian unveiled it months later. I thought it was because Froggy made a joke about Anissa, and then they doubled back on that.
I thought it was insane that he actually just admitted that.
Those were good ones.
Like, he got kicked because he was training with Sam. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Why did you even admit that?
Yeah, they tried to use the video as kind of the last straw. And I mean, keep in mind, they would come to me sometimes and say things, and I'm not involved with that type of world. So they're like, yeah, this guy said if he loses, that he's going to have to subscribe to Anissa's OnlyFans, and he's so disrespectful. Terrible. And I'm like, well, it's your event. Fuck, if you don't feel like you want someone on your event, then don't have them on your event. And then, truthfully, it ended up causing way more drama than it should have, and he brought way more attention to it than he should have. So it's like, if I would have been in the know, I probably would have said, man, just ignore it, let it be. Yeah. But at the same time, like I said, like, Ian would never say my name. At least when Sam would make videos about me, he might have been talking shit, but they were pretty funny.
That's
and
funny.
He'd be like, Michael Briggs did this.
So
Michael
Sam
Briggs.
Hyde did more to promote you.
Yeah, I was super
Ultimately.
happy when Sam Hyde did that video, and I saw that there was like 11,000 views. And I was like, look, babe, my content's finally out. My filming is out.
He had videos that were like talking shit about me, but they had like 100,000 views. So we were like, fuck, that's more than Ian's ever done for
That's crazy. That's crazy.
And
the first Creator Clash. Yeah, the first Creator Clash, Sam had a major presence there, even though he physically wasn't there. I did see a lot of shirts, a bunch of Sam Hyde, and something that has that type of
have a lot of fun.
What's it called? Like it's
an allure.
Hard to get people to move. Yeah, and people were there. They were wearing his.
Okay, no more slop. Let's see. Oh, man, this is all frustrating. You know what? Fuck that. Researching. Which war should we research today? Like what is even... Okay. start with the CFR, Council Foreign Relations. Global War Fronts. Global Ongoing Wars Research. Maybe some slop. Mayhaps some slop. Videos. All right. Okay. Let's go. Research analysis. Ongoing. Maybe. Ongoing conflicts. I'm going to start with Africa, just because there's not a lot of people covering whatever the hell's going on here. Yeah, we can watch this in the meantime.
ما اهتم لهم. انا عارف اني واقف مع الحق فما اهتم حتى اذا وصفوني ارهابي. انا عارف اني مع الحق يعني ومع ضد ما تفعله اسرائيل، ضد ما يفعله الصهاينه. اما زي ما قلت انت وضحت له اني قلت اليهودي اللي نسميه يهودي احنا هذاك الشخص اللي واقف مع فلسطين اللي الان يطلع ويرفع علم فلسطين صهيوني، فهو شخص خلاص يعني مجرم مشارك بكل الحرب اللي يحصل على اخواننا في فلسطين يعني ومع اسرائيل، يعني بيشجع اسرائيل كل شيء انها تضرب انها تقصف، وهذول الاشخاص كلهم على خطا واحنا نسميهم صهاينه.
Can I talk to you on Discord next time you're live? I think your analysis is Islamophobic. Oh God, riveting. Yes, talk to me whenever you want. God damn it. How are you defending Hila's actions? Which actions? First of all, I said that taking a fucking secretary on a fucking ride along to a raid, the person, whoever okayed that, should probably be fired. That's really fucking irresponsible. Second of all, you have no idea what this operation was. By the timeline, it sounds like this was just near or on the tail end of the second Intifada, which means, like, for all you fucking know, this raid could have been against people who were planning a direct attack on Israel. You have no fucking idea. So that's why I neither defend nor condemn what she did, because I don't know anything about what happened. Neither do you. And somehow that's Islamophobic. It was a war crime. It's in Ramallah. She said it. Okay, you don't know anything about international law. That's not my problem. Where does it say in international law that you can't conduct military operations in occupied territory? Where does it say that?
War research.
Relax. How you do it, man? Spirits.
Hang on. I'm going to find this thing from... Because apparently you can just say that these heroes of history agreed with you. So even someone who's planning a suicide bombing into Israel proper in Ramallah, it's illegal to go and take them out before they do it. What? What? Oh, yeah. Where's the full speech? Thank you, Teuton. They didn't have 23 years to change their flag to include the people who genocided them, according to their words. But okay. Where is the full thing? On ZA. Is it on the website? Is it here? Well, an independent article is probably good enough.
That's good.
Yeah. This is Mandela talking about Lebanon in 1999. Mandela says Israel must give up Arab land, but only for peace. I cannot conceive of Israel withdrawing if Arab states do not recognize Israel within secure borders, he said. Barack wants to review the peace process with Syria. However, Syria demands that Barack commit to the Golan Heights. Yeah, did you know that Mandela actually opposed unilateral withdrawal? Did you know that?
Well, very strongly if Uncle Wednesday would respond
Don't leave without a deal,
Ukraine's
without mutual
attack.
recognition and safe and secure borders. Because that's also generally the international standard for these as well. But, okay.
What you want?
Oh. Poisons. So I need to do 6. You can see why, because unilateral withdrawals are quite messy.
A conversation that will lead to immediate peace. It's the first time that Trump has weighed in on Ukraine's daring attack inside Russia. The U.S. did not have. Okay. So that's different than what I read the other day. Well, that's probably significant to know. What else do we got? First time Trump has weighed in on Ukraine's daring attack. The U.S. did not. Yeah, okay. Yes, it's led a recent diplomatic push to stop the full-scale invasion. Sure. Not say how it reacted. Was this on Truth Social? Can we see the damn post? Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What else? What else? Many have spoken with Russia at various levels, but none of these talks have brought a reliable peace. Urged more pressure be put on Russia to so that Putin's planned response means that with every new strike, with every delay of diplomacy, Russia is giving the finger to the entire world. Okay. Yeah, I did say that the Russian leader had gone crazy. That is true. Has not committed the... Wait, what's the fuck? Why not? What's happening domestically? This is nothing. It's all nothing. They turned government into Newark Airport.
And Akela, I'm a little confused. Are they pulling the accreditation for Columbia, or are they just threatening?
So the education department doesn't actually have the power to pull the accreditation, but they are asking the entity that has approved Columbia's accreditation to reconsidering it, say that they have violated civil rights obligations that they have as a university. And essentially what we have seen here is this is a new strategy that the administration hasn't pursued yet. We've seen them revoke funding. We've seen them use other levers to pressure schools. But with Columbia University, what's so interesting about this is the secretary has said, as well as the president, that conversations are moving in a positive direction, especially compared to Harvard University. So this seems to suggest that those conversations maybe are not turning out the way that Columbia certainly wants them to, hoping to reach a closed-door negotiations and a deal with the White House, I should say, to get their funding back.
All right. The fuck is this about? American Compass 5th anniversary? What's that? Jesus. Sorry, man, I'm yawning like a motherfucker. Focus first. American Compass. Sorry, what the fuck is this? Oh boy. Nice. This ought to be good.
Thank you. Thank you. Bernie Moreno, how's the Senate? Thank you guys for having me. It's an honor. I want to thank Chris for the introduction. Did you get my office? Yeah, he just said,
Oh, Marco.
The one I used to have, the one in Russell? Yeah. Did you find any cash or gold bars? No. Is there media here? There's a call. It's a joke. It's a joke. Thank you, Chris, for that introduction, and actually very proud of the work he did with us on the Small Business Committee, and Oren and everyone here in American Compass for hosting me here tonight. A couple observations of seeing someone. We really only got to serve together for like 10 days, you know, because I got confirmed pretty quickly, and by the way, the president was, I got 99 out of 100 votes because the vice president at the time had seated up and filled, and the president for some period of time expressed great concern about the fact that I had 99 votes in the Senate. He didn't know if that was a good thing or a bad thing.
99
but I told him recently, sir, you don't have to worry about that anymore. I don't think I'd get 99 votes now. And anyways, but thank you for this chance to speak to you. And by one more thing I want to tell you about, I spent, you know, now that I'm in an executive branch,
wait.
anyways, not been filled. And the president, for some period of time, expressed great concern about the fact that I had 99 votes in the Senate. He didn't know that.
The president of the United States was concerned that he had 99 votes in the Senate? The arguably most powerful person in the world, in charge of the most powerful government in all of history, doesn't know how many people are in the Senate? What are we doing here?
That was a good thing or a bad thing. But I told him recently, sir, you don't have to worry about that anymore. I don't think I'd get 99 votes now. And anyways,
tell him, don't worry about
to speak to you. And by one more thing I want to tell you about, I spent, now that I'm in an executive branch, we oftentimes have to deal with the fact that, we want to do something. And it's like, well, but there's a statute or there's a law on the books that limit our ability to do things by executive action. It requires us to go through certain steps. And so I increasingly find myself saying, who the hell wrote these laws? And today I was reminded it was actually me who passed a certain law that stood as an impediment to quick action. So,
what the hell?
Anyways, yeah, I've grown in my appreciation for the executive branch more and more each day. And, but that's also, the media is going to say, oh, he's for an authoritarian form of government. No, I just, some of these laws I passed are getting in the way of my current life. So we have to work through it. We will. But thank you guys for this chance and the work that you've done. And I know that obviously you're going to spend a lot of time focused on domestic decisions, but I want to hopefully pitch you a little bit tonight about what I've learned and what I already believe coming into this job, that so much about what happens domestically, economically, is increasingly intertwined in geopolitics. It always has been. I think that's one of the lessons we've forgotten. I think we've been reminded of that here most recently, and a number of events have brought that to bear. The first thing I would say is I think it's always been true. One of the amazing things, one of the reasons why history repeats itself, people like to say that, is because human nature does not change. Technology's changed, what the clothes we wear change, even languages change, governments change, a lot of things change. But the one thing that is unchanged is human nature.
It's his underwear.
Got him. 5,000 years ago, and that's one of the reasons why history often repeats itself. And one of the things about human nature, I'm not trying to sound like a psychologist here, but one of the things that I think history proves is that one of the things we are programmed as people with is the desire to belong. In fact, if you notice, if you put humans anywhere, a handful of people anywhere, one of the first things they start doing is trying to create things that they can join or be a part of. And that's true for nationhood and nation states. The concept of nationhood. Now, it's a new concept. I mean, before that but we had something, we always had organizations, whether it was city-states or
First
tribal
time I'm hearing any of this.
But the advent of the nation-state is a normal evolution of human behavior because people think it's important to belong to something. And being part of a nation is important. And I think that's really true, obviously, increasingly in how geopolitical decisions are made. I think that's obvious and people understand that, but it's one of the things that we forgot. And we certainly forgot it at the end of the Cold War. If I can take you back to the end of the Cold War, and understand for me these are formative years because I grew up in the 80s, probably the greatest decade ever, confirmed by You know why I know this? Because my kids might have well, I say young, they're like 24, 22.
Yeah, I'm young.
20, just turned 20, and one who's 17. All they do is watch reruns from the 80s and 90s. They don't make good TV anymore. Everybody wants to watch stuff from the 80s and 90s. So that's just my pitch. The 70s were a dark period of time because of disco music. But in the 80s, we got a disco fan back there. But the 80s, we did, the hair was a little too big, but other than that. But going back, the 80s, you grew up, and I remember in 1983, now I'm aging, I just turned 54. I feel 55, but must be 1983. Do you guys remember a movie called what was it? It was about nuclear war. Do you remember this? It was No, War Games. That was a great movie. I'm talking about when I was on TV that scared the hell out of me. There was The Day After. Do you remember that movie, The Day After? This was traumatizing, and they had this thing on television. But basically grew up understanding that the world at any moment could end, because the United States and the Soviet Union were headed for conflict and war, and that, maybe we wouldn't even make it to 25 and things of this nature.
Jesus.
I forgot about War Games. War Games is another good movie.
It is a good movie.
Where this guy hacks into the computer. This is an 80s hacker. This is not, I can remember the phone and the modem. And what was that actor? It was the same, Matthew Broderick. It's a great movie. I know I'm completely off topic, but let me just tell you, I lived in Las Vegas at the time, and if you recall, the first city that he blows up in the War Games is Las Vegas. And I was sitting in the audience, and everybody's like chuckling. There's nothing funny about this Las Vegas strike. In any event, so this is where we grew up. And then in 1989 and 1990, 91, it was my first years in college. And literally the entire world just transformed before my very eyes. Understand, you grow up your whole life and like the whole world is about the Soviet Union, and all of a sudden the Soviet Union no longer exists. My favorite memory of that is that I was actually taking a course that fall by a Soviet expert at, I think it was in Gainesville, Florida. And this poor guy's entire career came crumbling down over a 3-month period as the Soviet Union collapsed. It's like all these years of work, you have a PhD in Soviet studies, and now the Soviet doesn't exist anymore. So I don't know what he did after that. I need to check up on that guy because. But anyways, the point is, the whole world transformed.
Shoot! Hi, thank you for the
was
Prime.
This effusive
I appreciate that.
Exuberance, the belief that the Cold War is over, we won, and now the entire world is going to become just like us. Free enterprise democracies.
Yeah.
A very idealistic thing to believe.
Definitely.
But here's the other conclusion they made.
Jesus.
And that is that everybody, that nationhood no longer mattered when it came to economics.
Done.
That right now the world would no longer have borders. It wouldn't matter where things were made.
Back in town, so
what mattered is they were made in the most efficient place.
Later.
And it became mantra. And look, I think it became part of Republican orthodoxy for a very long time. An orthodoxy that I came up in, which was, it's okay if productive capacity moves to another country.
I'm very happy about.
Because what that will do is it will free up our workers to do work that's even more productive and pays them more. It was the famous or the infamous idea that who cares that you lost your job in the factory, you're going to learn how to code. And then you're going to make a lot more money doing that. Well, it was completely unrealistic, number one, and became incredibly disruptive that decision was made. But here's the other implication of it. It robbed the nation of its industrial capacity, of its ability to make things. And its industrial capacity and its ability to make things has two ramifications. The first is it hurts your economy. It hurts your country.
Also, we just found out from this speech that Trump doesn't know how many people are in the Senate. Oh, true. True. Shoot. I'm gonna get like halfway through this, maybe, and then I'll hop on to you guys. Or if you guys want to play like one or two without me, then I'll join you.
It robs people of jobs, and the transition is not nearly as easy, but it also ends up becoming corrosive and destructive to communities.
Hopefully I'll finish this stupid fucking trick shot.
As a result, we had a Rust Belt. We had places that were gutted. And we had families that for generations had worked in a certain field or for a certain company.
But I want to play.
And all of a sudden that company or that field vanished because it moved somewhere else where it was cheaper to do, and those jobs were gone, and obviously became incredibly destructive, not just for the United States, by the way, but for many nations in the industrialized West.
The greatest game known to civilization is called Trick Shot Simulator. I don't know if you scrolled Instagram Reels or TikTok or whatnot, and you've seen those guys live that are just doing the same, like, ping pong ball trying to get, like, one fucking thing. It's that, but virtual. So it's even less impressive and even less important and matters to less people. And, I've been at this one for, 4 hours and 40 minutes. I was at another one. They have a bunch of different ones. I was on one of them for 8.5 hours. Yeah, don't check my hours on this game. Don't worry about it. Like Counter-Strike, fine. Balatro, a little excessive, but fine. This game, nah, this is unhinged. Why? That is the question, isn't it? That's what we're all here to discover.
Which is a national security impairment, and a very significant one. If you go back to the World War II, the admiral
you lost because there's nothing to find.
Planning
this
Pearl Harbor thought it was a really bad idea. He went through and obviously followed orders, but he thought it was a very bad idea because he had spent a substantial amount of time studying in the United States when he was younger. And his conclusion was, that attacking the United States was a bad idea because even though at the time militarily we were behind the Japanese, certainly technologically and otherwise, we had factories and we had access to raw material and resources. And he knew that over time, once those factories and those raw materials were put to the war machine, the Japanese would not be able to keep up.
I just have to get it.
And you could very well argue that the end of World War II, that the victory in World War II, both in Europe and especially in Asia, was the result of America's industrial capacity. When the Japanese lost the plane, they lost the plane. When we lost the plane, and their planes were better than ours for a long time, when we lost the plane, we were able to produce hundreds to replace it. Industrial capacity mattered in terms of national security.
It always does.
And that's never changed. That's always been true. And so today, what you find is because of all of those years of neglect, because of the loss of industrial capacity, we didn't just undermine our society. We didn't just undermine our domestic economy. We've undermined our position in the world. And what you will find, and what we find even now, is that increasingly, on geopolitical issue after geopolitical issue, it is access to raw material and industrial capacity that is at the core both of the decisions that we're making and the areas that we're prioritizing. It's now the technologies are different, but nonetheless, that is what we're increasingly prioritizing. And that's become really apparent to me. I think it was even going into this job, but in the months that I've been there, on place after place, every country in the world is now pitching themselves as a source of rare earth minerals.
There we go.
Every country in the world, by the way, they're not that rare, so every country has access to it, but it's become a big, that alone is not enough.
Marco.
Because you have to have access to rare earth minerals, but then you have to have the ability to process it.
Kind of the funny guy.
You have to make them into usable
I'm the
material.
Rick friend of the executive office.
And frankly, what the Chinese have done over the last 25 or 30 years is they've cornered the market. And this is one of the true challenges to sort of pure free enterprise view of these things. You cannot compete with a nation state who has decided they're not interested in making money. They're not interested in making money in this field. They are interested in the short term in dominating the market, being the sole source provider for the world of a certain product. Because once you establish industry dominance in any one of these fields, you can charge the world whatever you want. Now, one thing is if we said, well, this happened because they're just better than us. But that's not why it happened. It happened because we literally gave it away.
Literally.
Because we made the decision. We made the policy decision that it was okay. We were okay with 80-something% of the active ingredients in most of our generic pharmaceuticals coming from another country. We were okay with giving that away. We were okay with giving away all kinds of things like that. And now we are in a crunch. And I say we, I mean the rest of the world is in a crunch because we have realized that our industrial capability is deeply dependent on a number of potential adversary nation states, including China, who can hold it over our head.
So what we've done now is pissed off all of our remaining allies to isolate ourselves.
It'll be one of the great challenges of the new century and one of the priorities of this administration under President Trump is to reorient our domestic and the way we pursue geopolitics, take into account for the fact that you can never be secure as a nation unless you're able to feed your people and unless you're able to make the things that your economy needs in order to function and ultimately to defend yourself.
Wow.
There is virtually none of the leading edge industries of the 21st century in which don't have some level of vulnerability. And it's become one of the highest geopolitical priorities that we now face. Not simply access to raw material, but figuring out how can we have more industrial capacities in these critical fields, ideally domestically, but if not here, then diversify the global supply chain so that it cannot be used against us as a point of leverage at a time of potential conflict.
Going to find inner peace.
In fact, unless we fix it, some of these conflicts will never happen because we will never be able to enter. The amount of leverage they will have on us will begin to constrain our ability to make foreign policy. Unable to get into a tremendous amount of detail, let me just say that even as I speak to you now, there are a number of foreign policy issues
about the journey
in which we're having to balance.
I'm getting this goddamn thing.
What we would ideally want to do,
stupid dinosaur,
with what we may not be able to do in the short term until we fix these problems. This is a real challenge in American geopolitics, and it's one that's become a priority and goes right to the heart of the decisions that were made over the last 20 or 30 years that were a mistake and that we're now trying to correct. The other, which is more broad, but I think also ties to economic policy, is the following. part of the decisions that were made were, in the end, if something is good for the global economy, that's really what matters. Ultimately, a lot of public policy decisions were made without the nation state in mind. Rather, the decision was, is this good for the global economy? Is this good for global economic growth? Is this good for prosperity in other places, even if it may not be in our interest? And we made those decisions even during the Cold War to some extent. I mean, we allowed nations to treat us unfairly in trade, but we allowed them to do it because we didn't want those countries to become victim to a communist revolution that would overthrow them. But then we kept it going. And so today,
it's all that. How do you see the point? And you can't extrapolate. We will always have adversaries, as you just said. And you just said why we have like stuff like U.S. aid.
His T-shirt and stuff like that.
What the fuck? That's the wrong video.
Today there are multiple countries around the world that are fully developed economies, but whom we have enormous trade imbalances because they want to continue that system moving along, and that has to be corrected. But here's the final point, and here's why this is also critical, because not only did we take out nation-state interest and the national interest out of our economic policies, we also took it out of the way we made foreign policy decisions. The idea that our foreign policy, depending on the place and on the issue, should be centered and focused primarily on what is good for the United States was completely lost. Time and again, we made decisions in foreign policy because of what was good for the international order or what was good for the world. And I'm not saying those things are irrelevant, but the number one priority of our foreign policy of the United States, the number one foreign policy priority of the United States needs to be the United States and what's in the best interest of the United States. That's not isolationism, that's common sense. On the contrary, in order to do that, we have to engage in the world. But we need to engage in the world in a way that prioritizes our national interest above all else. And the reason why we do that goes back to my point at the outset of this with human nature. And that is that that's what other countries do all the time. Virtually every single nation state we interact with prioritizes their national interest in their interactions with us. And we need to begin to do that again, and we're beginning to do that again, prioritizing the national interest of the United States above everything else and making these foreign policy decisions.
Said, if you
and I'll
can't
close
do
by
the
saying
dino,
that's where
have you
foreign
ever
policy works
expected
best.
the clip?
As I've said to multiple foreign leaders, including some with whom we haven't had engagements with for many years,
in the Bible.
I said the way foreign policy works best is when our national interests are aligned. When they're aligned, that's where we have incredible opportunity for partnership together. And when they're not aligned, that's where I expect them to pursue their national interests and us to pursue ours, and to do so peacefully if possible, and that's the work of diplomacy. And so I think the work you have done to reorient our thinking towards the national interests, both in our domestic economic policies as well as in our foreign policies, is critical work for 21st century conservatism. And I thank you for all the work you've provided. You've done great work. When no one else was talking about these things, when no one else was providing the material that allowed us to build public policy and challenge thinking, you were doing it. And I encourage you to continue to do it.
Definitely challenge thinking, that's for sure.
There's still much work to be done. We are in the midst of an important and long overdue realignment in our thinking in American politics. And it takes organizations like American Compass to drive the innovation and the thinking. And we appreciate everything you've done up to this point.
Republicans have to outsource their thinking.
And
MAGA does,
one of the people
both sides
who has really been a leader in this regard, someone who I actually got to know as part of this project and this thinking, back when he was only a best-selling author and not even a political figure yet, is our current vice president, who is doing a phenomenal job, and someone who I've grown tremendous. My admiration for him has grown tremendously. I admired him before. I admired him in the Senate. I admire him a lot more now as vice president because I think vice presidents are just more impressive than senators, Bernie. That's how. But I can say that now that I got 99 votes. I don't need their votes anymore. But the vice president's doing a phenomenal job, and I think is one of the most powerful and clearest voices in the world, really at the edge, at the leading edge of this new thinking in American politics, and it's my honor to serve with him in this administration.
Come on.
And it's my honor to invite him onto the stage now to speak to all of you. So thank you for the opportunity to be here. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Sit here.
Yeah.
Great. Great to see you all.
Boom.
I think the last time I was in here was the night before the inauguration. We had a dinner in here, and it was so tightly packed that you actually couldn't get up to go to the bathroom or request an additional glass of water. That's how tightly packed we were in here. And you guys are doing pretty good, actually. Maybe not that tight, but comfortable. But you're doing good.
Tastefully packed. That's
well,
the happy medium.
Before you say whatever introductory thing you were going to say, I'm sure Orrin has a spiel. Orrin always has a spiel, but I just want to say thanks to Secretary Rubio for the very kind words of introduction. So, Marco, I was very fond of him as a Senate colleague, but you learn a lot about somebody when you see them actually operate behind the scenes. And Marco is, if anything, more impressive privately than he is publicly, which is very hard to do. But
What have
he's
JD and
very
Marco
thoughtful.
been doing?
He actually listens, which is a rare skill in politics. We're very good at talking.
He just
Politicians,
listens
we're
to
not
me,
so good
and-
often at listening. He's just a very, very important part of what the president and I are trying to do. And so thrilled to have him here. And as you know, I think one of the first times I ever met, maybe the first time I ever met Marco, was in a conference room in his Senate office with Mike Needham and Orrin
JD
Cass
Marco.
talking about some of the very things we're talking
Great.
about
I don't know.
here tonight and some of the very things that American Compass is focusing on. So it's kind of amazing to see it come full circle to where we are today.
Well, that's a perfect segue into my spiel, so
Great.
thank you. I had a few different spiels we could start with, but this is a good one. We are thrilled to have you here. I am thrilled to have this opportunity to talk with you, and so grateful that the work you're doing, and in a sense so in awe of it, because there are politicians out there who are, they've just been politicians.
That's what they
you
be
are someone
doing.
who was an intellectual first.
These
Some
are the
people like word
guys that
intellectual,
they're
but I mean it in the
outsourcing
good sense
thinking
of the
to.
term. You were writing
boy.
for National Review. You were at the bar late at night arguing about and helping shape these ideas that you are now.
I come here for free and you insult me and you call me an intellectual.
These are
Remind me that I wrote for National Review. What an asshole this guy is.
Good one, JD.
That's fair. I will admit
Yeah,
that I
human
too wrote
being
for
now.
National Review. But as I said in my introductory remarks earlier, I have no higher compliment than this guy likes to argue. So that is, it's a wonderful thing, and I think it really distinguishes you as someone who not just cares about and believes in these ideas, but has formed them.
Sure.
And so, I wanted to ask you a little bit about some of the substance, what's going on in a few of these topics, but also ask a little bit about sort of how your thinking has gotten here and how being in the role you're in now affects that, and what people who are not in that role need to understand to do it well. And so let's start here on the substance, though, because obviously trade is in the news from time to time. Trade is, and I think you've articulated this well. Trade is one element
Is that like
of
the?
what is a much broader
Is that in
project.
reference? Did
It's
Altus
about
start by saying
reshoring,
Bombadillo
reindustrialization.
Crocodilo?
I want to ask you, how do you define that project? What is the broader goal that the trade agenda is part of?
That's
and
what we're all
where do you see
wondering.
it ultimately going if it's going to be successful.
Yeah, so first of all, congrats. I see here on the screen, this is the 5-year anniversary of American Compass. You guys have accomplished a lot in 5 years, and I'm going to echo what
that's
Secretary
why I'm
Rubio
here.
said. Keep doing it, because it really has influenced my thinking. It's influenced the thinking of multiple people within the administration. And if I were to try to
That's
summarize
funny.
the project, I mean, I think there are a few different things going on, but
The brain rot
maybe
spread.
one thing that really worries me is you have, I think, in many ways, stagnating living standards for
so close to
normal
this
Americans, for the median
goddamn
worker,
thing,
for
but
people who
can
just
I
want to
get
start
it?
a family, work working a decent job, earn a living salary, and have dignified work. I think you've seen so many pieces of evidence of stagnation in the lives of the normal people that we serve, right? The people who actually go to work, who keep the country running. And there are different ways to sort of measure this, but I think my favorite way of measuring it actually is probably you see stagnating productivity in this country for about 50 years. And I think there are a whole host of reasons why you see that. I think number one, we've offshored a whole host of industries, and so you see less innovation in a lot of the critical manufacturing sectors that actually drive the American economy. I think part of it is we've really underinvested in technology, especially in the heavily regulated spaces. I think part of that is we've really harmed energy production in our own country. That's a critical part of the heavily regulated space is actually doing well because the cost inputs of these industries are so heavily dependent on the price of energy. So there are all these different policy spins that I could put on it.
So that's why you started.
I just want normal people who work hard and play by the rules to have a good life. And I think that was very, very possible in the United States of America that I was growing up in, but you started to see some signs that it was fraying. And I think it got a lot worse over the course of the 90s and 2000s. And that has got to change. And I think that's fundamentally why Donald Trump is the president of the United States, is because he was the first mainstream American politician to come along and say, this isn't working. These trade deals are not working for the normal people who power our economy. Our policies have not been productive either in the economic, national security, or diplomatic space. So it's complicated. The answer to your question is complicated. Summarizing it is necessarily very hard. But I think the best way to summarize it is we just want normal people to have a good life.
That seems reasonable.
So that's why we took away the healthcare.
Thank you.
There you have it, folks. I think that's obviously exactly right. I think it's remarkable that is or has been a heterodox view to some extent, that it's something that has had to be said. Especially after your book came out, as you had a chance to talk with a lot of folks in a lot of different contexts, then as you moved into running as a politician yourself, you had a chance to speak both with the normal people for whom this was not working, and for a lot of people who either thought it was working or didn't care.
Sure.
My own sense is there's actually more thought it was working than didn't care. That for the most, they're not bad people so much as oblivious. But I'm curious what your experience has been engaging with those folks. But how would you describe, what do they look out at America and see, and what is helpful in communicating to them why this is a problem and why they need to care?
Okay.
Yeah, so let me give you kind of an elite answer to that question, and let me give you just a sort of normal political answer to the question. So the elite answer to the question, I remember, Warren, talking to you about starting American Compass 5 years ago. And I think one of the things that we talked about, I don't know if you remember this, but what is the audience of donors, because these things cost money, funding fellowships and smart people to write papers and think about this stuff, that costs resources. What is the universe of donors who would actually support something like this? And I think my takeaway of the last 5 years is actually quite a bit. And I think there's an assumption among, whether you call it populists or whether you call it, sort of trade hawks or whatever label you want to put on it, there's this assumption that donors are fundamentally misaligned. And I actually think donors are much more pragmatic, and they see this stuff not necessarily because they're reading a paper that Bob Lighthizer published 15 or 20 years ago, and I know Bob's in the audience and I love Bob, but because they do business in China. And they know how hard it is to actually get a fair deal for their companies, or they've seen some of the ways in which I met with an industry leader today who was talking about all of the ways in which transshipping through non-Chinese Asian economies is destroying his very successful manufacturing business. And he's not worried about it for himself because his business is so successful, but he's worried about it for his industry writ large because some of his competitors are going to have their businesses destroyed. He doesn't want that. So there's a bit there. I think one thing to take away is that people are much less ideological and much more pragmatic than I think that a lot of the intellectuals give them credit for. So that's one thing I take away. I think the other thing that I take away from it is the American people are much more aligned with our way of thinking about things than people realize. And I think the misalignment between the normal American and the talking heads in Washington is still so profound. And I'll give you an example of this. One of the very first truly political speeches I gave when I was thinking about running for Senate in Ohio back in 2021, I spoke to this group in Butler County, Ohio. It's actually the county that I was born and raised in southwestern Ohio. And I was talking about how, big tech was a major problem. Censorship of viewpoints was a major problem, and we needed to get serious about antitrust, and we need to get serious about actually treating these companies as the monopolists that they were. And a person came up to me afterwards and they said, "Oh, I really liked what you said, but I didn't agree with what you said on big tech." And I sort of assumed that I was about to, sort of hear a kind of libertarian argument from the pages of the National Review. And what the guy said is, "I don't think that we should break these companies up. I think we should throw all of their executives in prison."
Oh.
And I was like, "Oh." And it sort of dawned on me, the American people, like, they see these problems. They're not hyper ideological. They're not reading like conservative intellectual periodicals because they have day jobs and families to take care of, but they're much, much wiser about these things than intellectuals give them credit for. And I take a lot of inspiration for that, but I also take a lot of willingness to kind of test the outer limits, because most of our fellow Americans, they're not nearly as dumb as Washington, D.C. assumes that they are. They're actually very smart and they're very wise.
Yeah. It's funny. I was speaking to the American Iron and Steel Institute this morning about the idea that making things matters. And I was sharing a similar story because we've done survey research on, okay, do you think manufacturing matters or not?
Yeah.
Overwhelmingly, people say yes.
Yes.
Sure. But we actually asked them why. We gave them a bunch of options. Is this about, family and community and good jobs? Is this about national security? Is this about sort of dynamism and investment and economic growth? I sort of figured it would be like, it's about jobs, maybe security. And Americans actually picked dynamism and growth as, by a significant margin, that was their top reason they cared. And that was across political groups, that was across classes, less educated, more educated, high income, low income. And exactly to your point, I think it's just something we don't give people enough credit for. I mean, not only are they quite wise in this respect, they are so much wiser than the economists who got this exactly wrong for so long. I was struck by the speech that you gave at the American Dynamism Conference, which I think touched on a lot of this, because you focused on what is on one hand a real challenge in the new conservative coalition, where on one hand you have the working class, you have labor, on the other hand you have technologists, folks who are very focused on innovation. And I think you made what is such a critical point, which is that these are not necessarily in conflict. Ultimately, success is defined by the extent to which we synthesize these things.
Yes.
I think conceptually, in my mind, that's absolutely right. In practice, that can still be hard. I think there are a lot of places where you still see these collisions. Where do you see the biggest opportunity to actually bring these folks together, to actually build on that idea and show that, no, in fact, you do have the same interests. There is a real opportunity to move forward here.
Well, I think that it's interesting you mentioned the American Dynamism speech, because I do think that's actually where the synthesis is, right? That if you believe in growth and you believe that, to have any opportunity to make people's lives better, you actually need sustained GDP growth, then you actually need to have the kind of industries that can support broad-based technological innovation. And so I think that really is the combination. Like, why do I care so much about manufacturing? And why do I care so much about the kind of educational institutions we have to support those industries? It's because, yes, I care about workers and I care about their wages, but I do very much care about innovation, and I don't think you can have one without the other, right? So the classic way of talking about this is to say, well, if you open up an iPhone and you look at the box, it will say designed in Cupertino, California, right? And of course, the implication is that it's manufactured in Shenzhen. In reality, it's not necessarily even designed in Cupertino, California anymore. It's increasingly designed in the place that's manufacturing it. This idea that we can separate the making of things from the innovating of things is, I think, totally farcical. You see this in pharmaceuticals in particular, where I think the countries that are really good at manufacturing pharmaceuticals, especially like the next-gen biologics and large molecule pharmaceuticals, those guys are increasingly really, really good at innovating in pharmaceuticals too. And you know, one way this has come up in our work in the White House, and I won't get into sort of too many of the hairy details, but you know, we've been thinking about how to solve a particular problem, meaning a particular kind of product that right now we have access to,
I'm done.
but we're starting to ask ourselves these questions about like, well, what happens if the country that we're trading with completely cut off access to this stuff? And so we're thinking a lot about the supply chain.
Okay. Holy fuck. I just need to get this one clip. I need to over dramatize it for TikTok. This shouldn't be in the clip. Hold on. Show transcripts. Senate.
Bernie Moreno, how's the Senate? It had 99 votes in the.
Here's the clip. Ready? Ooh. React, Andy. Practicing. Eventually, I got to do this 24.
President was I got 99 out of 100. By the way, the president was I got 99 out of 100 votes because the vice president at the time has seated up and filled, and the president for some period of time expressed great concern about the fact that I had 99 votes in the Senate. He didn't know if that was a good thing or a bad thing, but I told him recently, sir, you don't have to worry about that anymore.
The leader of the most powerful nation ever in history, the most powerful man, arguably, in the entire world, doesn't know how many people are in the Senate? Like half of one of the main three branches of power. Just has no concept of it? You have to dumb it down to, are we winning or losing?
Or I don't think I'd get 99 votes. Some period of time expressed great concern about the fact that I had 99 votes in the Senate. He didn't know if that was a good thing or a bad thing. But I told
Rubio
him recently,
is
sir, you
getting
don't have to worry about that
disappeared.
anymore. I don't think I'd get 99 votes now.
And then instead of being like, Donald, no, 99 is almost all. And they're like, don't worry about it. Don't worry, Don.
But thank you for this chance to speak to you. And one more thing I want to tell you about. I spent, now.
Oh. Well, no wonder he's trying to consolidate fucking executive power. He doesn't know how the other branches operate or what even goes on there. It all makes sense now. The pieces get put together. Thank you, Marco. And I don't know how much longer you're going to have in that admin, because that's a big old slip. But you did more for this country the last 2 minutes than no comment. All right, anyways, that's going to be stream. Thank you. 3 subs today, even though everyone's... Yeah, no, thanks to all my friends who subbed and people who tuned in. It's cool. I'm enjoying my time, so... I will see you all tomorrow bright.